Chapter 54. Hey, put down the lowly in your hand. That soul-stirring shout left a series of echoes in this crossbow situation. It made the dog beating paused, the confrontation embarrassed, and the hostage stunned. The only thing missing was a few crows flying over and shouting idiot. Even if Wu Yan was a super thick-skinned person, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The consequence of excessive pranking was that it attracted the disdainful gazes of the two girls and the disbelieving gaze of the little lowly Liren. Perhaps they were already thinking that they were about to escape from the tiger's mouth and enter the wolf's den. Or perhaps Wu Yan's words really made some people unable to continue watching. Therefore their battle strength instantly exploded and turned the group of bald dogs into dead dogs. Ding. Mission 1 completed. Obtained 3,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. When this system notification sounded, a brown figure and a pink figure instantly appeared beside Wu Yan. They extended their fists and very tacitly smashed Wu Yan's head at the same time, making Wu Yan lie on the ground. Chuju retracted her hand and took a deep breath. She looked at Tai Li and Liren, who were a little stunned, and said, "Just now, the method of opening was wrong. Please ignore it and return to the show. Put down the little girl in your hand." Hearing Chuju's words, Liren regained her senses and began a new round of struggle. Tai Li's face was a little ugly. He felt like he was being played. Tai Li snorted coldly and tightened his grip on Liren. His rat-like eyes swept back and forth between Chuju and Mikoto. After a while, he smiled and said, "Sure, as long as you obey me, I'll let her go." Tai Li's "sure" startled the two girls, who only wanted to say some polite words and secretly prepared for battle. After hearing Tai Li's words, the two girls' eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent and looked at Tai Li with anger. She activated her superpower. Mikoto's eyes narrowed dangerously. This was a sign that she was going to use violence. She was already thinking about how many volts of electricity she should release to turn him into a frog that flops around on two legs. Lightning element magician. Tai Li looked at Mikoto in surprise and then excitedly licked his lips. Magicians were very rare. He didn't expect this little girl to be a magician. This made Tai Li, who had indulged countless women, excited. In the past, among the women he had slept with, there were not many warriors, let alone magicians. Now that he could have a taste of a magician, Tai Li's heart instantly heated up. After playing with her, he could raise her and train her to be his right-hand man in the future. There was nothing more honorable than taking a beautiful magician out. Thinking of this, Tai Li wanted the two girls in front of him even more. A fervent expression appeared on his face. Of course, the concept of those who can afford to be a magician must have a certain background and strength has already been thrown to the back of his mind. Arrogance and greed can really make a person unable to open his eyes. Not only Mikoto, but even Chuju was disgusted by Tai Li's disgusting expression. Pointing her white cherry at Tai Li, Chuju coldly said, "Looks like if we don't teach you a lesson, you really won't listen to our words. Aha, you better think carefully before deciding what to do." Tai Li raised Liren in front of him and proudly smiled at Mikoto and Chuju. "Don't think that you can beat me just because you got rid of a bunch of trash. Putting aside the fact that I'm a 5th-rank warrior, the current situation is very advantageous for me." "You bastard." Mikoto angrily looked at Tai Li and angrily said, "Not only did you use a little girl as a threat, you also called your companions trash." "Humph, calling them trash is thinking too highly of them." Tai Li laughed out loud and said, "You can't even deal with a few little kids. Keeping them alive is just a waste of time. Even if you don't deal with them, I will eliminate all of them in the future. Trash has no value to exist." "Bastard." Mikoto and Chuju were thoroughly enraged. They couldn't wait to tear Tai Li into pieces while he was laughing, but Liren was helplessly struggling in his hands, so they didn't dare to act rashly. "Ah." Tai Li proudly laughed. "What? Not talking anymore? I already said it's okay. As long as you follow me, I will guarantee that this little girl will be fine." "Is that so? Then I really have to thank you." "You're welcome." Tai Li suddenly froze. A sense of danger burst out from his heart. When this feeling appeared, a silver-white blade suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced towards his forehead. The blade in front of him emitted a cold aura like that of a viper. Tai Li's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle, and an aghast expression appeared on his face. At this moment of crisis, Tai Li roared and mobilized all of his do-chi. He didn't care about the pain from the rapid flow of do-chi in his body, and used all of his strength to turn his head to the side. At this critical moment, he just happened to dodge this fatal attack. The blade brushed past his ear and he could even feel the cold temperature of the blade. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down his forehead. He never felt that death was so close to him. Tai Li's legs began to tremble slightly. After the attack failed, the silver-white blade stopped moving and stopped beside Tai Li's ear. At the same time, a hand that was completely different from the cold temperature of the blade was placed on Tai Li's hand, and Tai Li's hand was holding Liren. Beep. Blue and white electric current flashed from this hand to Tai Li's hand, and the electric current passed through Tai Li's body. Tai Li cried out in pain and his whole body was paralyzed. His hand trembled and he loosened his grip on Liren. Another lightning magician. Impossible. Isn't he a sword user? Isn't he a warrior? How can Do Qi and magic exist in a human body at the same time? Tai Li couldn't believe it in his heart. Naturally, he didn't know that Wu Yan didn't have any Do Qi or magic at all. His sword skills relied on his body, and his lightning relied on his calculation ability. The owner of the hand grabbed Liren, who was in free fall, and pulled her into his arms. He looked at Tai Li with a smile, but his eyes were filled with coldness. The hand holding the sword fiercely slapped Tai Li back and he flew into a tree. Yen? Mikoto and Chuju ran over as if they expected this. They didn't say anything and took the little lowly Liren from Wu Yan's hand. They put her on the ground and untied her while looking at Wu Yan with vigilance. Wu Yan laughed dryly, but he didn't say anything. It seems that the declaration of lowly just now really pissed them off. Wah. The soft cloth in her mouth was removed by Chuju, and the little lowly Liren pounced into Chuju's arms. She cried like she was wronged. Don't cry, don't cry. Chuju and Mikoto hurriedly comforted the little lowly. Maybe it was because the two girls gave Liren a different feeling, so Liren was relieved and ignored Tai Li, who got up from the ground. Her crying made Chuju and Mikoto's heart ache, but it also made Wu Yan's head hurt. Wu Yan was most afraid of girls crying, especially cute girls. Damn it! Little bastard. Tai Li got up with an ashen face and looked at Wu Yan's group with a ferocious expression. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and grinned. You think you can win by ambushing me when I was careless? That's fine, I'll let you see the power of a Tier 5 warrior, you puny ant. The question of why Wu Yan can use both battle skills and magic at the same time has already been tossed aside by the furious Tai Li. What's more, Tai Li didn't even put Wu Yan in his eyes. In his opinion, Wu Yan is still young. Even if he's a magician, there's no way he can be stronger than Tai Li. He only relied on the advantage of a sneak attack to embarrass Tai Li. Therefore, Tai Li, who thought he was strong, couldn't help but be angry. You're just an ant, how dare you stain my clothes with dust? As for the matter of Liren being taken back, Tai Li didn't care. As long as he killed that little bastard and took her back, it would be fine. And together with those two girls. While Tai Li's self-confidence broke through the sky, Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju were speechless. The power of a Tier 5 warrior? Sorry, but there's a Tier 6 and a Tier 7 warrior here. Oni-chan. A soft voice came from the tear-stained Liren, making Wu Yan's expression change. He almost knelt down and took out his lollipop. Liren pursed her lips, making people want to take everything in the world back to her. She lifted her head from Chuju's embrace and looked at Wu Yan, sobbing. Oni-chan, this person is very strong, even the guards were defeated by him. We should run away quickly. Even though the little lowly Liren was still young, she still had the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. The person who kidnapped her was undoubtedly a bad guy, and her brothers and sisters who came to save her were the good guys. If she didn't think like this, she wouldn't be hiding in Hinajiku's embrace like a baby bird. At the same time, after seeing Tai Li's strength, Liren is naturally worried that the big brothers and sisters who came to save her will die in Tai Li's hands like her guards. Wu Yan doesn't have the ability to read minds, so naturally he didn't know what Liren is thinking. If he knew, Wu Yan would definitely grab her collar and yell at her without caring about anything else. This brother is not a good person. Don't just give people a card. However, he could hear the worry in the little lowly Liren's voice. Thus, he gave her a comforting smile and waved the Nyeten Shana in his hand. Looking at the self-righteous Tai Li, the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't worry, little girl. This self-righteous fat pig thinks that he's a powerhouse just because he's wearing armor. I'll slowly teach him the consequences of having designs on other people's women. Not for anything else, even if it wasn't for the mission, and not for my hatred for this pig, but for your sweet, Oni-chan. I will help you kill this fat pig that makes you cry today. What did you say? Tai Li was taken aback. When he heard Wu Yan's words, more anger surged from his heart. He glared at Wu Yan and with a roar he released all of his Do Qi. Unfortunately, his self-made performance was ignored by the people present. Wu Yan's words made Tai Li excited, but it also made Mikoto and Chuju put a thick layer of pink on their faces. The two girls looked at Wu Yen and stuttered. Who is your woman? Of course, Wu Yen has automatically set the arrogance in his heart as a tacit agreement. He wasn't afraid of the chopper at all. Ah! Ty Lee suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. But in the end he didn't, because there were no tears in his eyes. There was only monstrous anger and killing intent. Little bastard. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. I will gladly take your woman and armament, ha! Chapter 55. His whole body surged with do-chi. Ty Lee pulled out the greatsword at his waist and swung it up high. With a force that could split Mount Hua, he rushed towards Wu Yen. Take care of yourself and take care of that little girl. Wu Yen casually waved his hand and looked at Ty Lee, who was charging towards him like a bull, with contempt. In the past it was always others who used their level to suppress him. This time it was finally his turn. Chuju and Mikoto took the little loli and retreated. Ty Lee not only ignored them, he even smiled happily. Fortunately they knew how to appreciate favors and knew how to escape. Otherwise, if this uncle's strength was too strong and accidentally affected them, that would be bad. It's fine if they were injured, but if they were killed it would be a waste. I haven't enjoyed it yet. Ty Lee laughed and raised the greatsword in his hand. With a suppressive wind whistling sound, he slashed towards Wu Yen. Not far away, Mikoto and Chuju, who were watching the battle unblinkingly, looked at Wu Yen. The little lowly Liren worriedly raised her head and said to Chuju and Mikoto, "Sister, is it okay if we don't help Big Brother? That big guy is very strong, he killed all of Liren's guards." Liren's face turned pale when she thought of the miserable state her guards were killed. She trembled in fear and squeezed into Chuju's embrace. Her eyes started to turn red again. Hinajuku reached out her hand and rubbed Liren's long blonde hair. Her eyes are still on Wu Yen. Hearing Liren's words, she lovingly replied, "It's okay, Oniai-chan can handle this. Don't be fooled by Oniai-chan's frivolous face, he's actually very strong." Very strong. Liren couldn't help but turn her head and look at Wu Yen. She doubtfully said, "Stronger than that big guy?" This time it was Mikoto who spoke. She squatted down and smiled at the little loli. She gently said, "He's much stronger than that annoying big guy." "Is it really that powerful?" Li Lin innocently raised her small face and said in a childish voice, "Then, can Big Brother beat that bad guy?" "We'll definitely win," Mikoto and Chuju said in unison. There was an indescribable trust in their tone, as if they were the ones fighting. Liren curiously looked at Wu Yen and muttered, "Do your best. Die. Little bastard." Tai Li, who roared and mercilessly swung down the greatsword in his hand. Do-chi surrounded the greatsword and blew up Wu Yan's hair. One could see how powerful this strike was. However, Wu Yan did not care about this powerful attack at all. The difference between rank 5 and rank 6 was already relatively high. The difference between rank 5 and rank 6 was not comparable to the difference between rank 2 and rank 3 when Chuju fought the saber-tooth hound. What's more, Chuju was only 1 rank lower than the saber-tooth hound, while Tai Lihu was 10 ranks lower than Wu Yan. A whole rank difference. Thus, Wu Yan lazily raised the Yamano Shana in his hand and collided with the incoming greatsword. With a clang, the greatsword's momentum was stopped by Wu Yan. "Oh, not bad, no wonder you dared to provoke me. Seems like you have some skills." Tai Lihu looked at Wu Yan in surprise and then laughed again. He swung his greatsword and turned it into a windmill. Tai Lihu slashed at Wu Yan's body like a berserker. "Then let's see how many moves you can take from me." Listening to Tai Lihu's arrogant words, Wu Yan only casually waved the Yamano Shana in response to Tai Lihu's storm-like attacks. He blocked every move and every move. He even took the time to sigh. In the past, Wu Yan had seen this kind of self-righteous idiot arrogant in front of the main character more than once in a novel. He didn't expect to meet such a person after transmigrating. Thinking back, when he saw this kind of character showing off in the novel, he was extremely annoyed. He wanted nothing more than to become the main character and ruthlessly trample on this kind of idiot so that they couldn't be arrogant anymore. Now that there was a real opportunity, Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to have such thoughts. This was because this kind of person was too much like a clown. Apart from bringing a bit of fun to him and the others, he was a complete piece of trash. He didn't know that he had become a laughingstock in the eyes of others and was still acting self-righteously in front of him. It made people want to teach him a lesson, but they couldn't even bring themselves to do so. Although this kind of performance polluted the air a bit and was a bit disgusting, under Tai Lihu's powerful attacks the wind stirred up dust. The power of the greatsword was deflected by Wu Yan and leaked into the ground. For a moment, the place where Wu Yan and Tai Lihu were fighting was filled with dust and gravel. The two people continuously clashed their weapons, causing the surroundings to become a mess. Hit, 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 hit. Damn it. Why can't I hit? Tai Lihu continuously swung his greatsword and continuously attacked Wu Yan. In his imagination, he would only need 1 or 2 rounds to chop this little bastard in front of him into meat paste. Then, he would be able to enjoy the beauty in front of him. But let's not talk about 1 or 2 rounds, he's already clashed with Wu Yan for hundreds of rounds. Yet, the little bastard in front of him didn't get chopped into minced meat. Instead, the little bastard leisurely stepped around his sword and waved his seemingly weak blade around to neutralize all of his attacks. Tai Lihu felt that he was going crazy. He had already squandered more than half of his battle chi, but this little bastard in front of him didn't even sweat, let alone battle chi. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, changing his posture under his sword. Tai Lihu's attacks were actually useless. What kind of joke was this? I'm a 5th-step warrior. A 5th-step warrior's attack was actually useless against a little brat. This daddy absolutely doesn't believe it. Ah, Tai Lihu crazily roared. His battle chi was increased by a bit, and his attacks were also increased by a bit, causing Wu Yan to finally feel a bit of pressure. Oh, not bad. You finally made me feel a bit of pressure. Once again blocking Tai Lihu's greatsword, Wu Yan finally laughed when he felt a not weak force coming from his own Nidian Zana. Pulling the Nidian Zana outwards, Wu Yan pushed Tai Lihu's greatsword away, and retreated a few steps. Looking at Tai Lihu, Wu Yan said with a smile, "Obviously there's only a difference of 1 step in strength. Although the difference is a bit big, if you can't even bring a bit of pressure then you're really too weak." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Tai Lihu was momentarily stunned. Then he frowned and said, "So that's how it is. Only 1 step away? So you're a 4th-step warrior, and you were able to survive under the attack just now. It seems that you've reached the peak of the 4th step. No wonder you could kill that group of useless trash." Tai Lihu's words almost made Wu Yan laugh out loud. Calling him a pig was really too appropriate. The words had already been said and the fight had been fought for so long, yet he could still understand it like this. He was really a godly person, no, a godly pig. Seeing that Wu Yan was speechless, Tai Lihu's brows relaxed. He sneered and said, "To be able to cultivate to the 4th step at your age and to the peak at that, you can be considered a genius. Unfortunately, the 4th step and the 5th step can't be mentioned in the same breath. The difference between the 2 steps isn't something you can challenge. Even if you're at the peak of the 4th step, as a 5th step, killing you will only take a bit of effort." Wu Yan laughed. He laughed out of happiness. He really couldn't hold it in anymore, so he laughed out loud. Resisting the urge to burst out laughing, Wu Yan nodded seriously. His face twisted as he said, Yes, that's right. The difference between the 2 steps is very big." Wu Yan's strange expression had already been taken by Tai Lihu as fear and a bitter smile. He couldn't control himself under his complicated mood. At that moment Tai Lihu laughed out loud. There was an indescribable pride in his laughter. He said to Wu Yan, "Now that you know the reality, it's not too late. As long as you obediently surrender and offer those 3 little girls to me, I'll spare your life and let you be my bodyguard." Indeed, Tai Lihu was speaking the truth. He was really moved, that's why he said that. In his opinion, Wu Yan's talent must be pretty good to be able to become a peak of the 4th-step warrior at this age. He could even be compared to some of the children of some big families. In the future, Wu Yan might break through to the 5th step or even the 6th step. If he took him in, when he became a real powerhouse, he could do whatever he wanted. As for the question of loyalty, Tai Lihu didn't consider it at all. In the eyes of this idiot, surrender meant submission and he would always be under his control. But Tai Lihu didn't know that he had once again touched a landmine. Hearing Tai Lihu's words, "Now that you know the reality, it's not too late. As long as you obediently surrender," Wu Yan still had a smile on his face. But when Tai Lihu said, "Offer those 3 little girls to me," Wu Yan's face instantly turned cold. "Makoto, Chuju." Wu Yan shouted loudly, startling everyone present. "What's wrong? Do you need help?" Makoto took 2 steps forward and said to Wu Yan, "Makoto Chuju." Wu Yan's face was gloomy as he said softly, "You two close your eyes together with that little girl." "Close our eyes?" Chuju, Makoto, and Liren couldn't help but stare blankly. "Why do we have to close our eyes?" "Because what's going to happen next is a bit inappropriate for children." Wu Yan's words entered the ears of the 2 girls. They immediately understood Wu Yan's meaning and quickly hugged each other and closed their eyes. Incidentally, they also blocked Liren's curious gaze. Turning into a line, Wu Yen disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Lihu. His cold eyes stared at Tai Lihu's stiff smile. Wu Yen coldly smiled. You actually dare to have ideas about Mikoto and Chuju. I have to say. Pinching the hilt of his sword, Wu Yen said to Tai Lihu, you really don't know what's good for you. After saying that, Wu Yen led Shana from bottom to top and cut off Tai Lihu's sword along with his hand in the blink of an eye. There was no pause at all. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky, accompanied by Tai Lihu's painful screams as he tightly clutched his severed hand. Having done this, Wu Yen put away Shana back into the scabbard and put it back into the interspatial ring. Standing in front of the screaming Tai Lihu, Wu Yen said in a low and powerful voice, you won't die if you don't seek death. Since you're so intent on seeking death, I'll let you die a beautiful death. Lightning flashed and dust flew. Wu Yan's body began to emit lightning. Electricity continuously flowed through Wu Yan's body, creating an incessant electric symphony. Wu Yan suddenly raised his hand. The ground slightly shook along with his movement. A small wave of iron sand slowly surged out from the ground and rolled into a flowing wall around Wu Yan. With another wave of his hand, the iron sand rapidly surged up and stirred in the air. After a while, it formed a large number of iron sand swords. After the iron sand swords formed, Wu Yan shouted and waved. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the iron sand swords violently shot out and stabbed into Tai Lihu, who had yet to react from the pain. They penetrated his body, his limbs, and his head. Blood spilled into the air. Chapter 56. Bang! Following the sound of his body falling to the ground, Tai Li slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps, even in his next life, the scene of countless black swords flying in the air will become a nightmare for him. Ding! Mission 3 completed. Obtain 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. A wave of painful dizziness spread out from the depths of Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan painfully held his head, his mouth couldn't help but groan. His eyes were bloodshot, he knelt on one knee on the ground and slowly shook his head. After the dizziness subsided a little, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. This is a phenomenon caused by overusing his superpower. His computing power is insufficient. When he was fighting against the Orochi, Mikoto could use this level of iron sand sword at will. She could use it whenever she wanted and she could retract it whenever she wanted. This made Wu Yan subconsciously think that it would be easy to do this. Facts have proven that there are differences between people. You can't do what others can do. At least you can't do it now. Mikoto can use her superpower freely, but when it comes to him, he has to bear with some side effects after using it just once. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Actually, this is normal. After all, Mikoto's superpower level is already LV5, and Wu Yan is only LV4. Forcefully using a LV5 superpower, how could it be easy? If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan is a master swordsman, his body is strong, and his mind is strong, he might have collapsed to the ground from the headache before he could even use his superpower. In the superpower list, a LV5 superpower is 10 times more expensive than a LV4 superpower. From this, it can be seen how big the gap between the two levels is. Why is there no sound? Tai Li's death and Wu Yan's headache caused the scene to fall into silence. After the chi-chi sound, there was no more sound in their ears. They also didn't hear Wu Yan's voice, which made Chuju a little confused. Hey Yan, what happened? Why don't you say something? It's been a while but there's still no sound. This made Mikoto a bit anxious, but without Wu Yan's order they couldn't open their eyes. After all, Wu Yan did say that what's going to happen next is a bit unsuitable for children. This made Hinajiku and Mikoto a bit scared. Although the two prideful girls don't want to be defeated by a gory scene, they are still girls. Wu Yan's tone sounded a bit creepy, so they didn't dare to open their eyes. Wu Yan was speechless at Mikoto's words. He struggled to stand up. Wu Yan said helplessly. What do you mean squeak? Only rats would squeak like that. Mikoto and Chuju let out a sigh of relief. Hearing the sound meant that everything was fine. Mikoto was even more dissatisfied. What? Since you've dealt with it, why didn't you say anything? Are you pretending? What? Sure enough, Sis Cannon was a proud girl. She was obviously worried, but she insisted on saying something nice. Would it kill her to say something nice? Then are you done or not? Chuju was a little dissatisfied. Being afraid was one thing, being curious was another. This feeling of waiting for a surprise made the president's heart itch. Soon. Wu Yan said perfunctorily. He controlled the iron sand and through Tai Li's body, which was riddled with holes into the trees not far away. A human body couldn't be used to exchange points with the system, so Wu Yan didn't turn the body over to the system. However, Wu Yan didn't feel regretful. In fact, he felt a little comfortable. If the system wanted a human body, then Wu Yan would feel a little uncomfortable. This was a matter of principle. Wu Yan didn't even care about the other mercenaries' bodies. The two girls had already seen it. This kind of scene was still acceptable to Chuju and Mikoto. Unlike Tai Li, who was stuck like a hedgehog with his intestines and brain juices flowing out. It was a little disgusting. Of course, accepting it was one thing. If they had to do it themselves, they would probably, well, they were 14 or 15 years old girls after all. Long live understanding. Done. As soon as Wu Yan shouted, the two girls couldn't wait to open their eyes. It was as if they were afraid of being taken advantage of. This made Wu Yan speechless. When she saw the blood vessels in Wu Yan's eyes, Chuju was shocked. She quickly asked, "Why are your eyes so red?" Mikoto was also stunned for a moment. Then, as if she remembered something, she directly said, "Did you use your superpower too much?" Looking at Mikoto's fixated eyes, he laughed sheepishly. "Just a little? Do you want to become an idiot?" Mikoto raised her voice. She was a little angry as she shouted at Wu Yan. "Are you an idiot? Didn't I tell you that if you use your superpower too much, it will lead to insufficient computing power? If it's serious, it will burn your brain." Burn your brain. Chuju looked at Wu Yan in shock. Then, her eyes gradually became dangerous. "How would I know?" Under the two girls' urgent gaze, Wu Yan retreated a little. He said in a low voice, "When Mikoto used it before, it was very easy. I'm already LV5. You're LV4, how can you compare?" Hearing Wu Yan's retort, Mikoto was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted to rush up and bite him to let him know the pain. Okay, there won't be a next time. Moreover, once is enough. Indeed, such an overpowered skill, to be able to use it once is no regret. The scene of hundreds of black swords piercing through the air can only be described as overpowered. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't recognize the familiarity of the scene, Wu Yan might have added the word bastard when he threw out the iron sand swords. And then, it's as domineering as Golden Sparkle. It's just that Golden Sparkle used a variety of noble phantoms, while Wu Yan used a single black iron sword. If he had to do it again, Wu Yan would still choose to use it once. Well, it's a bit of a suicide mission. But since he's already used it, Wu Yan doesn't plan to use it again before he reaches LV5. After all, the value of a player's life is even higher. Although Wu Yan already said that there won't be a next time, Mikoto and Chuju didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. So Wu Yan quickly changed the topic. "Oh right, after this battle, Chuju, your level should have increased a lot, right?" Wu Yan looked at Chuju and said. Before the battle, Chuju was LV19. After killing 19 rank 3 saber-tooth hounds, 20 rank 3 mercenaries, and a rank 5 mercenary vice leader, Chuju's level should have increased a lot. After all, her level is still low, leveling up should be easier. Chuju heard this and couldn't help but look at her own level. When she saw her level, Chuju was stunned for a moment, then she laughed excitedly. "And it increased a lot. I'm LV35 now." "LV35, huh? Not bad, or else all those monsters would have been for nothing," Mikoto said as she clasped her hands and said. Wu Yan nodded. 39 rank 3 and 1 rank 5. Chuju was still a rank 2 at the time and the experience gained was quite a lot. Character: Wu Yan. Abilities: Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV4. Equipment: Shana of the Golden Temple, C rank, Dragon Armor, C rank, Summons. Misaka Mikoto Gue Chuju. Equipment points: 21,000 item points, 817000 ability points, 101000 summoning points, 26,000 level, 50. Character: Misaka Mikoto. Ability: Electromancer, LV5, Strength, C Endurance, C Agility, B Spirit, A Equipment. None level, 69. Character: Gue Chuju. Ability: None Strength, C Endurance, D Agility, C Spirit, C Equipment. White Cherry, D rank, level, 35. After closing the system list, Wu Yan smiled with satisfaction. Right now their party had a rank 4, a rank 6, and a rank 7. With this kind of strength, it would be a fool's dream to say that they could do whatever they wanted in the Spalier world. However, it was enough for them to take a stroll around the area. Chuju was already level 35. There was no need for her to level up in the Behemoth Forest. She wouldn't be able to gain much experience either, unless Wu Yan and the rest wanted to go deeper into the forest. However, who knew how strong the monsters in the depths of the behemoth forest were? If a level 80 monster managed to sneak out, it wouldn't be Wu Yan and the rest who killed it, it would be the monsters that killed them. Liren, who had been silent since the beginning of Wu Yan and the rest's conversation, finally raised her head. She looked at Wu Yan and the rest with her jewel-like eyes. She asked curiously, "What's a level? What's a level up?" The lowly's voice brought the three back to their senses. They looked at each other in confusion because they had forgotten about this lowly just now. Hinajiku awkwardly turned her head away. It's understandable that Wu Yan and Mikoto forgot about Liren but not Hinajiku. Liren is the little lowly, she's always in her arms. It's nothing, little girl. You heard wrong. Wu Yan laughed as he tried to bluff his way out of this. Let's see if the lowly has a natural attribute or not. They absolutely couldn't let other people know about the system. Otherwise, not to mention whether or not the system would attract explorers, even if they used their identity as transmigrators, they would still be dragged away for dissection. Is that so? Fortunately, Wu Yan's gamble was half right. Although Liren didn't have a natural attribute, she was still a little confused and naive. Therefore, Liren still chose to believe Wu Yan's words even though her head was full of question marks. Alright, little girl. How did you get kidnapped by those bastards? Hinajiku patted Liren's back and doubtfully said. She was starting to realize that Liren wasn't an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't have guards, and Liren said that her guard was killed by Tai Li. Liren's cheeks puffed up when Chuju mentioned it. She said a little angrily, Liren doesn't know. Liren just came out for a stroll and that bastard tied me up. He even killed my guard and brought me here. There's no bed, no food, Liren is so pitiful. Liren used her little lowly's voice and puffed-up expression to explain what she understood to Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan didn't know how Chuju and Mikoto felt, but Wu Yan had a thought that he couldn't help but shout out. Too cute, of course, he could only shout it in his heart. If he really shouted it out, Wu Yan would definitely be hit with a hatchet and an electric shock. Then do you know where your home is? Mikoto leaned over and asked Liren. She was still very gentle towards children. And then Liren nodded her little head and shouted, Liren knows the way home. Good girl, she already knows the way with just this little bit. She's not like me when I transmigrated. Forget it, don't mention it, it's a shame. Yan, what should we do? Chuju said to Wu Yan. But from her yellow-green eyes, Wu Yan could clearly see that she has made a decision. Looking at Mikoto, who had the same expression, Wu Yan was speechless and shrugged. Didn't you guys already make a decision? Why are you asking me? If that's the case. Mikoto stood in front of everyone and pointed in a direction in high spirits. Let's go. Send the little girl home. Looking at Mikoto's actions, Wu Yan really wanted to ask. Are you sure it's that way? Chapter 57. He sounded high-spirited when he said, set off, but the giant beast's forest wasn't a desolate wilderness. There were quite a few unfriendly people living here. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, and the little lowly Liren were constantly asking questions. The four of them suffered quite a bit of harassment along the way. Although the harassment was a little low-level, it still brought quite a bit of income for Wu Yan and the others. The low-level demonic beasts can no longer satisfy Wu Yan's needs. Thus, these demonic beasts that came to attack him were all skinned and stripped of their magic cores, turning into raw materials. Wu Yan intended to use them to exchange for gold coins. Money isn't everything, but without money you can't do anything. Wu Yan did get quite a bit of bounty from his mercenary missions, but when it comes to money, the more the merrier, isn't it? Plus, with the mana crystals from the 20 saber-tooth hounds, they wouldn't have to worry about travel expenses if they sold all of them. As for the saber-tooth hounds' corpses, they were disgusting things. Whoever liked them could have them. Wu Yan and the others were only wandering around the outskirts of the behemoth forest, and in the area where Wu Yan had leveled up. Even if Wu Yan had a bit of a bad sense of direction, after 2 months of living as a mercenary, he was familiar with this part of the forest. It only took 4 to 5 hours for the four of them to leave the giant beast's forest and arrive at the supply town. If there's a familiar face in the supply town, then in his eyes, Wu Yan has only been gone for 3 to 4 days. What they don't know is that Wu Yan hasn't come to the supply town for more than a month, and that's because he spent his time in this world. The busy streets were completely different from the cool place of the behemoth forest. There was a lot more life and it made people feel a lot more comfortable. This could be seen from the laughter of Chuju and the other two girls. Although this was a different world and there were things like do-chi and magic, the clothing of Sparrow wasn't much different from the clothing of the 21st century. There were short sleeves, shirts, skirts, and jackets. Although there were slight differences, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't blend in. And so, Wu Yan and the others were still wearing their original clothes. Walking on the streets, they didn't look out of place. Of course, there were still some surprised gazes that would look at Wu Yan and the others. Although they said they were looking at Wu Yan's group, they were mostly looking at Chuju and the other two girls. After all, the three girls were beautiful and cute, and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Wu Yan, on the other hand, only attracted some envious and jealous gazes. Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren didn't care about the gazes of onlookers at all. They were still leisurely doing their own things and walking their own paths. Of course, this was only natural. Among them, one of them was the president of the White Emperor Academy Student Council and was extremely popular, while the other was only one of the 7 LV5 players out of the 3 million people in Academy City. This kind of gaze was something that happened every day in their lives, so they had gotten used to it over time. As for the little lowly Liren, she was completely heartless, treating the onlookers like cabbages. Only Wu Yan is walking behind the three girls with a calm expression. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that his eyebrows would twitch from time to time, a clear indication of his uneasiness. It's true that Wu Yan's skin is thick, but he's still a bit afraid of the people around him who seem to be from the FFF group. After all, he's already enjoying the treatment of a winner in life, 1 man and 3 women. Under these gazes, Wu Yan's group of 4 arrived at a relatively large store. Of course, they came here to sell magic crystals and monster body materials. The items here are relatively complete, whether it's weapons, equipment, magic crystals or ingredients, you can find them all here. Of course, they're relatively low level, basically all magic crystals and monster body materials under level 20 are available. Level 31s are rare, and armaments are impossible to find. This is the first time I've seen a store that sells such strange things. Mikoto looked at the row of glass windows next to her. Some of the demons were lying inside. After looking around, Mikoto said this sentence. Is it strange? Liren bit her finger, her other hand was still holding Hinajiku's hand. She looked at Mikoto and tilted her head to express her confusion. Shops selling magic beast body materials and magic crystal herbs could be said to be the most common in this world. Almost every city would have one, and there were quite a few of them. Even the little lowly Liren had come out more than once to visit such shops when she was at home. Why was it strange? Of course, with that little brain of hers, she can't figure it out. Mikoto smiled at her but didn't say anything. Was she supposed to tell her that selling clothes and jewelry wasn't strange? Chuju of course understood what Mikoto meant, but she didn't say anything because she also thought the same. Of course, she also found it strange. Well, after all, the theme here is always related to battle. Wu Yan said as he walked towards the counter. Magic beast body materials can be used to make equipment, weapons and even armaments. Medicinal ingredients can be used to make all kinds of potions. Magic crystals can be used to make anything. So it's normal to have a shop like this. Mikoto Nei-sen, is this your first time in a shop like this? Liren pulled on Mikoto's skirt and asked. Yep. Mikoto didn't hide it. Her eyes were still looking around. I didn't have many opportunities before. Liren's eyes turned and suddenly lit up. She happily said to Mikoto. Then Mikoto Nei-sen, let Liren take you to have a look. She then pulled Mikoto and ran to the side. Wait. Chuju quickly called out. She looked at Wu Yan and followed. It seems that girls are really keen on shopping. Helplessly looking at Chuju and the other 2 girls running around, Wu Yan walked to the counter. There was a man wearing a suit there. He looked quite smart. Dear customer, how may I help you? Seeing Wu Yan in front of him, the smart man immediately asked with a smile. Wu Yan nodded. I need to sell some magic crystals and magic beast materials. There were customers who came to sell magical crystals and magical beast materials every day, and this wasn't the first time the shrewd man had dealt with such a matter. Hence, he immediately said, well then, dear customer, please let me take a look at the items you want to sell. Is it here? Wu Yan looked around and slightly frowned. It's not that he's afraid of being seen, it's just that the counter here is a bit small. It's impossible to store all the materials. One must know that some of the magic beast materials Wu Yan wants to sell take up a lot of space. Of course, the smart man thought that Wu Yan was afraid of attracting attention. So he smiled and said, It's this one's fault. Please go to the room inside. Nodding again, Wu Yan turned to Chuju and Mikoto. You 2 can look around here first. I'll go deal with those magic crystals. Got it? Go. Come back quickly, big brother. Let's go. Wu Yan said to the smart man. The smart man walked out of the counter and called a passing clerk to stand in his place. Then he led Wu Yan into the room inside. After inviting Wu Yen to a chair, the smart man said, "Dear customer, I wonder if I can count the items you want to sell?" Knocking on the corner of the table, Wu Yen looked around the room and nodded. "Well, that's fine. If it's here, it should be able to fit." When the smart man was still wondering what Wu Yen meant, Wu Yen waved his hand. Following Wu Yan's movement, a large pile of magic beast materials appeared out of thin air in the room and piled up all over the floor. This. Looking at the materials all over the floor, the smart man's mouth was wide open. He looked at Wu Yen in shock and said, "Spatial item." That's right, the smart man was shocked. The reason for his shock wasn't because of the magic beast materials. Although Wu Yen took out a lot of magic beast materials, their grades weren't very high. In this shop, the smart man had seen a lot of things more precious than Wu Yan's batch of materials. What made the smart man shocked was that this ability to take things out of thin air was clearly an ability that only those very precious spatial items had. The smart man looked at Wu Yen in a daze, which made Wu Yen feel a little funny. After living in this world for 3 months, Wu Yen naturally knew how precious spatial items were. However, that was only for ordinary people. In the Spalier world, although spatial items were precious, they weren't very difficult to make. As long as one was proficient in forging, they would generally be able to make spatial items. The reason why spatial items were so precious was actually because they needed the most core material to make them, and that was the spatial gem. The truly precious thing was actually this kind of spatial gem because the conditions for its birth were too harsh. A material like the spatial gem could only be born in a place where there was no other life in the surroundings. Moreover, as long as there was any life in the place where the spatial gem appeared, even if it was a blade of grass, then the spatial gem would never appear again in that place. In other words, once a spatial gem was found in a place where it was produced and mined, that place would no longer produce spatial gems. And in the Spalier world, how many places were there that were completely devoid of life? Among them, how many places had spatial gems been found? Therefore, this led to the preciousness of spatial items. However, generally, as long as it was a child of a large family, they would have a spatial item. For example, Lulu had a spatial bracelet and so did Feifei. Aside from the children of the big families, only 7th grade warriors and mages might have a spatial tool. Of course, it was only a possibility. Who knows how big the spatial tool was? After all, the bigger the space inside the spatial tool, the bigger the space gem needed to store it. And Wu Yen didn't look like a 7th rank warrior or mage. Therefore, the smart man had already regarded Wu Yen as a child of a large family. The smart man's waist had unknowingly lowered a lot until he was a little shorter than Wu Yen. He said respectfully, "Sir, could you give this one some time to check the price of these magical beast materials?" "Do as you wish." Wu Yen took out another bag from his spatial ring and handed it to the smart man, saying, "And these magic crystals too?" "All right, please wait a moment." The smart man took the bag of magic crystals from Wu Yen and bowed to Wu Yen. Then he got busy. Wu Yen sat there calmly drinking tea. It wasn't that he liked to put on an act. Wu Yen had already guessed what the smart man was thinking before he came. As long as he showed the spatial item, there would be such a change. There was nothing bad about this. At least he wouldn't be cheated. Maybe the price would even rise a little. Chapter 58. Time passed as the shrewd man counted and Wu Yen sipped his tea. There was no helping it. Although the magical beast materials Wu Yen brought were of a lower grade, there were still too many of them. It would take some time to count them all. Well, Wu Yen wasn't in a hurry anyway. Chuju and the others were probably still immersed in their girls' time. My lord. At a certain moment, the shrewd man finally finished counting all the magical beast materials. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and came to Wu Yan's side. He lowered his head and said, "This one has finished counting. Your materials and magical crystals are worth a total of 199,500 gold coins. If my lord thinks it's okay, we can round it up and charge you 200,000 gold coins. What do you think? 200,000 gold coins, huh?" Wu Yen pondered for a moment. This price was about the same as what he understood, and it was even slightly higher. Thus, Wu Yen directly nodded in agreement. "All right, let's do it like that." The shrewd man immediately smiled and apologized to Wu Yen before walking out. Not long after, he pushed open the door and came back in with a golden card in his hand. He presented it to Wu Yen with both hands. "My lord, here are 200,000 gold coins. Please take a look and see if it's correct." Taking the golden card from the shrewd man, Wu Yen looked at the number displayed on it. He nodded in satisfaction and put it away in his spatial ring. Naturally, he couldn't bring all 200,000 gold coins to him. Not to mention 200,000, even 10,000 gold coins would be enough to pile up quite a bit. Not everyone was like Wu Yan who had a spatial item. Thus, there was a place similar to a bank in the world of Silveria. It was just that it was called the Gold Bank. This golden card was equivalent to a credit card. Carrying a golden card like this was no doubt much easier than carrying a whole pile of gold coins. When it's time to pay, all you have to do is let the other party count it. It's very convenient. There's even a column that displays the amount. It's considered a little magic. Although Wu Yan hasn't seen Kaneko yet, he did ask around about Kaneko. That's why there's no awkward situation where he doesn't recognize Kaneko. He doesn't want to be treated as a country bumpkin. At least country bumpkins know about Kaneko. After dealing with the magical crystals and magical beast materials, Wu Yan thought for a moment and asked the shrewd man, "Oh right, are you guys collecting armaments?" In the Whirlwind Butler dungeon world, Wu Yan's level increased by quite a bit. Towards the end, he is no longer a level that the level 20 plus Wu Yan can match up to. Naturally, he had to exchange for new equipment, 2 C-grade rare armaments. As for the D-grade Kusanagi sword, it was naturally discarded. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to give it to Chuju. What he didn't expect was that Chuju already has the same grade white cherry. Thus, the Kusanagi sword became idle in Wu Yan's spatial ring. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to keep it. After all, this was the first equipment he exchanged for after coming to this world. It was also from that moment on that his life changed completely. Later Wu Yan thought about it. There was more than one D-grade equipment worth remembering. Compared to other souvenirs, the Kusanagi sword was no longer necessary. For example, the 2 safety pants. Thus, Wu Yan wanted to sell the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yan, who said this out of nowhere, didn't know that the shrewd man was so shocked by his words that his jaw dropped to the ground. He looked at Wu Yan and stuttered, my lord, you want to sell armaments?" Looking at the astute guy's exaggerated expression, Wu Yan can only feel helpless inside. He knows that armaments are precious, but knowing is one thing. With the system he can exchange for equipment of any grade. Wu Yan has no idea how precious this so-called precious thing is. But he had no choice. He couldn't just leave it there. Chuju wasn't a dual swordsman. White cherry was enough. Mikoto didn't want it either. That's why Wu Yan wanted to sell the Kusanagi sword. It was useless to leave it there anyway. If he really needed it, he could just replace it. D-grade equipment wasn't expensive anyway. Wu Yan was probably the only person in the entire Spalier world who could say something like this. D-grade equipment, that's a common armament. Only a tier 5 ranker could use an armament. And Wu Yan said it wasn't expensive. If those poor tier 5 combatants knew what Wu Yan was thinking, they would definitely vomit blood on their trash equipment. What's wrong? You can't afford it? Wu Yan looked at the shrewd man with a smile. The shrewd man was stunned. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. With a bitter smile, he said to Wu Yan, "My lord, although it's not that our company hasn't dealt with armaments before, we've always done it through auctions. After all, armaments are too precious. It's not appropriate to sell them through normal means." Wu Yan nodded. He already guessed this would be the result. He was just casually asking. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to care, the shrewd man gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? You can let us make the armament and we'll auction it. When the time comes, we'll only charge a 5% commission. What do you think?" "Not good. 5%? What a scam." Glancing at the shrewd man, Wu Yan shrugged. Although a 5% commission sounded like a scam, Wu Yan knew that auctioning was the best way to maximize profits. After the auction, the price of the Kusanagi sword shouldn't be low. Even if he charged a 5% commission, he wouldn't lose out. "Does your company have an auction house?" Wu Yan thought for a while and asked. "No. Our company doesn't have an auction house." The shrewd man shook his head and explained, "In the supply town, there's only one auction house. However, our company has a little relationship with the auction house." It should be said that all the companies in the supply town have a little relationship with the auction house. After all, some of the more precious items can't be obtained through auctions. Therefore, a company like ours has to deal with the auction house at all times to facilitate mutual benefits. Wu Yan suddenly understood. Of course, this kind of thing has nothing to do with him. As long as it can meet his requirements, anything is fine. With a flip of his hand, the Kusanagi sword and its scabbard appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan gently fiddled with it and then placed it on the table. He pointed at the Kusanagi sword to the shrewd man. His meaning was obvious. "Is this the armament that my lord wants to sell? It looks like a sword, but it's really small." The shrewd man carefully held the Kusanagi sword with both hands as if he was holding his own son. He carefully pulled out a section of the sword and put his eyes in front of the sword. He twisted his head around to look at it. He had the potential to be a thief. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. I'm really sorry, this one has never seen an armament before, so I can't appraise what grade it is. But since it was brought here by Sir, I believe it can't be fake. After that, the shrewd man handed Wu Yan a card. My lord, there will be an auction tonight. Your armament should be displayed at that time. This is the auction house's VIP card. With this card, you can directly go to the auction house to watch. If you see something you like, you can even bid for it. Oh. Although Wu Yan has heard of auctions, he has never seen one before, let alone participate in it. At that moment, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little interested. He reached out and took the VIP card. Wu Yan put it in his infinite space ring. I understand. I'll be there when the time comes. When the auction is over, this one will look for you in your VIP room and bring the proceeds of the auction to you. He looked at Wu Yan with a little envy. Although he didn't know what kind of spatial item Wu Yan had, the shrewd man was still a little envious of the convenience of spatial items. Wu Yan nodded and walked out of the room under the shrewd man's respectful gaze. Chapter 59. When Wu Yan walked out of the reception room, Hinajiku and Mikoto are still being led around by Liren, who is acting like a little adult. In this decently sized trading company, they looked like dancing fairies. Their silhouettes glided past one after another while their bell-like giggles rang out one after another. Although there weren't any beautiful clothes or jewelry in this place, there were some exquisite magic crystals that looked like gems. There were also some medicinal herbs that looked very funny. Therefore, the three of them were having a lot of fun. It seemed like they were having a lot of fun. Of course, they didn't know how attractive they were at this moment. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Alright, it's time for us to go. Wu Yan didn't want to disturb their fun, but he also knew that in this kind of thing, a girl's energy was limitless. If he didn't stop them, they might have to stay in this small shop until night time. Decisively, Wu Yan decided to stop them. What's wrong? Is that batch of materials done? Hearing Wu Yan's voice, Shuju pulled Liren and followed Mikoto to Wu Yan's side. She had a smile on her face as if she hadn't had enough. Yes, it's done. Wu Yan squatted down and helped Liren, who had some sweat on her forehead, tidy up her hair. Then he smiled and said, Then where are we going next? Mikoto's eyes were still staring at the glass cabinet. Her intention was obvious. Seeing Mikoto's appearance, Wu Yan could only smile bitterly. He spread his hands and said, Well, although I know you want to walk around, I can only say sorry. We still have to find a hotel to book a room. Otherwise we can only sleep on the street at night. The hotels here are almost full at night. It's a full house for the night? Hinajiku pointed at her chin with her finger and looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. The four of them came to this supply town for a few hours, but along the way, although there were a lot of people, Shuju could see that most of these people were the town's locals. She could tell from their casual attire. The town's locals, no matter what, should have a house. They can't be staying in a hotel, right? Why would the hotel be full? Perhaps she wanted to continue shopping. Thus, when she thought of something, Kaishisama rubbed her nose and asked Wu Yan her question. Hearing Hinajiku's words, Mikoto, who is beside her, is also confused. Kaishisama and Liren are staring at Wu Yan with 6 pairs of eyes. It seems like they won't give up until he gives an explanation. This situation at the same time made Wu Yan speechless. He was also very emotional. Almost every girl had the habit of shopping. Even the two Tsundere girls, who had always been boyish, couldn't help but be vulgar. Girls? That's because you don't understand yet? Rubbing Liren's head, Wu Yan ignored her dissatisfaction and a bit of enjoyment. He explained. During the day, the people going in and out of the supply town are the locals. However, this is the supply town of the Behemoth Forest, the only place in the Spalier world that produces magical beasts. How could there only be normal people going in and out of this place? After Wu Yan's reminder, Hinajiku and Mikoto suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. The two smart girls also understood why Wu Yan said the hotel would be full at night. Seeing the two girls' expression, Wu Yan smiled and continued, That's right, during the day warriors or magicians, those with a bit of strength, would go to the Behemoth Forest to hunt magical beasts or gather rare herbs. At night, those who are closer to the supply town, perhaps because they have found something, would return to the supply town one after another. After all, no one wants to sleep in the wild, so at night the hotel would be full. Is that so? Chuju nodded in understanding and smiled at Wu Yan. Her charming smile made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. Resisting the urge to rub Kaishisama's cheeks, Wu Yan took a deep breath and continued with a fake smile. Ma, I didn't think of that at first. That's why we ended up in a tragedy. To prevent another tragedy from happening, it's better that we find a hotel first. Don't think that Wu Yan was joking. Thinking back to when he was on a mercenary mission, Wu Yan was too lazy and always wandered around until he was tired at night, then went to find a hotel. In the end, he could only tragically wander the streets for an entire night. Although wandering the streets with Kaishisama and Sis Cannon for an entire night was a good choice, and perhaps something interesting would happen, when he recalled the night he bathed the two girls, Wu Yan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly gave up on the tempting idea. Is that so? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto could only look away, a little disappointed. Wu Yan naturally saw Mikoto's disappointed look and blinked. Wu Yan smiled and said, "Don't look like an abandoned puppy, it's almost night. After we book a room there will be more fun things at night." More fun things? Mikoto, Chuju and Liren froze at the same time, then Liren grabbed Wu Yan's hand and looked at Wu Yan expectantly. She said sweetly, "Big brother, fun things? What is it, can you tell Liren?" When she heard something fun, Liren stuck close to Wu Yan. She looked at Hinajiku and Mikoto, her eyes are also filled with curiosity and anticipation. Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone, "Fine, it seems to me that something fun is more important than a place to stay for you girls." The three girls touched their cheeks embarrassedly and smiled at Wu Yan to show that they were wrong, then continued to look at Wu Yan with teary eyes, making Wu Yan roll his eyes like a dead fish. "Tonight we are going to attend an auction." Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Auction." Liren heard and immediately jumped up in excitement, then happily said to Wu Yan, "Auction? Big brother, the kind where there is an uncle standing on the stage with a wooden mallet, shouting that he wants to sell his first time?" Wu Yan felt awkward. He looked at the excited lowly Liren with an awkward expression. He expressed that he was struck by lightning, he couldn't keep his cool at all. Hinajiku and Mikoto were also stunned when they heard this. Before they started giggling, they didn't look happy at all. What's wrong? Did Liren say something wrong? Seeing Chuju and Mikoto laughing so hard that their backs were bent, Wu Yan was embarrassed. Liren tilted her head, a few question marks appeared on her face and cutely stuck out her tongue. Chuju coughed twice, walked in front of Liren, squatted down, her face was serious, but her eyes were full of smiles. She rubbed Liren's head and said with a smile, "Liren, an auction is a place where many people buy things. The host doesn't have to be an uncle, it can be a beautiful big sister. Also, if someone wants to buy something, after shouting the price, the host has to shout 3 times before the deal is done. It's not selling your first time." "Oh?" He didn't know if she understood, but the little lowly Liren nodded her head seriously. Then she cheered and said, "Then, are we going to that place tonight to buy things? It doesn't have to be shopping." Mikoto stopped laughing, looked at Liren and said, "But it's very lively there." "It's very lively." Liren suddenly became excited. She turned in front of Wu Yan and cheered loudly. Big brother, I want to go to that very lively auction." "Okay, I got it." Silently mourning for those uncles who hosted the auction, Wu Yan pulled Liren's hand and walked towards the door. "Let's go, let's find a hotel first." The 4 of them walked out of the shop together and headed towards the hotel. Chapter 60. When night fell, the supply town was filled with all kinds of colors. It didn't feel dark at all. The whole town didn't look like a supply town, but a carnival town. Every house, every shop and every hotel were lit up with magic lights. There were all kinds of lights, causing the whole street to be filled with gorgeous colors. It was like a city without night. Perhaps because of this, the pedestrians on the street didn't decrease at night. Instead, there were more and more people in all kinds of shops compared to the morning. This was to be expected. No matter how gorgeous this place was, it was still a supply town. During the day, warriors, mages, mercenaries and other capable people all ran to the behemoth forest. If they weren't hunting magic beasts for money, then they were going to gain experience. There were also some special circumstances. Therefore, during the day, except for some ordinary people who didn't have dochi or magic, there were almost no people. At night, some people who were closer to the town would naturally return to the town. Some people who had been hiding in the behemoth forest for many days and just returned would also come out at night to resupply. They planned to leave tomorrow or enter the behemoth forest again. Therefore, at night it was much livelier than during the day. When Wu Yan led Mikoto, Chuju and Liren out of the hotel, the 3 girls exclaimed at the same time. Looking at the colorful street, 3 pairs of eyes were filled with stars. Seeing the people coming and going, Liren cheered. "So beautiful." So beautiful. So much more beautiful than the lights at home. The little lowly Liren was like a runaway horse. She wanted to rush into the crowd recklessly, but Wu Yin had already seen through her intentions. He reached out and pulled her back to her original position. Big brother. Why are you holding Liren? Let Liren play. The little lowly is very dissatisfied as she struggled in an attempt to break free from Wu Yan's restraints. However, it's all in vain. How can a LV50 Wu Yan let this little one who isn't even level 1 break free from his restraints? Feeling the little lowly's claws hitting his body, Wu Yan looked at her with a bitter smile and said helplessly, Liren, there are so many people now. What if you get lost if you run out like this? Liren heard this and stopped. She puffed up her little face and shouted in dissatisfaction, Humph, bad brother, you won't let Liren go out to play. Bad heart. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little lowly was harder to please than a queen. Her ability to invert right and wrong was almost on par with Chuju and Mikoto's arrogance. Okay. Chuju took Liren from Wu Yan's hand and said, be good, we still have to go to the auction later. Yes, the auction. Liren's eyes lit up and became happy again. She opened her little mouth and kept shouting. Then let's go. While speaking, Mikoto walked out, making Wu Yan even more helpless. Chuju and Liren were talking and laughing as they followed. Looking at the three girls' happy expression, Wu Yan felt happy. Although it was only a few days, he felt that it had been a long time since he saw Chuju and Mikoto's smiling faces. Not long after summoning Mikoto, Hinajiku and Mikoto followed him into the demon's cave. During that day and night, other than killing demons, the two girls who had never seen blood before, didn't break down. It was a miracle. Before this, Chuju was just a normal high school student. At most, she was a 15-year-old girl who was familiar with swordsmanship. Mikoto, although she has great power and was born in Academy City, but she's the only one out of the 7 LV5s who has a normal personality in life. Ignoring her powerful ability, she's just a 14-year-old girl. However, in the past few days, their lives could be said to be cruel, compared to before. Even now, Wu Yan still can't get over it. In the open space full of demon corpses, Chuju and Mikoto's pale face and blank eyes. After coming to Spalier World, they were immediately brought into a state of slaughter by a sudden mission. It can be said that Wu Yan is constantly worried about whether or not the two girls can maintain their normal lives if they continue living like this. Will the two kind girls become unrecognizable to him because of this? Was it really the right choice for him to bring them along? And now, seeing them walking around and laughing like normal girls, Wu Yan's heart can finally relax. No matter what, they're still the people he once looked up to. How can such a small matter defeat them? How can he not trust them? Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart laughed happily. With his hands behind his head, he followed behind the three beautiful girls. His heart has never felt so carefree before. Glancing at Hinajiku, who was holding Mikoto in one hand and Liren in the other, her little head was turning around, talking to Mikoto and Liren from time to time, laughing sweetly from time to time. Wu Yan couldn't stop his smile from widening. Speaking of which, ever since that loving kiss with Kaisha-sama, it seems like my pursuit of Kaisha-sama has slowed down. Although the two of them couldn't leave each other now, it felt like their favorability towards each other hadn't increased since then. Since I've already taken down the second base, should I fight for the third base? And the legendary home base. But, Sis Cannon. Seems like she needs to increase her favorability more. At least Kaisha-sama and I have some intimate contact, but Sis Cannon's favorability seems to be maintained at the level of friend. Not exactly friend, but it's much better than friend. After all, their lives are intertwined and they've seen each other's naked bodies many times. Above friend, but not yet lover. That's probably the level of their relationship. Will Wu Yan be satisfied with maintaining a relationship above friend, but not lover, with Sis Cannon? The answer is of course no. Should I start to woo Sis Cannon? But if I start pursuing Sis Cannon, what about Chuju's side? Even if her favorability with Kaisha-sama can't increase, it should at least not decrease. But if I start pursuing Sis Cannon, then Kaisha-sama's favorability will decrease. That's for sure. Even if her favorability doesn't decrease, Kaisha-sama will definitely be the biggest obstacle in my pursuit of Sis Cannon. That's for sure too. Simultaneous strategy? The thought flashed through his mind, but Wu Yan quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. It sounds like a fantasy and it definitely looks like a fantasy, but it's only limited to fantasy. Synchronized walk thrusts are a joke. Even though I'm an otaku, I'm just an ordinary otaku. I'm not some god-level walk thrusts god. Simultaneous strategy. Once I start, I'll definitely die with a sense of rhythm. Thinking of this, Wu Yan sighed, his face full of tragedy. I'll just push her down. Wu Yan was shocked by his own idea. Pushing her down without a strategy is not something that can be solved with a sense of rhythm. Instantly Wu Yan cried again. Of course, he didn't know that in front of him, Chuju, Mikoto and Liren were staring at Wu Yan with their eyes wide open. One moment he shook his head, the next he looked sad, the next he looked scared, the next he looked worse than crying. They all shuddered. Little Liren shrunk her small body between Chuju and Mikoto, holding their hands and pointing weakly at Wu Yan. Chuju Jiejie, Mikoto Jiejie, is Big Brother broken? Mikoto and Hinajiku looked at each other, pulled Liren and quickly walked forward. At this time, pretending not to know each other is the best way. Chapter 61. Walking on the street, Hinajiku tightly held onto Liren's hand to prevent her from running around. Her eyes were fixed on the various stalls and shops on the street. She didn't hide her feelings at all and smiled sweetly. Mikoto was also looking at the stalls. However, she was staring at one of them. When she passed by it, she stopped and didn't walk away. Wu Yan followed her gaze curiously. When he saw what Mikoto was staring at, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. It was a gauntlet that looked very much like a frog's gauntlet. More accurately, it looked very much like a Gouda. Seeing Mikoto's eyes turning into cat eyes, Wu Yan couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Even though Sis Cannon's expression was very cute on the screen and even in reality, it was too weird. Wu Yan didn't understand how a human's expression could be made to such an extent. Hence, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Hearing Wu Yan's laughter, Sis Cannon came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Wu Yan looking at her with a smile. She blushed and the redness spread to her ears. She quickly put on a look of disdain and looked at the Gouda gauntlet. She said with a fake smile, In this world there are people who make such a childish thing. It's too. Mikoto said something so fake that it's as if she's going to die of fakeness while looking at Gouda's gauntlet. Wu Yan got scared, he's scared that she's going to turn her head and head straight to her ears. Yes, this thing is too childish. How could our Mikoto-sama like such a childish thing? Wu Yan grinned at Mikoto. His tone is indescribably weird. Wu Yan's strange tone made Mikoto's face even redder. Wu Yan knew that if he continued to tease her like this, Mikoto would most likely fly into a rage out of humiliation. Hence he quickly said, Alright, let's catch up with Chuju and the rest. They're about to be left behind. And so, Wu Yan grabbed Mikoto's hand and quickly walked forward. Wait. Mikoto stopped in the middle of her sentence. She looked at the stall with a face full of reluctance. Tears were hanging from the corner of her eyes. But with her arrogant personality, she couldn't bring herself to say something like, I want. So she could only let Wu Yan bring her away with tears flowing down her cheeks. It wasn't until the stall was out of sight that Mikoto retracted her gaze. Only then did she notice that her hand was being held by Wu Yan. The temperature on her face rose rapidly, and her forehead was flashing with electric currents. She hurriedly struggled. What are you doing? Nothing. Wu Yan smiled and let go of her. Looking at Mikoto's blushing beautiful face, before she could say anything, Wu Yan raised something in front of her. When she saw the thing floating in front of her eyes, Mikoto was stunned. She stared at it blankly. Then her eyes quickly changed back to cat eyes. It was a necklace, a crystal necklace. The entire body emitted the arc of light that a crystal should have. Under the illumination of the multicolored magic lamp, the crystal's surface shone with a beautiful crystal light. It was extremely beautiful. Although the crystal necklace was beautiful, but a necklace like this would at most get a word of praise from Mikoto. It would be far from enough to make her dazed and unable to reflect anything. But, with the appearance of the crystal on the necklace, it was a completely different story. What really caught Mikoto's attention was the shape of the crystal on the necklace. It was clearly a piece of crystal in the shape of a coda. A beautiful crystal necklace in the shape of a coda. Sis Cannon's young maiden heart instantly sank. She was completely pulled into a crystal hell filled with coda, unable to extricate herself. Mikoto's cat face was blank. What kind of scene was this? Anyway, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh loudly again. The sound of his laughter woke up the intoxicated Mikoto. Seeing Wu Yan laughing until his stomach hurt, Mikoto wanted to find a hole to hide in. She just said that it was a childish thing, but in the end she was attracted by a childish thing. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Listening to Wu Yan's laughter, Mikoto was even prepared to be mocked by Wu Yan. Not hearing Mikoto's voice, Wu Yan had laughed enough. He patted his cheeks to stop laughing and walked in front of Mikoto. Seeing Wu Yen walk in front of her, Mikoto angrily closed her eyes. Just as she was about to shout, "I am childish, I like Koda, laugh if you want," Wu Yen interrupted her with a sentence. "This is for you." Wu Yen once again raised the crystal Koda necklace in his hand and dangled it in front of Mikoto's face. With a slightly curved smile, he said softly. Mikoto instantly opened her eyes. It was still the crystal Koda necklace, still the same smiling face, but this time the meaning was completely different. The pedestrians on the street were still walking to and fro, as if they didn't see Wu Yen and Mikoto in the middle of the street. They walked past Wu Yen and Mikoto, one person after another. Coupled with the beautiful magic lamp at this time, they were unavoidably a foil, forming a beautiful scene. The crystal Koda necklace dangled in front of Mikoto's eyes. Mikoto looked at it absent-mindedly, but this time her eyes didn't turn into cat eyes. Give it to me." Mikoto's tone had a slight trace of disbelief. "Yes." Wu Yen moved the crystal Koda necklace away from Mikoto's face, ignoring her gaze that followed the movement of the crystal Koda necklace. He pulled Mikoto's hand and placed it in her hand. "I specially made this for you?" Yes, the moment he summoned Mikoto, Wu Yen silently planned to give this necklace to Mikoto. One must know Mikoto's love for Koda is enough to break through the sky. With such a hobby, Wu Yen naturally wanted to make good use of it. Even though Wu Yen didn't know how to carve crystals and make necklaces, but in the system's item list, there are many strange things. There are also crystal necklaces that can transform with just a thought, and this kind of crystal necklace only has the most basic transformation ability, only 100 item points, cheap and affordable. So, it's possible to say that he made it himself. Didn't I say? This kind of childish thing. I don't like it." Mikoto stuttered. Even though she said she didn't like it, her hand was already tightly gripping the crystal Koda necklace. "Really?" Wu Yen looked at her amusedly, stretched his hand in front of her face and said, "Then give it back to me." "No." Mikoto reflexively shouted, both hands tightly gripping the Koda necklace, looking at Wu Yen with vigilance. "Didn't you say you don't like it?" This arrogant girl is really annoying and funny at the same time, but Wu Yen likes it, can't help it. Mikoto's face reddened again, she turned her head away, not looking at Wu Yen. Who gives something and wants it back? Since you worked so hard to make it, I'll reluctantly accept it. If you like it, just say it, why do you have to beat around the bush? As expected, Wu Yen retracted his hand and said helplessly. "I don't like it. You don't have to deny it, Mikoto." Wu Yen walked in front of Mikoto and held her shoulder, turning her body around to face him. Looking at her red face, Wu Yen slowly said, "Mikoto, no one knows you better than me, at least, other than my world, no one knows you better than me, your hobbies, your personality, I know all of it, so in front of me you don't have to pretend." Wu Yen chuckled at this point. "Let's not talk about the fact that we're companions, our lives are intertwined. When we die together, when we live together. So, I will accept everything about you, you don't have to hide anything from me, not to mention. I don't hate you like this, on the contrary, I like it very much." Like? Bang? Mikoto's face started to boil, steam started to rise from it. In her head there was only one word left. "Alright, let's go after Chuju and Liren." Ignoring Sis Cannon's expression, Wu Yen grabbed her and walked forward. Chapter 62. So big. Chuju's mouth is wide open as she stared at the building in front of her in a daze. About the size of a football field, the white and glossy walls are covered with magic lamps. Each lamp emits a different color, but when they hit the white walls they emit a dazzling luster, making the whole building emit a stage-like atmosphere. Of course, if it's just big, our Kaisha-sama wouldn't be so surprised. It's not like Chuju hasn't seen buildings bigger than this. Big and beautiful is the reason why Kaisha-sama is surprised. By the side, little Liren's tiny mouth was slightly agape, as though she was awed by the structure before her. However, from her glowing eyes, one could faintly discern that she was more excited than surprised. So much so that when Wu Yen pulled Mikoto behind them, they didn't notice. Compared to the two women's stunned expression, Wu Yen only faintly glanced at the auction hall and withdrew his gaze, appearing very calm. Compared to beautiful buildings, this bro likes beautiful girls more. Come back to your senses. Looking at Hinajiku and Liren, who were still standing in the same position, Wu Yen was speechless. He reached out and pinched their cheeks, pulling their hearts back to reality. "Don't pinch my cheeks." Although Wu Yan's rather intimate action made Chuju's cheeks blush a little, the Tsundere Kaishisama still tried her best to put on a fierce look. She glared at Wu Yan and rubbed her cheeks. What a beautiful place. Oniai-san, are we going to that place? Little Liren ran to Wu Yan's side, jumping in front of him, trying to get Wu Yan, who was staring at Chuju, to notice her. Attracted by Chuju's cute face rubbing, Wu Yan finally noticed the swaying blonde hair in front of him. His gaze moved down to little lowly Liren's angry little face. Hurriedly putting on an expression like nothing happened, Wu Yan, because he didn't hear what little lowly Liren said clearly. It's almost time for the auction, let's go in. Hearing that they are going in, little Liren stopped wearing the oil bottle and cheerfully smiled and cheered. Immediately Wu Yan pulled little Liren's little hand and walked towards the auction hall. Touching her long pink hair, Hinagiku smiled and was about to follow him. But immediately she paused her movements. Chuju looked at Mikoto with a strange expression. Too suspicious, Mikoto's expression, it's too suspicious. Her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were flushed, and her expression was dreamy, but there was also a trace of daze. At first, Hinagiku thought that Mikoto was also stunned by the stage-like auction, but now that she took a closer look, Hinagiku didn't think so. That love-struck look, if it was really directed at the auction hall, then she's not Mikoto. This look, it's like a girl in love. Too suspicious. Suddenly, a bad premonition flashed in her heart, making Chuju feel a little strange. Seeing that Wu Yan and little Liren are about to enter the auction hall, Chuju had to put down the strange feeling in her heart, walked in front of Mikoto and played the Latin American zither. Mikoto. The shout startled Mikoto and she took 2 steps back. Mikoto saw Chuju's even more strange expression, a trace of pink floated across her face. Mikoto quickly moved her hands behind her back, as if there's something she can't see. What's wrong? Mikoto chuckled and asked Chuju, her voice indescribably weak. Something's wrong. Kaishisama's sensitive young girl heart told her that there's definitely something wrong with this Mikoto. Thus, Kaishisama directly walked in front of Mikoto, tightened her face and said mischievously, Mikoto, you're very suspicious. Perhaps the teasing in Chuju's voice was too high, causing Mikoto's red face to become unnatural. She quickly pulled away from Chuju and said, what's there to be suspicious about? Nothing. Little did she know that this kind of tone would only make people more suspicious. Thus, Mikoto saw Chuju's "who are you trying to fool" expression. Her eyes started to look around in panic, proving the girl's panic. Mikoto looked left and right, hoping to find something to change the topic. It wasn't until she saw Wu Yan and Liren walking towards the auction hall that Mikoto's eyes lit up. She smiled at Chuju and said, Hey, they're almost gone, let's hurry up and follow them. Chuju stared at Mikoto for a while, causing Mikoto's hairs to stand on end. She panicked and looked away, not daring to meet her gaze. Mikoto's appearance made Chuju grumble in dissatisfaction. She reluctantly put down her curiosity and nodded. Mikoto laughed dryly and followed Wu Yan. Mikoto, on the other hand, wore a necklace on her neck at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then she stuffed it into her clothes again at a speed invisible to the naked eye. She touched her chest and felt the necklace's existence. Only then did she walk with her small feet in satisfaction and enter the auction hall with Wu Yan and the others. After Wu Yan showed the guard his VIP card, a waitress came out from the side and respectfully led Wu Yan's group into the auction hall. After the door, it wasn't the spacious hall Wu Yan imagined. Instead, it was a spiral staircase made of jade. Under the waitress' guidance, Wu Yan's group walked up the stairs and looked at their surroundings with interest, occasionally clicking their tongues in wonder. After walking for who knows how long, another door appeared in front of them. The waitress pushed it open and led Wu Yan's group inside. At the same time the waitress pushed the door open, a burst of lively noise came from inside and entered the ears of Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren reflexively stopped in their tracks and walked in. When Wu Yan and Co walked in, the first thing they saw was the jadestone railing. The railing is circular in shape and it encircles the floor below their feet into a huge circular corridor. There are only 2 stairs-like entrances on both sides of the corridor. Under the lead of little Liren's cheerful footsteps, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto also came to the railing and looked out. The rows of seats formed circles like the corridor. The seats in the front row were about half a person's height lower than the seats in the back row. If one were to look down from the sky, it would look like countless circles were placed together, with the big ones surrounding the small ones. And these seats that could seat at least 1,000 people were almost full at this time. They were chatting with each other and the noise came from this. And in the center of the lowest and smallest row of seats, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a table that emitted a red light. On the table, there was a small round plate with a wooden mallet and a huge crystal ball. That was the place where the auctioneer hosted the auction. This auction venue with a unique layout really opened the eyes of Wu Yan's group. In the past so-called auctions, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto only saw them on TV. The difference between this and the one in front of them was huge. Seeing the auction venue in another world with their own eyes, this time even if they didn't get anything it wasn't a loss. As for little lowly Liren, from her cheering that hasn't stopped, it can be seen that she also hasn't been here before. Although little Liren really wanted to go down and sit in the lower row of seats, the waitress brought Wu Yan's group to another staircase. That's because at the top of the circular corridor, there was a row of similar circular rooms. Those rooms were connected to each other to form a ring. They were the VIP rooms. Only customers with VIP cards could go up. Compared to the monotonous seats outside the railing, the VIP rooms were not only decorated very luxuriously, there were sofas, fruits, and quite big too. It made Wu Yan sigh. No matter where you are, there are special privileges. After the waitress left, Wu Yan brought Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren to sit on the sofa and look down from the glass window in front. Chapter 63. Looking down from the glass window of the VIP room, Wu Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if he was standing at the top of the world and looking down on all the other mountains. The noisy crowd that came to participate in the auction, other than those who were sitting in the VIP room like Wu Yan and company, the others were all sitting in the wide round seats below. Looking down from the VIP room, one could almost see everyone. Let's not talk about Wu Yan's feelings. Chuju and Mikoto were chatting happily about something. From time to time, they would extend their delicate hands to the fruit platter on the table. They were practically treating the auction's VIP room as a KTV VIP room. All that was missing was a microphone. Little Liren, on the other hand, was the same as Wu Yan, stretching her head out to look at the scenery outside the glass window. The difference is that Wu Yan only tilted his head to look, while Liren's whole face was pressed against the glass window, forcing her chubby little face to be squashed flat. With a bitter smile, Wu Yan turned his head and continued to observe the behavior of the three girls. Wu Yan was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his ridicule, and the consequence of ridiculing too much would be an electric shock, even though he is not afraid of electricity anymore. Soon Wu Yan found a small white toy on the table. Picking up the brick, that looked a bit like a remote control, Wu Yan flipped it around and smiled. Chuju and Mikoto also noticed the thing in Wu Yan's hand. Although they looked like they were doing their own things, in fact, their attention was still on Wu Yan because of various reasons that were hard to talk about. This thing looks like a board eraser. Is there something wrong with it? Almost at the same time, Chuju and Mikoto came to Wu Yan's side. Seeing Wu Yan flipping the brick in his hand and smiling inexplicably, they asked in confusion. This. Wu Yan lifted it up and explained with a smile. Well, there's nothing wrong with it, I'm just a bit curious. Curious? Two question marks appeared above the heads of the two girls. Their beautiful big eyes stared at the thing in Wu Yan's hand. The two girls couldn't see what was so strange about it. After looking at it for a while, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. The two girls were frustrated. Mikoto pulled a long face and snorted. Can you stop playing games? If you have something to say, just say it. Are you still a man? Her valiant speech caused Wu Yan's hand to tremble violently, almost dropping the item in his hand onto the curious Liren's head. The corner of his mouth twitched violently as he squinted his eyes at the displeased Mikoto. His heart was filled with thoughts of flipping the table. If you doubt whether I'm a man or not, then come up and test me. Use yourself as the price. Of course, this sentence could only be shouted in his heart. Even if Wu Yan was given a few more guts, he would not dare to say it out loud. How could he forget that these two girls weren't very patient? Looking at Hinajiku, who was also in a bad mood, he helplessly sighed. Sure enough, in front of these two tsundere chicks, acting mysterious or whatnot is a waste of time. This thing should be the bidding crystal board. Wu Yan gave up on beating around the bush. Bidding crystal board? Judging from the name, I can roughly guess its use. Sis Cannon, who had just told Wu Yan not to drag things out, was now speaking to everyone with a sly smile as if she was some kind of profound mystery. This made Wu Yan vomit blood in his heart. President helplessly shook her head. She took the so-called bidding crystal board from Wu Yan's hand and said hesitantly, Indeed, judging from the name, it's quite obvious and easy to understand. It's used for bidding during auctions, right? Taking back the bidding crystal board, Wu Yan waved the hand holding the board and explained, If you fancy something and want to bid, just say the price directly to the board and the host will receive it. Although I don't know how to say receive, it's said to be like this. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in realization. But after a while they were puzzled again. Isn't this your first time attending an auction as well? Why are you so clear about it? Facing the two girls' questions, Wu Yan only pointed at a small booklet with the words auction description written on the cover. He smiled but did not say anything. Everything was understood without words. This time, even little Liren was embarrassed like Chuju and Mikoto. While they were fooling around, at a certain moment, the lights in the auction hall suddenly changed, attracting the attention of everyone present. At the center of the round platform at the bottom, an old man in luxurious clothes suddenly appeared and stood there. The old man stroked his short beard and chuckled. Despite being stared at by so many people, he didn't show the slightest bit of stage fright or unnaturalness. His expression was calm. It seemed that the old man had experienced this kind of scene many times. Looking around at the large crowd in the auction hall, the old man's smile widened. A hoarse but not unpleasant voice came from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be speaking very softly, but everyone in the auction hall could hear him. Of course. After all, the host of such a large auction hall would not be able to control those ill-tempered customers if he did not have a few tricks up his sleeve. What's more, this is the only supply town in the behemoth forest that produces monsters. And this auction hall is the only auction hall in this supply town. Naturally, it's not that simple. At least, in the eyes of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, this old man's character status clearly shows that he is level 65 tier 7. Dear old and new patrons, we meet again. Today I will be hosting this auction again. Let me tell you in advance, today there will be a lot of good stuff. And the final item will definitely not be simple. Everyone, please look forward to it. Looking at the excited crowd, the old man's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Alright, let's not waste everyone's time. Let's go straight to the first item. The old man picked up the wooden mallet on the round table. Following his movement, the crystal ball on the round table also emitted a dazzling light. The light formed a projection on top of the crystal ball, and an apple-like object appeared on the projection. The old customers were already used to this scene. But for the first time they were a little surprised at this scene. Faint exclamations could be heard. Just like in the VIP room of Wu Yan and the others, little Liren also happened to let out such a sound. The first item, it is violent red fruit. Those who know it should know its effect. That's right, its effect is to greatly increase the strength of the consumer for a short period of time. The first time you eat it, it can increase the amount of doqi or mana. This is a very rare medicine. In times of crisis, it can even save your life. The old man heavily knocked the wooden mallet on the table twice, and the noisy atmosphere in the auction hall quieted down. He said with familiarity, the starting price is 1,000 gold coins. There is no upper limit. Start bidding. At the same time his voice fell, the scene that Wu Yan imagined did not appear. Instead, the auction hall was still incomparably quiet. There were only some small discussions and the small voices of people bidding on the crystal plates. On the crystal ball projection, below the projection of the violent red fruit, a row of numbers appeared. According to the manual, the numbers in front represented the serial number of the crystal plate in hand, and the numbers behind represented the number of bids. For example, the serial number of the crystal plate in Wu Yan's hand was 007. A serial number that made Wu Yan's heart full of ridicule. As time passed, the items and numbers on the crystal ball projection were constantly updated. The old man's wooden mallet also fell frequently. One by one the items were taken away by people. Among them there were not only medicines like the violent red fruit, but also weapons, armor, potions, high-level magical beast body materials, gems, ores and other strange things. One item after another, almost dazzled the eyes of Wu Yan and the others. There were even some items that even Wu Yan who had the system had the impulse to bid for. Chapter 64. From the start of the auction until now, more than an hour had passed. In this hour, the number of items that were auctioned off had already reached an uncountable number. Among them, the cheapest items were at least a few thousand gold coins while the most expensive items were at least a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Although there were a lot of items that were auctioned off, but until now the atmosphere of the auction did not show any signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was rising higher and higher. Because the further the auction went, the higher the quality of the items. Until now, the projection of an unknown magical beast's part on the stage had astonishingly risen to 30,000 gold coins. And there were still people bidding. It was just an ordinary auction item and it had already risen to such a level. Then, what level would the 3 items that were said to be the finale of the auction go up to? Wu Yan did not know because he could not wait for it to rise higher and higher. This way, his Kusanagi sword could be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, although Wu Yan did not bid for any item, his smile did not stop for a moment, as if he had gained something. Liren, who is standing beside Wu Yan, is holding the bidding crystal board with an incredible serial number. She is looking at the numbers projected on the crystal ball while yelling at the bidding crystal board. She seems to be having a lot of fun playing with it. Speaking to the bidding crystal board was naturally the same as making a bid. Letting a little lowly auction items? Of course Wu Yan would not be so brainless. Little Li Lin was just purely playing. That's right, she was playing. Looking at little Li Lin playing with the bidding crystal plate, Wu Yan did not stop her at all. Instead, he smiled evilly at the side. Not to mention Wu Yan, even Chuju and Mikoto did not have the intention to stop her. They just looked at Wu Yan and little Li Lin with a bit of helplessness, smiling very reluctantly. The reason why they did not stop her was because little Li Lin, this girl, was really too shrewd. In the beginning, when she said that she wanted to play with the bidding crystal plate, the 2 girls were very opposed to it. Who knew if little Li Lin would accidentally bid a sky-high price on a piece of trash? At that time they would really have no place to cry. But later on they did not think so anymore. Because she was really just playing around. Little Liren's bids would generally rise bit by bit. Towards the end, as long as she saw that the number of bids on the crystal ball projection was always the same, she would decisively give up. That was because it meant that it was time for the item to be auctioned off. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw this mischievous spirit pushing an item that wasn't that expensive to begin with to its limit. If those auctioneers were to find out that the reason why they spent so much money was because little Liren was playing, it was guaranteed that Wu Yan's VIP room would be smashed open. 35,000 gold coins going once. 35,000 gold coins going twice. 35,000 gold coins going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the guest with number 199 for successfully bidding for the Green Wind Eagle Claw. The sound of the mallet being struck rang out again, which meant that the auction was successful. The item projected on the crystal ball also disappeared. After presiding over the auction of no less than a few hundred items, the old man didn't seem tired at all. After talking for more than an hour, he still didn't show any signs of thirst. The old man was still lively as he presided over the next item. On the crystal ball projection, another auction item appeared. It was a pure white crystal. The next item to be auctioned is this pure white crystal. The old man pointed at the pure white crystal on the crystal ball with his wrinkled finger and smiled mysteriously. Looking at the confused audience, the old man knocked the mallet in his hand and said, "Perhaps a lot of people don't know what this is. To be honest, even we don't know what it is." As soon as these words came out, the people who were still in doubt were all stunned again. The old man seemed to have not noticed the change in the atmosphere and continued to say, "Because even the most experienced and authoritative appraisal master in our auction house couldn't appraise what exactly it is. Don't know what it is? Then why are you auctioning it?" Hearing the old man's words, the people present were alarmed. Some were shocked, some were frowning, some were angry, and some were even disdainful. However, the old man didn't seem to care about the people's reactions at all. He was still smiling as if he had a lot of confidence in letting someone else bid for this pure white crystal. The old man pressed down on his hands, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Don't say, the old man really does have some prestige. In an instant, the people present quieted down and quietly waited for him to speak. The old man smiled and said to everyone present, "Everyone, don't think that we are lying to you. Indeed, we don't know what kind of magical crystal this is, but this pure white crystal has a great background. If it wasn't for our auction house not being able to identify what it is, we wouldn't have put it up for auction." He dragged his words for a long time, but at the same time, this kind of tone attracted the curiosity of everyone present, including Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren. The old man stroked his beard and said with a strong voice, "This pure white crystal wasn't sent to our auction house by someone, it was taken out by our auction house for auction." At this point, the old man paused and then continued, "Our auction house's people, under very coincidental circumstances, came across a rank 9 warrior who was on the verge of death and was about to fall." When the words rank 9 warrior came out of the old man's mouth, nearly 1,000 people present were shocked. Some of the smarter ones even guessed what the old man was going to say. Yes. This pure white crystal was taken from the hands of this rank 9 warrior after he fell. Everyone was shocked again and they started to feel restless. Some of them looked at the projection of the pure white crystal with a bit of heat in their eyes. In this era where the gods had already fallen, demigods were the most powerful existences. There were only 5 such people or demigods in this era. How many 9-stage powerhouses could there be in this world that were second only to these 5? No one knows. But everyone here knows one thing. Something related to a rank 9 powerhouse. Can it be simple? The answer is of course no. What's more, from the old man's mouth, this pure white crystal was something that this rank 9 powerhouse was still protecting after his death. This proves that it's not simple. Plus, even the most experienced and authoritative appraisal master couldn't identify what it is. That mysterious feeling, plus the synonym of rank 9, is enough to arouse everyone's desire to possess it. As for whether or not the people of the auction house are bragging and trying to swindle everyone's money, no one doubted it. In this important supply town, to be able to open such an auction house, and the scale is also very big, it can still be trusted by everyone. Therefore, close to 1,000 people have already started to pick up the bidding crystal board in their hands, eager to give it a try. It seems like they want to join in this auction. Even the people in the top row of VIP rooms where no one can see, all of them raised the bidding crystal board to their mouths, ready to bid at any time. Seeing this scene, the old man's mouth slightly twitched as if he already expected this. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren 4 VIP rooms. Hinajiku and Mikoto frowned as they looked at the pure white crystal projected on the crystal ball, as if trying to recognize it. Liren, on the other hand, held up the bidding crystal board, looking very excited. Looks like she's going to make a fool of herself again. And Wu Yen? The moment the pure white crystal was projected, his body suddenly shook, and then, his eyes shone with surprise. Beep. The system determined that the item in the user's sight contains a large amount of life energy. The user is advised to obtain the item. Chapter 65. Beep. The system has determined that the item within the user's line of sight contains a large amount of life force. User is advised to obtain the item. The cold and emotionless voice of the system rang out beside Wu Yan's ears. The robotic and old-fashioned voice caused Wu Yan's body to tremble slightly. His gaze upon the pure white crystal became similar to the gaze of the other participants below, burning with desire. What is life force? Up till now, Wu Yan had only seen life force from 2 items. More accurately, the system had only detected life force from the 2 items in Wu Yan's hands. One of them was the mysterious crystal that he had obtained from the Whirlwind Butler Instance dungeon after going through untold hardships to complete the quest. The reason why it contained life force was very simple. Yi Cheng's mother had said before that there was a powerful monster sealed within it. Due to the life force sealed within it, the system had notified him that it contained life force. The other one was the demonic beast egg that Wu Yan had looted back in the behemoth forest when he was raiding the lair of the demonic beasts. That was easy to understand. Since it was a demonic beast egg, there was a life force inside. Thus, it was normal for it to contain life force. What is life force? Wu Yan did not know. What use does it have? Wu Yan was even more clueless about that. However, Wu Yan knew that this item, in the hands of the system, could be used for one purpose. That was to exchange it for summoning points. That was right. Summoning points. Summoning points for summoning chicks. Wu Yan had never forgotten that the system had mentioned that any unit that contained life force, as long as it did not possess intellect, could be turned over to the system in exchange for summoning points. That was the reason why Wu Yan had spent so much time in the behemoth forest raiding Wolf's lair, Dog's lair, not letting go of any lair, all for the sake of finding 1 or 2 demonic beast eggs in exchange for summoning points. If it wasn't for the fact that the life unit sealed in the mysterious crystal was an intelligent monster, Wu Yan might have directly handed it over to the system in exchange for summoning points. For example, although trees and flowers were also living units, they did not have intelligence. However, their life energy was too low, so low that Wu Yan could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could not be exchanged for summoning points. Otherwise, all the trees in the behemoth forest would have been cut down by Wu Yan long ago. Apart from the magical beast egg and the mysterious crystal, Wu Yan had never seen any other units with life energy. And now, the appearance of this pure white crystal in front of him actually caused the system to react, saying that it contained life energy. How could this not make Wu Yan happy? Even for the mysterious crystal that sealed the intelligent monster, The system did not use the word large to describe it. One could imagine that if the pure white crystal only had pure life energy and did not have life, then, if he used it to exchange for summoning points, that would definitely be a lot of money. In Wu Yan's heart, if he did not bid for it, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Fiercely swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Wu Yan quickly said to Liren beside him, "Little girl, give me the bidding crystal." Wu Yan's words stunned Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren. They looked at Wu Yan, who seemed to be hesitating. They could hear the anxiety in Wu Yan's voice. Is there a problem? Why are you so anxious? Is there something wrong with the crystal? Chuju tilted her head, looking at Wu Yan with a puzzled expression. No matter what appeared before, Wu Yan clearly still had a calm appearance, never as anxious as now. Little Liren very obediently handed the bidding crystal in her hand to Wu Yan. Wu Yan took the bidding crystal. His eyes were still looking at the crystal ball projection that was already starting to jump. He diverted some of his attention to say to Chuju and the others, "And that crystal, the system determined that it contains a large amount of life energy." Life energy? Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other in surprise. Only little Liren was there, muttering, "What is the system? What is life energy?" and so on. After being summoned by Wu Yan, the system stuffed some necessary knowledge into the two girls' heads. For example, the basic information of the summoner, the conditions of the summoning, and the fusion of life after the summoning. Naturally, there was also the matter of summoning points and the exchange of summoning points. After listening to Wu Yan's explanation, the two girls instantly understood why Wu Yan was so anxious. Can that crystal be exchanged for summoning points? Mikoto walked to the glass window, looking through the glass, looking at the pure white crystal on the crystal ball projection, and asked doubtfully, "I'm not sure." When he said this, Wu Yan's eyes still didn't leave the pure white crystal's projection. While counting the price, he still said with ease, "If that crystal is the same as the mysterious crystal, sealing or possessing some kind of existence, then of course it can't be exchanged for summoning points." "That's true." Mikoto nodded in understanding. She turned back to look at Chuju, who raised her head from deep thought. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same thought. That's displeasure. The two girls were also surprised. Why are they displeased? They don't know why, but they don't know why they suddenly feel displeased, as if something important is about to be snatched away. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know that in Wu Yan's mind, summoning points are equal to girls. With more summoning points, of course he can summon more girls he likes. If Wu Yan knew about this, he'd definitely sweat enough to form a waterfall. How to say this? This girl's sixth sense is just like the legends, it's enough to break through the sky. Because of the old man's explanation, at least 70% of the auction participants were interested in the pure white crystal and participated in the auction. The other 30%, it's not that they don't want it, it's that they can't afford it. They're embarrassed because they don't have enough money. Of course, this group of people who don't have enough money and can't afford it, as the price on the projection increased, the number of people also increased. In just a short while, this group of people went from the initial 30% to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, and it's still increasing. Wu Yan obviously isn't included in this group of people. He still hasn't spent a single cent of his 200,000 gold coins. Until a certain moment, only the people in the VIP room are left to participate in the auction. Those who can enter the VIP room are all people with good wealth, at least much better than those below. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's 200,000 gold coins, even if he wanted to auction off the common armaments, that shrewd man wouldn't give him a VIP card. The people who participated in the auction were only the people in the VIP rooms. Of course, no one would know about this matter because the bids were all made using the bidding crystal plates. Everyone would only know which serial number was participating in the auction, and would not know who was participating in it. This is also a good part of the auction house. At least, they don't have to worry about treasuring a jade ring. In the blink of an eye, the number on the projection has reached 50,000 gold coins. And this number was constantly being refreshed. Looking at the number on the projection, the old man's face is about to turn into a chrysanthemum. Only when the bid reached 70,000 gold coins did the refresh speed start to slow down. Seeing this situation, the old man immediately picked up the wooden mallet. 70,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? You have to know this is something that a rank 9 warrior risked his life to protect. It's definitely not ordinary. 80,000 gold coins. Guest number 007 has bid 80,000 gold coins. This is too expensive. When Wu Yan bid, Chuju is secretly speechless. 80,000 gold coins? How much is it if converted to yen? Those are gold coins made of gold. Wu Yan doesn't care no matter how important the gold coins are they more important than girls? Seeing the number become 85,000, he immediately shouted 90,000. At this point, the number of people bidding has gradually decreased. After all, even if it's an item of a rank 9 warrior, it's useless if you don't know what use it has. Even the appraisal master of the auction house can't appraise it, let alone them. So the enthusiasm gradually died down. Until 100,000 gold coins going thrice. Congratulations to guest number 007 for obtaining this mysterious pure white crystal. Chapter 66. With the third strike of the mallet, Wu Yan's heart, which was beating a little faster, finally calmed down. Although half of the 200,000 gold coins he earned today disappeared in the blink of an eye, Wu Yan didn't feel that it was a pity at all. As long as that pure white crystal could be exchanged for summoning points, then, as long as it could be exchanged for 1,000 summoning points, it would be worth it. However, Wu Yan didn't believe that with the system's judgment and the word large, that pure white crystal could only be exchanged for 1,000 summoning points. Although he didn't know how large this large amount was, Wu Yan prayed silently in his heart, hoping that it would be a little more. That way he would be able to summon her. In Wu Yan's heart, he had already thought about who he would summon next. Glancing at Chuju and Mikoto, who were clumsily dealing with little Lirins, what is the system, what is life energy, what is summoning points, and a whole bunch of questions, Wu Yan rejoiced in their misfortune and dodged to the side. The pure white crystal could only be considered as a small climax. For the time being, regardless of whether that unlucky rank 9 died on his own or was hit by the auction house's people, that pure white crystal could now be considered to have entered Wu Yan's pocket. As for the people present, not many cared about it. After all, even if it was a rank 9 powerhouse's item, if it couldn't be used, then it could only be considered as trash. Even such a large-scale auction house couldn't do anything about it. Among the people present, not many felt that they could do it. Therefore, very quickly this rank 9 powerhouse's item was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. As for Wu Yan, he didn't care. Even if that pure white crystal had some function, it couldn't be compared to summoning points. Moreover, in the system, as long as you have enough points, other than having a child, what else can't you want? When this crystal fell into Wu Yan's hands, he had already decided on its use. After that, the old man hosted the auction for a few more items. All of them were of high quality, and some of them were even more expensive than the pure white crystal. Of course, to Wu Yan it was something that didn't hurt or itch. He directly threw the bidding crystal board to little Lirin, and let her continue playing her bidding game. After an unknown amount of time, the lights in the auction hall changed again. If the lights at the beginning of the auction gave people a sense of leisure, then the lights at the beginning of the auction were like the prelude to a march. And now, the lights gave people the feeling that it was the climax, the feeling of excitement. When this light appeared, the old man at the center of the round platform couldn't help but straighten his back a little. His tone was no longer as jovial as before. Instead, it was somewhat serious. Sweeping his gaze across the entire auction hall, the old man raised his hands and shouted, "Finally, it's time. The final item of the auction. It will appear in front of everyone's eyes. In this auction there are a total of 3 final items. Each of them can be said to be very precious. As for how precious they are, you just need to compare them with the previous items that weren't considered the final item of the auction, and you will know. Indeed, in the previous auction items, there were a few that were sold for more than 100,000 gold coins. Such a price wasn't enough to be considered the final item. Then, the final item of the auction would definitely be much more precious. Perhaps it was the effect of the old man's serious words, but all the auctioneers present felt a tense atmosphere, causing their hearts to beat faster. The projection of the crystal ball had already expanded several times in an instant, and a scroll-like scroll appeared on the projection, occupying almost 3/4 of the space on the projection. It seemed even more grand, and on the scroll the words wind-ripping/technique were clearly engraved in gold. This is a high-level combat technique scroll. It's called wind-ripping/technique, and it's a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. Its power is incomparably great. As long as you successfully cultivate it, you will definitely be able to become the strongest among those of the same level. Even if you challenge someone of a higher level, you will be able to cause considerable damage to your opponent. The auctioneers in the round seats couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their bodies had already started to lean forward, as if they could close the distance between them and the combat technique scroll. Even their breathing had become heavier. High-level combat technique. Strongest among those of the same level. Challenging someone of a higher level. These words all attracted the eagerness in the hearts of the auctioneers present, so much so that some of the auctioneers had already started shouting, "Hurry up and start." Wu Yin, who was sitting in the VIP room, laughed disdainfully when he heard the old man's words. He didn't hide his disdain for the old man at all. High-level combat techniques were indeed high-level, but it also meant that they were difficult to cultivate. This was a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. In order to cultivate it, one had to be at least a level 5 warrior. The saying that one was the strongest among those of the same level was also a huge exaggeration. If one had a high-level combat technique, how could others not have one? If one were to compare wealth, how could one compare to the disciples of a large family? Which disciple of a large family didn't have a high-level combat technique or two? As for challenging someone of a higher level, that was even more of a joke. It was just a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. Even if one succeeded in cultivating it, at most, they would only be able to flaunt it a little before reaching level 7. If they still relied on it after reaching level 7, they would definitely be defeated. Of course, Wu Yan was very disdainful of this, but that didn't mean that others would be the same. Wu Yan's abilities were all exchanged directly from the system. As for the abilities he obtained from the system directly imbued him with the method of Bodhi imbuement. The moment Wu Yan clicked on the exchange, he had already learned how to use it. Therefore, to him, personally cultivating battle skills was strenuous and unrewarding. He did not consider that others did not have the same treatment as him. They could directly learn battle skills. Not to mention high-level battle skills, even low-level battle skills had to be learned by themselves. Now that they had the chance to learn a high-level combat technique, they naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. This combat technique scroll was worthy of being the finale item. The price kept rising and soon, it reached 100,000 gold coins. Wu Yan and the rest watched as the price went past 100,000 gold coins, then 200,000 gold coins and still kept rising. The price made Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto look at each other. In the end, this combat technique scroll that wasn't even as important as a meal in Wu Yan's eyes was sold at a price of 350,000 gold coins. The moment the old man shouted, "Sold," countless people let out sighs of regret that they missed out on such a godly technique. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, the old man raised his hand again to quiet down the auctioneers. "Everyone, don't feel that it's a pity. The next item to be auctioned will definitely not disappoint you." When everyone heard this, they quickly sat up straight and looked at the old man with shining eyes. The old man felt a chill in his heart and tightened his chrysanthemum. The crystal ball projection changed again and a small katana without a guard appeared in front of everyone. Beside it was a scabbard. Even though the blade was only a projection, the sharp edge was vividly displayed in front of the auctioneers. With the appearance of this weapon, the old man's voice started to carry a hint of excitement, as if this weapon was his. "Everyone, the second item to be auctioned and also the second last item to be auctioned, is this." The auctioneers looked at the strange-looking weapon on the projection and looked at the old man with doubtful eyes. The edge of the blade is indeed vivid and lifelike, but there aren't many who have good eyesight. After all, no matter how lifelike it is, it's still just a projection. It's not the real thing, so how can it be so easy to recognize? The old man laughed out loud and said something that caused a stir in the crowd. "Everyone, don't be fooled by its small blade and strange design. This is a common armament." Chapter 67. As soon as the words mass armament came out, the people who were regretting that they didn't get a high-level battle skill were excited again. Compared to battle skills, armaments are much more popular in the Spalier world. The reason is simple: in this world where strength is everything, increasing one's strength is always the main theme in people's hearts. Battle skills and armaments, these two things are things that can increase one's strength, but battle skills and whatnot, they still need to be trained. If one's talent is good, then they will succeed and their strength will increase. If one's talent is bad, then no matter how hard they train, how can they increase their strength? Armaments were different. It didn't matter if you were a Tom, Dick, Harry, a soldier, or a noble. Even if you were trash, as long as you could wield it, you would be able to use the armament to increase your strength. This is also the reason why Wu Yan's Kusanagi sword was auctioned after the wind-ripping scroll. Good things come out at the end. Although Wu Yan's mass armament wasn't the last item to be auctioned, it's still not a good thing. Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto stared at the numbers on the crystal ball with their mouths agape. Their brains couldn't process the numbers and they are slowly going numb. In just a short while, the price of the Kusanagi sword has already exceeded the previous high-level battle skill scroll, which is 350,000 gold coins. Wu Yen subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. He stared at the screen for a while before pointing at the numbers on the screen. He hesitantly asked, "Oh, Hinajiku, Mikoto, you guys said that's 300k gold, right?" Hearing Wu Yan's uncertain tone, Chuju didn't find it strange because she was the same. "You didn't see wrongly?" No, you saw wrongly, it's not 350,000 gold coins, it's 400,000 gold coins." Feeling it suddenly increased to 400,000 gold coins. How could that be? Wu Yen stroked his chin and said in distress, "It's not like there hasn't been any mass armaments auctioned here before, but I heard that the price of the mass armaments was usually around 350,000 gold coins. Why did it rise to such a level right from the start?" "That's what we want to know too." Two delicate voices rang out at the same time. Wu Yen became even more distressed when he heard them. "Well, who cares why he's like this? Anyway, it's a good thing." Mikoto shook her head in annoyance, causing her short brown hair to sway, indicating that the question was too deep for her to delve into. "That's right. It's a good thing anyway." Wu Yen stopped thinking about it. He continued to look at the numbers below and began to laugh. "If I had this amount of gold coins in my previous world, I would be able to stay at home until the end of time." In fact, what Wu Yen and the other two didn't know is that the reason why the Kusanagi sword's price rose so fast and even exceeded the mass armaments price in the past is because the people auctioning the Kusanagi sword are mostly women. As everyone knows, the power system of this world is Dochi and magic, and those who practice Dochi and magic of course include women. In order to practice magic, one needs to have extraordinary talent. In the Spalier world, the ratio of mages to warriors is ridiculously low. Compared to mages, the number of warriors is undoubtedly a lot more. There are both men and women in mages, and there are also men and women in warriors. After all, even if warriors aren't suitable for girls to practice magic, no one can guarantee that a girl's talent will be good. That's why there are fewer warriors than mages, but that's only when compared to mages. There are still quite a number of female warriors. This is where the problem comes in. In the Spalier world, the weapons used by warriors are guns, swords, and the like. These weapons are all relatively thick and bold. Let's talk about swords. This isn't Wu Yan's previous world. In the Spalier world, most of the swords are those wide knight swords. This kind of weapon is comparable to a woman's figure. Although it doesn't have much effect in the hands of a woman who practices Do-chi, and it's very cute, it still doesn't fit the delicate taste of a woman. Of course, not everyone thinks so, only a portion of them. The Kusanagi sword is different. Its small body looks very light and light. Although it doesn't have any gems or gold embedded on it, compared to those wide knight swords, this kind of weapon is undoubtedly more suitable for a woman to use. It also fits the taste of a woman more. Therefore, almost all of the female warriors present are captivated by the Kusanagi sword. That's why the price of the Kusanagi sword skyrocketed. If Wu Yen knew about this, he wouldn't be troubled by the price of the Kusanagi sword anymore. This is because he deeply understands one thing. Don't try to guess the thoughts of a woman, it's useless even if you do. He doesn't know what kind of mood he has after watching this auction. In the end, the Kusanagi sword was sold for 500,000 gold coins. Phew. Exhaling softly, Wu Yen muttered softly. "I'm rich." This cheesy remark made Chuju and Mikoto roll their eyes at him. Only Liren was smiling foolishly. The old man happily knocked his gavel and announced the successful sale of the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yen doesn't know if it's because he's excited or not, but he feels like he's very happy with the gavel. Alright everyone, today's auction is about to come to an end. Let's take a look at the last item. The bidding crystal board is tightly gripped in everyone's hands. Their eyes are glued to the crystal ball projection, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Before this, there were two other auction items. One was an advanced combat skill, and the other was a common armament. Since this third auction item was placed behind these two items, what did it mean? This meant that the last auction item was at least more valuable than the previous two auction items. When he mentioned the last auction item, no one noticed that an indescribable strange light flashed in the old man's eyes. Even his tone had changed a little. No one noticed this, not even Wu Yen, who is still immersed in the sea of gold coins in the VIP room. The old man waved his hand and the projection on the stage changed. This time it's a map. A map. The thousands of auctioneers present couldn't help but blurt out the word at the same time. Along with them, there's a deep sense of doubt, including Wu Yan and the others. Frowning, Wu Yan looked at the map projection on the stage and narrowed his eyes. His intuition tells him that this is unusual. The final item of the auction was actually a map? A map that's more valuable than a high-tier combat skill or a common armament. Could it be a treasure map? Impossible. If it's a treasure map, the auction house would have already dug it up with their own hoes and pickaxes. Why would they put it up for auction? Well, even if the auction house didn't have the ability to bring it back to the light of day for some reason, it's normal to put it up for auction. However, Wu Yan definitely doesn't think so. Let alone him. If anyone here thinks so, they should apply for the Brain Disorder Fund. Who would project the entire map and reveal the contents of a treasure map when it's put up for auction? The entire map is now clearly projected. During this period of time, those with good memories should have already memorized it. Isn't it obvious that they want everyone to know the contents of the map? Who would waste money on an auction like this? They could just memorize it directly. Are the auction house's people retarded? That's impossible. If the auction house's people were retarded, the auction house would have been swallowed up by others a long time ago. If they're doing this under such circumstances, isn't there something fishy going on? Even someone like Wu Yan, who doesn't know how to use his brain, can think of this. Of course, the thousands of auctioneers present aren't all idiots. Perhaps at this time, those who think they're smart are also distressed. Chapter 68. Perhaps everyone is a little confused. Why is the last item being auctioned a map, and why is it being announced? The old man smiled when he saw most of the people nodding. He ignored the small group of people who were frowning and said, "Listen to my explanation and you will understand." The old man touched the crystal ball on the platform gently. The crystal ball emitted a burst of light and the map projection expanded several times, as if afraid that people couldn't see it clearly. The old man walked out of the round platform and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of the round platform and said to everyone, "First of all, let me make it clear. Although this map is the last item to be auctioned, we did not put it up for auction." The auctioneers, who had quieted down, started to whisper to each other after hearing the old man's words. Only a small group of smart people frowned even more. The old man smiled and shook his head. He didn't stop them from whispering this time. Instead he said, "Everyone, don't find it strange. Let me introduce the use of this map to everyone." His hands were behind his back. His wrinkled face became as calm as an ancient well. A faint aura emerged from his body. It was the aura of a powerhouse. It was at this moment that those who knew the truth recalled that this old man was a rank 7 warrior. The old man's voice began to ring softly in everyone's ears, as if he was right next to them. He said, "Perhaps some of you have already guessed what this map is for. That's right, this map is a treasure map." Without waiting for the crowd to react, the old man said in a deep voice, "Everyone must be wondering why our auction house is sharing a treasure map with everyone. Actually, we have no other choice." Only the old man's voice could be heard in the auction hall. Everyone present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They just listened quietly to the old man speak. Because this stage 7 powerhouse standing in front of everyone at this moment actually said something like, "I had no choice." Even a fool would think that things weren't that simple. The old man sighed and continued to explain, "When we were auctioning off a mysterious pure white crystal, I believe everyone still remembers its origin." Hearing the old man mention the crystal that contained a large amount of life force, Wu Yan and the rest in the VIP room couldn't help but straighten up. Other than Liren, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were all attentive. "It was taken from a fallen stage 9 powerhouse by one of our auction house's people. This is something that everyone already knows." But the old man's tone changed and he said seriously, "What I want to tell everyone is that it's not just the pure white crystal. Even this treasure map was obtained from the body of this 9th stage powerhouse by our auction house." Something taken from a level 9 powerhouse again? The old man's words didn't enlighten the crowd at all. Instead, they were even more confused. This is also the reason why our auction house announced this treasure map to the public. At this point, the old man's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess and annoyance. But very quickly he hid it in the bottom of his heart. "It's not that we didn't follow the map to find the location of the treasure. But none of the people we sent out came back." The moment the old man finished speaking, gasps of surprise rang out. Everyone present was shocked. Looking at the shocked crowd and some of the auctioneers' eyes flashing with suspicion, the old man smiled bitterly. "Everyone, don't doubt it. This is the truth. I believe that as long as your family background is strong, You can find out about this matter. So, I have no need to lie to everyone. The old man paused for a moment before continuing. After this incident, our auction house sent out a few people to search. But without exception, none of them came back. So, we have a guess. Perhaps that level 9 powerhouse went to search for this treasure location. Then, in this treasure location he encountered something similar to these people who didn't come back. That's why he was heavily injured. After escaping he immediately fell. Suddenly, the sound of people swallowing their saliva rang out in the auction house. Heavens, a level 9 powerhouse. That was a level 9 powerhouse, the strongest powerhouse in the Spalier world. He fell because of this treasure map. At this thought, the crowd looked at the treasure map on the projection with a complicated expression. Some were greedy, some were fearful, some were in awe. Their emotions were fluctuating and their expressions were uncertain. The old man took in everyone's expressions. When he felt that they had calmed down a little, he continued. So, to be honest, this treasure map is a little too much for our auction house alone. Saying that it was a little too much was polite. If it was really as the old man said and a level 9 powerhouse fell inside, then this treasure map would be terrifying. The old man suddenly laughed. His laughter lightened the heavy atmosphere in the auction house. He said, "So this is what we plan to do. In 3 days our auction house will gather people again and prepare to continue fighting for this treasure map. But just our auction house alone is a little too much to handle. We plan to invite all the powerhouses here to join us in 3 days at the South Gate Square of the supply town. Then we will go to the treasure location together and share the treasure." Everyone finally realized that the old man was planning to gather all the powerhouses from the outside world to search for the treasure together. The old man waved his hand and bowed to everyone. "Everyone can spread the news and let more powerhouses come with us. That way the chances of obtaining the treasure will be much higher. As long as you are capable, our auction house will definitely welcome you in 3 days." After the bow, the old man clapped his hands. "Then this auction will end here. For the next few days, our auction house will need to reorganize our team and make some preparations. So, for the next few days, our auction house will not be accepting any auction requests. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us." After he finished speaking, the old man withdrew. As for the people present, each of them had their own thoughts as they slowly withdrew from the auction hall and left the auction hall. Really, should I say that I'm lucky? Or just unlucky? Who would have thought that the first time he participated in an auction in another world, he would encounter such a situation? Should he complain about his own luck? Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan's shoulders slumped. He felt a little weak. "Yan, something's off." Mikoto moved closer to him and whispered in his ear. "She's acting like she's afraid that someone might be eavesdropping on them." It's hard to retort. Mikoto's warm breath blew on Wu Yan's face and ear. It made his ears itch and his heart itch. Glancing at Mikoto's pretty face, Wu Yan almost couldn't resist the urge to kiss her on the cheek. "Yan, can you see anything?" At this moment, Wu Yan's other ear caught a whiff of her unique body fragrance and heat. But this time it made Wu Yan's burning heart go cold. Looking to the side, sure enough, Hinajiku was standing on the other side of him, whispering the same words in his ear. Wu Yan was glad that he was stopped in time. Otherwise, if he really kissed her, Wu Yan didn't know how Sis Cannon would react, but the president would definitely pull her white cherry out. "You too." His throat moved imperceptibly. Wu Yan pretended to be calm and tried his best to look helpless. "No one will eavesdrop, you don't have to get so close." Hinajiku and Mikoto flinched when they heard that. They looked up and saw Wu Yan's face that is close to zero. Blushing, they quickly jumped away and lowered their heads. Feeling the two fragrances fading away, Wu Yan was a little dazed. A feeling of reluctance and disappointment welled up in his heart. The two girls looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan in tacit understanding. They quickly averted their gazes, and when they saw Liren's puzzled look, they laughed dryly. Chapter 69. Hinajika dashed to Mikoto's side and stood beside her. Tidying up her chaotic emotions, she put on a serious face and said, "Yen, don't you think this so-called last auction item is a bit strange?" Wu Yen nodded and he started pacing around the VIP room. As he paced around, he asked the two girls, "How is it possible that I didn't find it strange? Anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence would have noticed it." Mikoto sighed and shook her head. "So we're considered lucky, aren't we? Or just unlucky? This is our first time attending an auction and we're already encountering something like this. I've already complained about this matter, so Sis Cannon, you don't have to add salt to the wound." Hinajiku was holding little Liren's hand. At this time little Liren was unusually well behaved. Although she couldn't understand what was going on with her little brain, she knew that her brothers and sisters were discussing something important so they couldn't be disturbed. Chuju stroked Liren's blonde hair and said, "I have a feeling that things aren't as simple as that old grandpa said." That old grandpa was referring to the stage 7 old man who hosted the auction. There's definitely more to it than meets the eye. After all, there are too many suspicious points. Mikoto clenched her fists. This kind of action is not suitable for a girl, but when done by Mikoto, it felt very natural. Wu Yin couldn't help but ridicule her. Sure enough, railgun is the epitome of violence. Suspicious points? Chuju turned to look at Mikoto. Her pair of eyes that could speak flashed, expressing her curiosity. Mikoto nodded seriously and stretched out her jade-like hand and made a 3-finger gesture. Her meaning was obvious. 3 points of suspicion, huh? Wu Yin lowered his head and he started thinking about it. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Mikoto lifted her head and puffed out her chest. Although this action didn't stand out in any way. After all, Sis Cannon was flat-chested. Mikoto's expression turned serious and she nodded. "Let's not talk about other things first. Let's talk about why the auction house announced the treasure map." Hinajiku blinked her eyes and said, "Didn't that grandpa say it already? To invite other strong fighters. Is there a need?" Mikoto rudely interrupted Hinajiku's words, but the words that came out of her mouth couldn't be refuted. Wu Yin nodded and pondered. Indeed, there's no need. If they really wanted to invite other strong fighters to go with them, they could have kept the treasure map for themselves. As long as they announced their purpose in the auction house, there would definitely be people who would go. Why would they announce the treasure map? Hinajiku seemed to have understood what Wu Yin said. Tapping her cheeks, Hinajiku continued. "Sounds like it's really superfluous. Exposing the treasure map to the public, aren't the people at the auction house afraid that someone will beat them to it? That's the first suspicious point," Mikoto reminded and raised 2 fingers again. "The second point of suspicion is that a 9th-stage powerhouse couldn't even enter a treasure trove even after risking his life. Aren't they afraid of provoking some uncontrollable powerhouse by announcing such a treasure trove?" Chuju understood and said, "Right, a treasure that a rank 9 fighter couldn't enter even after risking his life would definitely attract a lot of strong fighters, at least rank 7. No, rank 8 is also possible. Or even, if it's a rank 9, it shouldn't be possible." Chuju was interrupted again. This time it wasn't Mikoto but Wu Yin. "It's just a rumor from an auction house. I don't know if it's true or not. Why would a rank 9 fighter appear just because of a rumor?" Mikoto agreed and said, "Yin is right. At least before anyone goes in to test the waters, a rank 9 fighter shouldn't appear. Then a rank 8 fighter might appear too." After being interrupted twice in a row, Hinajiku was a little annoyed. Wouldn't this make her look stupid? But then again, Chuju's words are very likely, very likely. Wu Yin pondered for a while and said with a frown, "It's very likely to attract a rank 8 fighter. The people in this auction house aren't idiots. They should know about this. If a rank 8 fighter comes, even if they get the treasure, they will keep it for themselves. At that time, the people in the auction house can't do anything about it, right? There's no way they don't understand this logic. Why would they expose the treasure map?" Hinajiku looked at Wu Yin, who was deep in thought, and then she looked at Mikoto, who was equally confused. Hinajiku suggested, "Maybe they have some kind of trump card that can deter a tier 8, or maybe the auction house itself has a tier 8. Wu Yin and Mikoto's eyes lit up. Wu Yin clapped his hands and said, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If the auctioneer is a rank 7 fighter, then this auction house must have someone stronger than him." "That's only a possibility." Mikoto wasn't as certain as Wu Yin, but her frown loosened a little. Wu Yin and Chuju nodded. Chuju said, "Then Mikoto, what's the third point?" Wu Yin also looked at Mikoto, but Mikoto's eyes were evasive. This made Wu Yin puzzled. "Is there something you can't say, Mikoto?" Mikoto. Looking at the hesitant Mikoto, Wu Yin looked at her in confusion. Mikoto's eyes drifted for a while before looking at Wu Yin and Chuju. She said seriously, "The third point? I haven't thought of it yet." Wu Yin and Chuju's heads tilted and they fell to the ground together. They couldn't get up anymore. Little Liren was shocked. She quickly helped Chuju up while Mikoto helped Wu Yin up. The two rolled their eyes at Mikoto at the same time. Wu Yin seriously suspected that Sis Cannon's period came and she's going to throw a tantrum at them for no reason. Mikoto smiled sheepishly and put her palms together like she knows she's wrong. At this moment someone knocked on the door. Wu Yin and the rest quickly put on a serious face. Wu Yan took a deep breath and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. It was the shrewd man who gave Wu Yan the VIP card and helped Wu Yan with the auction. The shrewd man bowed as soon as he entered. "Sir, I'm here to inform you that the gold coins from the auction of the armament have been transferred to your gold card. Sir, you can check if it's correct." Wu Yan took out his gold card. Indeed, the number had changed. The original 200,000 had become 575,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins for the pure white crystal. The Kusanagi sword was sold for 500,000 gold coins. As mentioned before, there would be a 5% handling fee, which was 25,000 gold coins. That meant that Wu Yan received 475,000 gold coins. Together with the original 100,000, it was 575,000 gold coins. The number is correct. Sorry to trouble you. This is what I should do, the shrewd man said with a smile. He then took out a box and passed it to Wu Yan. Sir, this is the item you bid for. I've brought it over for you. Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before happily nodding his head and taking it over. After the shrewd man left, Wu Yan couldn't wait to open the box. The pure white crystal was quietly lying there like an ordinary stone. There was nothing special about it. This is the crystal that contains life energy? Chuju, Mikoto, and little Liren ran to Wu Yan's side and looked into the box. They stared at the pure white crystal as if they would see flowers if they looked any longer. Placing the box on the table, Wu Yan picked up the pure white crystal. At the same time, the system's unique voice sounded. When he heard the system's voice, Wu Yan's body shook. His eyes widened several times and his mouth was wide open. His face was full of disbelief. Beep. Large amount of life energy detected. Initial calculation, 200,000 summoning points. Would you like to exchange for summoning points? Chapter 70. Beep. Detecting a large amount of life energy. Initial calculation, 200,000 summoning points. Do you wish to exchange for summoning points? This was already the third time the system notification rang in Wu Yan's ears. Normally Wu Yan would be emotionless, but at this moment, it was no different from the sound of nature. However, this sound of nature kept ringing in Wu Yan's ears without the slightest bit of impatience. Even Wu Yan's soul couldn't be pulled back. Maintaining the state of bumping into a ghost, Wu Yan's eyes almost rolled back. Obviously, this huge meat pie had smashed Wu Yan into a muddle-headed state. He couldn't react at all. 200,000 summoning points, what kind of concept is that? Let's not talk about pretty girls first. Although to Wu Yan, that's the most important thing, Mikoto's summoning points were 70,000. The Mikoto summoned with 70,000 summoning points was at level 68, and now she's at level 69. Peak of the 7th rank, almost reaching the 8th rank. Then, if he used all 200,000 summoning points to summon a girl, then the girl he could summon would be heaven-defying. Although Wu Yan had already decided on the next person he could summon in his heart, and she didn't need 200,000 summoning points, but it was still more than Mikoto. That means she's stronger than Mikoto. Stronger than Mikoto, she's definitely at the 8th rank. Originally, Wu Yan was still planning to go to the Mercenary Union to get some missions. After all, the missions given by the Mercenary Union and the missions given by the system were synchronized. Plus, he wanted to dig out a monster's nest and earn summoning points to summon this girl. But now he didn't need to earn those points himself. The summoning points came just like that. 200,000 summoning points, to summon the girl he wanted to summon, that's definitely more than enough. 100,000 gold coins, just 100,000 gold coins in exchange for such a large amount of summoning points. At this moment, Wu Yan couldn't wait to auction off the rest of his gold coins. As long as there's a second piece, Wu Yan wouldn't hesitate to use all of his gold coins to exchange for it. After a while, Wu Yan woke up from his mental state. A strong sense of joy swept through Wu Yan's heart. Ignoring Chuju and the other two girls who were looking at him strangely, Wu Yan slowly began to dance. A dance that Chuju and the other two girls had never seen before. Wu performed an extremely ugly dance that Wu Yan and the other two girls had never seen before. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Liren looked at each other and then they looked at Wu Yan who's doing yataki steps. Is this guy's brain damaged? Chuju started to seriously doubt herself. Was it really the right choice for her to abandon her parents, sister, and friends to be with this retarded guy? Mikoto covered her eyes. Yes, she couldn't bear to watch anymore. So embarrassing. Luckily there's no one else here. If this guy didn't get his ability directly because of me, I would think that he's probably damaged his brain while developing his ability. Hee hee. Liren giggled as she watched Wu Yan's retarded dance. She didn't seem to feel anything wrong if you ignore the large drops of sweat that slid down her forehead. As for Wu Yan, he finally noticed Chuju and Mikoto's disdain. His ugly dance froze. Under the gaze of the 3 pairs of beautiful eyes, he slowly stopped. Ahem. After a fake cough, Wu Yan's face became serious as if nothing happened. He smiled brightly and said, "Yes, there was a reason just now. I believe you guys can understand me." "No. We can't understand your behavior at all." Chuju and Mikoto didn't even think and said this sentence. What a joke. If we said we understand, then wouldn't it mean that our intelligence is on the same level as this retarded guy? Wu Yan couldn't refute this. He could only stammer, "Yes. I'm too happy. I believe if you guys were me you'd do the same." "No. We would never do the same thing as you, Oni-chan." This time, even Liren followed Chuju and Mikoto and said something slightly different. Wu Yan's face became embarrassed. Even with his face that couldn't be pierced by a mythical armament, he felt a little ashamed. Haha. Seeing Wu Yan's embarrassed expression, the 3 girls couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yan could only laugh along. Wu Yan knew that at this moment, the corner of his mouth was no longer something he could control. "Okay, I won't laugh at you." Until Wu Yan was about to run away, Chuju took the lead to stop laughing. She said seriously, although her eyes couldn't hide the smile. "Well, Yan, let's talk about business." Mikoto patted her stomach that was a little painful from laughing. She smiled at Wu Yan. She can't compare to Chuju, but she still couldn't help but want to laugh. Business. Wu Yan, who was thinking about whether to exchange for a sound blocking ability, was stunned by Mikoto's question. He was a little confused. "What business?" Wu Yan asked in a small voice. "Don't tell me your brain is really damaged?" Chuju looked at him with disdain and sighed helplessly. Wu Yan laughed dryly. His mind turned quickly, and then he said with uncertainty, "Is it about the treasure map?" Chuju stared at Wu Yan. Her silent gaze made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. As for Mikoto, she started laughing again. Sighing again, Chuju said in a bad mood, "Yan, I really think your brain is damaged. I already said it's business, you still don't understand?" Wu Yan scratched his face and said awkwardly, I think this treasure map. Of course it's not about the treasure map." Plop. Wu Yan fell down in front of Chuju and the other 2 girls. Hearing the 3 girls laughing again, Wu Yan almost knelt down in front of the president. "It seems like the president is really treating me like an idiot." Slowly getting up from the ground, Wu Yan glanced at the president, who was laughing coquettishly. "I didn't think that Chuju would treat me like this. That unknowingly?" Chuju said with a smile. She didn't seem embarrassed at all. "Alright, then I would like to ask Kaisha-sama to enlighten me." "What's the matter?" Wu Yan raised his hand helplessly, feeling defeated. To think that I, a dignified otaku with countless shocking deeds, was shocked twice by 2 girls in one day. Moreover, it's the president and sis Cannon. This is really humiliating. Of course, it's because of your actions just now. Recalling Wu Yan's ridiculous dance, Kaisha-sama asked in a weird tone. "Just what kind of good news is it that made you so happy?" "Oh." After Kaisha-sama said that, Wu Yan recalled something. He quickly raised the white crystal, and when he heard the repeated notification, Wu Yan confirmed that this is the real deal. Licking his lips excitedly, Wu Yan laughed and said, "That's because you don't know the surprise this crystal brought to me." "Alright, this crystal." Mikoto touched the crystal and looked at Wu Yan. "Seeing how happy you were just now, this crystal should be able to be exchanged for a lot of summoning points, right?" "Haha, you won't be able to guess, it's not just a lot." Wu Yan raised the pure white crystal and laughed. "This is a full 200,000 summoning points." 200,000. Chuju and Mikoto finally understood why Wu Yan was so happy. 200,000 summoning points. If they were in his shoes, they would also be overjoyed. Although they wouldn't do the same thing as Wu Yan. Nodding his chin, Wu Yan quickly handed the pure white crystal to the system. Ding. Obtained 200,000 summoning points. After exchanging the pure white crystal for summoning points, Wu Yan finally felt relieved. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Wu Yan said to Chuju and Mikoto, "The auction is over, let's go back to the hotel." Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Wu Yan brought the 3 girls out of the VIP room. Chapter 71. On the way back to the inn, Wu Yan's group of 4 walked slowly with the mentality of having fun. Along the way, Wu Yin heard the whispers of the people around him no less than 100 times. The whispers of passers-by? Usually, very few people would pay attention to such things, right? However, Wu Yin couldn't ignore it. This was because they were all talking about the same thing. That was the treasure map of the auction house and the treasure hunt in 3 days. It had only been a short while, yet the news had already spread to such an extent? Wu Yin frowned as he listened to the discussion of a pair of passers-by in front of him. He was deep in thought. It had only been about half an hour since the treasure map was exposed in the auction venue. In just half an hour, this matter had already become a hot topic in the supply town. Wasn't it a little too fast? It seemed that the auction house was behind this and had arranged for people to spread the news quickly. At this thought, Wu Yan's frown deepened. He really didn't understand. Was there a need to go to this extent? Didn't they know that treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others? Were they afraid that they wouldn't be able to gather enough powerhouses? Or did they have other motives? One thing for sure was that the people at the auction house were definitely not idiots. They definitely weren't being generous by sharing the treasure map. Wu Yan didn't believe that they would be so kind as to share the treasure that a 9th-stage powerhouse had risked his life for with others. There had to be some kind of conspiracy behind the news that they had a treasure map. In all likelihood, it was just as Chuju had said. They had enough trump cards to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Or they had an 8th-stage powerhouse. Wu Yan rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, comparing intelligence and strategizing wasn't my strong suit. Anyway, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Even if this matter wasn't that simple, so what? Wu Yan didn't believe that with the magic of the system and his sufficient points, he would be cheated. Plus, he wasn't alone either. Looking at Hinajiku and Mikoto who are happily walking around in front of him, his furrowed brows unconsciously loosened. Smiling, Wu Yan shook his head and tossed these annoying thoughts to the back of his mind. Then he quickly caught up with her. Yes, he was definitely not alone. In a large hotel in the supply town, this hotel was famous in the supply town. In terms of scale, it was the largest in the supply town. In terms of decorations, it was also the most luxurious. In terms of service, it was the most considerate in the whole supply town. At the same time, it was also the most expensive hotel in the supply town. Therefore, this inn was usually a place where the younger generation of a large family or those with a bit of background would rest. Warriors and magicians who were slightly poorer didn't dare to come here. This was because if they stayed here for a day, they would have to spend all their hard-earned gains from the giant beast's forest. For example, a suite with 1 living room and 2 bedrooms would cost 10 gold coins for 1 night. But no matter which world it was, there would never be a lack of rich people. For example, this suite was booked by a certain nouveau riche without hesitation. The door to the hall was pushed open and Wu Yan's group of 4 walked in. Wu Yan walked in last and closed the door. He looked at Chuju and the other 2 girls who were still talking about what was good and what was beautiful on the street and shook his head in amusement. Sitting down on the sofa, Wu Yan said to Chuju and Mikoto, "Chuju, Mikoto, I'm going to participate in the treasure hunt at the auction." The 2 girls stopped their discussion and sat down beside Wu Yan. Mikoto straightened her skirt. Even though she had found a new set of protective gear, new safety pants, at Hinajiku's house, she was still a girl. She didn't dare to act so boldly now. After all, the person sitting in front of her was absolutely shameless. Even if you didn't say it, I would have suggested participating. Mikoto brushed her brown bangs with one hand. Over there, a blue and white electric current that hadn't been there for a long time flashed through her hair. Usually when Mikoto does this, it means she's burning up. You sure have the guts to say that. Seeing Mikoto's actions, how could Wu Yan not know what she's thinking? Other than ridiculing her in his mind, as expected of Railgun who loves excitement and violence more than anything else, that's all he could say. Aren't you afraid of any danger? You should know that this isn't the same as the last time in the monster cave. The boss last time was a level 60 snake demon. But this time, let's not talk about the danger in the treasure hunt. There's also the possibility of people on the same path turning into enemies. There's definitely going to be a lot of level 60 tier 7 monsters. Isn't this better? Mikoto smiled domineeringly. Having strong players means having experience. I think after this trip I should... No, definitely. I'll definitely reach level 70. Level 70? Looks like Mikoto is still thinking about leveling up all the time. It's probably because of her sisters. Of course that's good. I'm just worried that there'll be so many people that I'll be ganged up on or tripped up. Wu Yan isn't trying to dampen Sis Cannon's enthusiasm, but he knows that human nature is the hardest to understand. There must be something shameful going on at the auction that they didn't mention. The other people would also be confused by the word treasure. Greed is the original sin, that's true? Even Wu Yan understood the problem. As a level 5 with super high IQ, Sis Cannon naturally understood it. It's just that her actions are usually faster than her brain. Do you want a plan? Mikoto retracted the electric current on her forehead and looked at Wu Yan with bright eyes. I wanted to. Wu Yan got depressed when he heard Mikoto. But we don't know what the auction house is planning. Also, we don't know who will be participating in this mission. How are we going to plan? Are we just going to let it go? Chuju asked Wu Yan. Liren was rubbing her eyes and yawning as if she was about to fall asleep. I said I'm going to participate. Of course I'm not going to let it go. Since we can't come up with a plan, we'll just go with our abilities. At times like this, the brave are invincible. Wu Yan chuckled as he looked at Chuju and Mikoto, who were looking at him expectantly. At this moment, Wu Yan felt like his dominance was leaking out. Of course, that was just his own feeling. Hinajiku and Mikoto don't know if Wu Yan's words are showing off his domineering aura or not, but they have to admit that Wu Yan's words at this moment can really ignite the flames in their hearts, especially these two girls full of heroic spirit. Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, Wu Yan's words were to their liking. But Wu Yan's tone changed as he looked at the two girls who were itching to go. We can't just do nothing. Although we don't know what the situation will be like, according to our previous analysis, a Tier 8 combatant will come out. Chuju and Mikoto frowned. Chuju said, that's true. The strongest among us is Mikoto, a peak Tier 7. But if she goes up against a Tier 8 combatant, it'll be very dangerous. Don't worry, it's not like we don't have any trump cards. Mikoto touched the potion bottle in her bosom. It's the resplendent breath that Wu Yan gave her in exchange for the potion. Looking at Mikoto's actions, Hinajiku also thought of the same thing. She touched the same bottle on her body, and the confidence in her heart instantly increased. Of course, I know we have something we can rely on. But this isn't enough. For this operation, 3 hours is a very short time. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and waved his hand. Then should we exchange for a few more bottles of resplendent breath? Chuju didn't care about anything and directly asked. Liren had already fallen asleep. No. Since they have a Tier 8, let's find a Tier 8 one of our own. Wu Yan grinned with a glint in his eyes. Find a Tier 8 combatant? The two girls were puzzled. Yes. Wu Yan smiled. Summoning points. If we don't use them now, when will we? Chapter 72. That's right. There's still a summon. Mikoto clapped her hands in excitement. They just received a huge sum of summoning points. If they use this sum of points to summon a Tier 8 companion, they won't have to worry about anything else. Of course, the fact that she's excited means that she hasn't realized that summoning is not a good thing for her. Because summoning means that Wu Yan's Crystal Palace is going to expand again. Hinajiku quickly nodded and said with a smile, I almost forgot, this time we got 200,000 summoning points. It should be enough to summon a Tier 8 companion, right? It seems that even Chuju didn't realize that summoning means the appearance of a love rival. Yes, it's enough. Wu Yan looked at the two girls who were so excited and he let out a sigh of relief. Then he felt a bit strange. Why did he let out a sigh of relief all of a sudden? He can only blame a certain someone for taking the Crystal Palace for granted. If it wasn't for Chuju and Mikoto not realizing something, even if his summoning succeeds, Wu Yan wouldn't have a good ending. When I summoned Mikoto, it cost 70,000 summoning points. At that time, Mikoto was already at the peak of Tier 7, which is around level 68. Now, 200,000 summoning points is more than enough to summon a level 70 Tier 8 companion. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel excited when he said this. What? Mikoto raised her head in dissatisfaction and said angrily. Only 70,000 summoning points, how can I be that cheap? The system must have made a mistake somewhere to let you get such a big bargain. Wu Yan is speechless when he heard Mikoto. 70k summoning points is considered cheap? That's almost all of my assets back then, One-sama. Also, 70,000 summoning points is cheap? Then how can the president with 5,000 summoning points endure? As expected, Wu Yan could faintly see the corner of the president's mouth twitching. Her back also darkened a bit. Wu Yan shrunk his head. It would be better if he didn't turn black. In order to prevent the scene from becoming too bloody, Wu Yan could only say, Mikoto, 70,000 isn't cheap. You should know that I spent almost all of my summoning points to summon you. This time, if it wasn't for my good luck that I encountered a crystal that contained life energy, let alone 200,000 summoning points, I don't even know if I could gather 70,000 summoning points. After hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Mikoto put away the oil bottle in her mouth and waved her hand. It's fine, I didn't mind. No, even if you beat me to death, I will not believe that what I saw just now was an illusion. Chuju panted lightly and said absent-mindedly, Yen, 70,000 gold coins can summon a Mikoto that is close to the 8th tier. If it's 200,000 gold coins, can we summon a 9th tier? Even Kaishisama was shocked by her own words. When Wu Yen heard this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He smiled embarrassedly and said, This I also don't know. Maybe it's because of the accumulated displeasure in her heart, or maybe it's because Wu Yan's irresponsible answer was too unreliable, but Kaishisama raised her voice when she said this. Wu Yan moved his butt back like a coward and avoided her gaze. Because I already decided on who to summon, I didn't consider if 200,000 points is enough to summon a 9th tier. Then why don't you ask the system? Chuju couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy, he was considered reliable in the demon cave, why is he so unreliable now? I don't think there's a need for that. Wu Yan meekly protested. Since we already decided on who to summon, tier 8 is more than enough to deal with this situation, there's no need to change it. Wu Yan is digging his own grave by saying this, but he had no choice but to say it out loud. If he really did ask the system and if it's really feasible, he would have to summon a tier 9. But he had already decided to summon this character. Although the summoning of this character didn't cost as much as 200,000 summoning points, and it was definitely much weaker than a character that could be summoned with 200,000 summoning points. However, compared to this character, strength and whatnot were nothing. However, as mentioned before, Wu Yan's words were seeking death. Chuju looked at Wu Yan's eyes and began to squint dangerously. Chuju stared at Wu Yan and said suspiciously, I say, I'm just asking the system, why are you so against it? Also, even if a tier 8 was enough, wouldn't a tier 9 be enough to sweep through the entire battlefield? At that time we'll be even more unscrupulous? Why are you so against it? As she spoke, Chuju stretched out a hand and put it on Wu Yan's shoulder. Chuju revealed a very beautiful smile and said sweetly, Or is there something else in your heart that you can't let others know about? When Chuju put her hand on Wu Yan's shoulder, Wu Yan's body trembled in fear. When the president revealed a smile, he was even more frightened. To him, this unusually attractive and beautiful smile was like the smile of a devil. He couldn't help but look away, appearing very guilty. I just feel that it's not good to judge by strength. No matter what, she's still our future companion. If we eliminate her because there's someone stronger than her, isn't that a bit biased? Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said forcibly, as if the truth was on his side. Is that so? Even Mikoto is a bit suspicious of Wu Yan's ulterior motives. After all, Wu Yan's behavior is a bit suspicious. Looking at the two girls who could turn into tigresses at any time, Wu Yan only felt the pressure. Can he honestly tell them that the one he's going to summon is an otaku's dream, the legendary otaku goddess who has a great body and is obedient to everyone? She's usually incomparably soft, but when faced with an enemy she'll transform into a strong queen. Her natural temperament is off the charts, he can push her whenever he wants and she'll softly call him master. If he really said that, the two girls in front of him won't just turn into tigresses, they'll turn into Azuras. I feel like you have ulterior motives. Chuju and Mikoto fiercely glared at Wu Yan. But they really can't find any flaws in Wu Yan's words. Although his tone is weak, it's obvious that there's something fishy going on. Well, don't say that. No matter what, she's still a companion that will be together day and night in the future. Although she hasn't been summoned yet, it's too rude of you to say that. Wu Yan said to the two girls with a straight face. As for how much of his expression is real, it's up to him to decide. That's true. When the two girls heard Wu Yan's words, they felt like they were being rude. However, they also felt that something was off. Especially when Wu Yan said that they would get along with each other day and night, they felt like they missed something. Seeing that the two girls were fooled by him, Wu Yan quickly said, Okay, I'm going to start the summoning. Do you want to go to sleep first or stay and watch? What do you mean stay and watch? Can't you use a more normal way of saying stay and watch? This method of changing the topic is called clever. The two girls were once again fooled. After a couple of dry laughs, seeing that the two girls didn't want to pursue the matter, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. To prevent any unexpected accidents from happening, Wu Yan didn't even greet her. He pulled up the system list and opened the summon list. Scrolling through the list he found his target. Ikaros, heavenly object character. Claims to be the angel of entertainment, but is actually the angel of war at the strongest weapon in war. Title, Sky Queen. Summoning points, 100,000. That's right. It's Ikaros. An otaku's dream. A goddess that can be soft and hard, can be touched and looked at, can be pushed and raised. Ikaros. At this moment Wu Yen was panting heavily. In less than 0.01 seconds he clicked on the summoning. Chapter 73. Based on past experience, the summoned character would appear in front of him. Thus, the expectant Wu Yen immediately lifted his head and looked towards the front of the hall. Unfortunately, there was nothing in front of him. What Wu Yen was waiting for was not a girl, but a system notification. Beep. The summoned character's memories and emotions are restricted. Do you wish to remove them? Wu Yen couldn't help but be taken aback by the system's prompt. The system also said that the characters Wu Yen summons are all born a day before the start of the storyline. If Wu Yen remembered correctly, Ikaros' memories and emotions were sealed at the start of the original storyline. Otherwise, she wouldn't have introduced herself as the entertainment-type universal angel in her opening speech. A large part of the reason was that her memory had been sealed. And now, Wu Yen wants to summon Ikaros from a day before the start of the original storyline. Of course, Ikaros' memories and emotions are still sealed. In the original storyline, another omnipotent angel, Nymph, was the one who removed the seal. However, that happened some time after the start of the storyline. After the system's interruption, Wu Yen also remembered that Ikaros' memories and emotions were sealed. To be honest, he really did forget about it. What Wu Yen didn't expect was for the system to be so considerate. It even came with the ability to remove the seal. This made Wu Yen very satisfied but also very guilty. System, you really are a good person. No, a good system. I used to think you were a scam, I'm sorry. Wu Yen thanked the system in his heart. He almost knelt down and shouted, this subject deserves 1,000 deaths. Beep. Removing the seal on summoned character Ikaros, additional summoning points required, 6,000 points. In an instant, what satisfaction, what guilt, what good guy card, they were all thrown into the behemoth forest by Wu Yen. His so-called gratitude turned into curses. Fine, it's my fault for thinking that you're considerate. You're still a scam. Damn it, removing a seal requires 6,000 points? You really want to scam me to death. Even the Kaishisama summoning price isn't that expensive? What's wrong? Even though they don't know what happened, but looking at Wu Yan's face that changed from expectation to realization, to touched and now to dumbfounded and angry, Chuju and Mikoto expressed that they're not only used to this guy with a broken skull, they're numb to it. So they stopped complaining. Phew. Wu Yen retracted his expression and his eyes lost their color as he said stiffly. Oh, nothing much. I'm just about to jump into a hole that I have no choice but to jump into. A few question marks floated above their heads, but Hinajiku and Mikoto didn't ask any more. Wu Yan's nonsensical and incomprehensible language made them feel like they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if they kept asking, so they gave up. Where's the summoning? Where's the person? Mikoto looked around for a while. Other than the three of them and Liren, who's already asleep, the hall was empty. She asked with a puzzled face. Chuju was also curious. Among the three of them, she's the only one who hasn't seen a summoned character. Wu Yen has already seen it since he had two summoned characters in front of him. As for Mikoto, she also saw it when Wu Yen summoned her. She's the only one who hasn't seen a character growing out of thin air. Wu Yen rubbed his face and forced a smile. There's a, small situation, the summoning failed. Failed? The two girls cried out in surprise, almost waking up little Li Lin from her sleep. Little Li Lin mumbled something and started to turn around. Seeing this, they hurriedly covered their mouths to stop the noise. After confirming that Liren had only turned over and was still sleeping soundly without any intention of waking up, Hinajiku whispered. How did it fail? It's not really a failure. Didn't you say there was a small situation? Speaking of small situation, Wu Yen couldn't help but grit his teeth a little. Since it didn't fail, then hurry up and summon. You're always dragging your feet. Mikoto crossed her arms and said with dissatisfaction. Sigh. Wu Yen sighed and said weakly. Coming? Looking at his character status, the summoning points bar showed 126,000. Wu Yen sighed again. So, the system calculated the number of points he had, waving out 6,000 points. Wu Yen pressed summon again. Summoned character Ikaros's seal has been unsealed. Beep. Due to summoned character Ikaros's equipment, universal card, not conforming to the system's rules, all items will be handed over to the system for free. Thank you for your generosity. Why do I suddenly feel like hitting someone? Scratching his hair like crazy, Wu Yan helplessly groaned. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Even though Wu Yan knew that it was understandable that such a heaven-defying item like the universal card was confiscated, but Wu Yan was still pissed. Especially when the system said, "Thank you for your generosity," at the end, it made him want to go crazy. No, he already went crazy. In the originally silent hall, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of Wu Yan and the girls. The intense light made Wu Yan and the girls squint their eyes and raise a hand to block it. The strong light lasted for a while before it dimmed a bit. A tall and slender figure appeared in front of Wu Yan and Co. from the dimming light. Seeing this figure, the expressions of the three girls were completely different. Wu Yan's expression was already starting to get excited, while Chuju and Mikoto were stunned. Because they really couldn't find words to express their feelings at this moment. She had short pink hair that barely covered her ears. Her face was so delicate that there was nothing extra on it. Her tightly shut eyes added a sense of calmness and serenity to her face that didn't seem to belong to this world. She was wearing an extremely revealing white armor. The top half of her body was barely covered. There were 2 shoulder pads on her shoulders and her arms were covered with wrist guards. The lower half of her body was covered with a battle skirt. Her white and shiny silver legs did not have a trace of excess fat, allowing the girl's tall and slender figure to be fully displayed. What surprised the 2 girls the most was the light pink wings on the girl's back. She's basically an angel that fell from the heavens. So beautiful. The 2 girls still haven't relaxed their dazed expression. The words, "so beautiful," came out of their mouths unconsciously. Well, you can't blame them, you can only say that under the light that hasn't completely disappeared, the angel like Ikaros is really too beautiful. Wu Yan's expression was also very exaggerated, 2 kelp-like tears were hanging on his face, his expression is really touched. The light completely dissipated while Wu Yan and the girls were all preoccupied with their own thoughts. Ikaros also completely appeared in front of Wu Yan and the girls, but her eyes were still tightly shut. When Ikaros completely appeared in front of everyone, the 3 of them froze at the same time. Chuju and Mikoto's jaws dropped, looking at the 2 huge mounds in front of the angelic girl's chest not far from them, they were petrified. Wu Yan's eyes protruded, his eyes were wide open, his neck slowly stretched out, he just wanted to get closer to the ideal sky ravine, even if it's just a little bit. Tall figure? No, that's also very attractive, but in front of those 2 sacred peaks, it's just a floating cloud. No matter what the 3 of them are thinking, at least this angelic girl who just descended, Ikaros won't be able to know about it. A tiny ray of light suddenly shot out from the angelic girl's body, in a blink of an eye, it shot into Wu Yan's body and connected the 2 of them. After the heartbeat adjustment process was completed, the ray of light turned into a ball of light and merged into Wu Yan's body. When the consciousness returned to the body's function started working again, the inexplicable memories were organized. The angelic girl's eyes slowly opened. Chapter 74. Like a newborn animal, the angelic girl's eyelids fluttered. She tried very hard to open her eyes at a very slow speed. Indigo-colored eyes appeared under her eyelids, but they were calm like an ancient well. The autumn water-like pupils made her look a little stiff. She opened her eyes and looked forward. The first thing she saw after opening her eyes was the scene in front of her. And then she saw it. She saw Wu Yan's excited and expectant expression. She saw Liren sleeping soundly with a smile on her face. She saw Chuju and Mikoto's dazed expression. She didn't know what hit them. She looked at them for a moment before fixing her eyes on Wu Yan. The wings on her back spread open in an instant, and a few feathers flew out with the movement of the wings. They fell gently above her, once again forming an extremely beautiful scene. Ikaros flapped her wings twice, her feet started to leave the ground. She floated in the air and flew in front of Wu Yan, giving the other 3 a shock. Almost at the same time as she landed, Ikaros's rosy lips parted and a soft and stiff voice came out. Engraving. Begin. Following Ikaros's words, her eyes flashed with a glint of formula. Then nothing happened. Wu Yan. Chuju. Mikoto. Ikaros. The hall fell into silence. Wu Yan's trio thought Ikaros was going to do something. But after looking around for a while, nothing happened. They turned back to Ikaros and didn't say anything. After a short moment of silence, under the gaze of Wu Yan's trio, Ikaros, who had been expressionless since her appearance, her expression didn't change. But now her eyes started to show signs of panic. Raising her hand to touch her neck, Ikaros felt her skin. In her memory, the collar that she had been wearing around her neck since she gained consciousness had disappeared. Ikaros touched her smooth neck, her expression didn't change but the panic in her eyes grew. Engraved. Necklace. Gone. Gone. Ikaros muttered, there was a rare trace of emotion in her voice. After sorting out the information that suddenly appeared in her mind, Ikaros knew that she was no longer in the same world as she was before, but to Ikaros this isn't a big deal. To her she's just a tool for a new master, obeying her new master's orders, that's all. As for where she was, she didn't need to care at all. In her settings, as long as she saw the person who summoned her, put on the collar, inscribed it on the master, and gave her everything to the master. Then she would listen to all the master's orders. All of this is a matter of course. But right now she can't help but panic. The collar is gone, the engraving can't be done, she can't have a master anymore. All of this happened so suddenly in her not-so-developed emotional system, she didn't know what to do. Without a master, she can't receive orders, she doesn't know what to do, then she, the girl in front of him, may be as calm as an ancient well without any change in her expression. But how could he not see the endless confusion in her eyes? Looking at this beautiful girl, Wu Yan's excitement slowly receded and was replaced by infinite pity. As an artificial angel, Ikaros was created as a weapon. You could say that since she was born, her everything was her master. Everything she did was according to her master's orders. Her master told her to fight, so she's been fighting her whole life. She's not nymph or a stria, Ikaros' emotional system is too low. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have feelings. On the contrary, in Ikaros' mind, once she expresses her feelings, they're the purest and truest. Too bad she doesn't have the ability to make judgments on her own. In other words, she can't make judgments for herself. The disappearance of the collar made her, who had always relied on the program settings to move, at this moment she didn't know what to do, so she started to feel lost. She was like a helpless little girl. Under Hinajiku and Mikoto's unreadable expressions, Wu Yan grinned and reached out his hand to hold Ikaros's head. Ikaros, who was still in a daze, felt the sudden warmth on her head. She lifted her head and looked at Wu Yan, who was still smiling. Gently caressing Ikaros' beautiful pink hair, looking into her watery eyes, Wu Yan's voice sounded so gentle. Ikaros. Moving his hand to her neck little by little, Wu Yan smiled. Hey Ikaros, do you know why your collar disappeared? Shaking her head, Ikaros stared at Wu Yan without moving. That's because our lives are already intertwined and we can't be separated anymore. This relationship is thousands of times more important than the relationship established by that stupid necklace. That's why the system removed it, because there's no need for it to exist since our lives are intertwined. Retracting his hand, he rubbed Ikaros's head again and he grinned. Everything that is yours is already mine. So, there's no need to be confused. Ikaros stared blankly at Wu Yan, her eyes gradually brightened up. She didn't know when, but the confusion in her eyes disappeared without a trace. Ikaros's eyes became calm again. Looking at Wu Yan, Ikaros said, yes. Retracting her wings into a pair of small palm-sized wings, Ikaros looked at Wu Yan and spoke softly. I'm Strategic Angel A. Ikaros, nice to meet you, my master. Tilting his head, Wu Yan smiled and waved. Ikaros, I'm Wu Yan, please take care of me from now on. Yes, master. The two cat ears beside her ears swayed slightly, Ikaros said blankly. Wu Yan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, two slender hands patted his shoulder at the same time. Wu Yan turned around in confusion, the scene in front of him almost made him pee his pants. Behind him, Kaishisama and Sis-Kanon were standing there, each with an outstretched hand on his shoulder. Chuju and Mikoto's lips twitched as they looked at him. Their yellow-green and brown eyes emitted a dangerous signal. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Kaishisama clenched her other hand, ready to summon Shiro Sakura at any time. Wu Yan shrunk his shoulders, but he was restrained by the two girls. He could only laugh dryly. Explain what? Explain what? Mikoto's hand on Wu Yan's shoulder was about to pinch hard, she forced a smile. Don't tell me you don't want to explain, pointing at Ikaros, Mikoto shouted. Why did she call you master? There's a reason. It's an irresistible reason. Wu Yan's heart was thumping hard, forcing an ugly smile. Wu Yan stuttered. An irresistible reason? Then why do I feel like it's natural for you to hear it? Chuju sneered. Or, did you already know it would be like this before you summoned her? Cherry blossoms danced in the air, curling around Chuju's palm. A crystal longsword was conjured out of Chuju's hand. Her bangs moved up and down, blue and white sparks flashed on her forehead, making crackling sounds. Wu Yan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Chapter 75. Yan. Chuju hugged Wu Yan, looking at him with watery eyes. Then she closed her eyes and moved her lips closer. Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly moved his mouth closer. Yan. At this time, another pair of hands wrapped around Wu Yan's waist. Wu Yan hurriedly opened his eyes to see Mikoto's moist eyes. She licked her lips and copied Chuju, pouting her cherry lips. Her meaning was obvious. Wu Yan hugged left and right, blissful beyond belief. Looking at Chuju, then at Mikoto, he didn't know which one to kiss first. Instantly he fell into a peach blossom dilemma. Master. Another voice, soft and gentle, rang in Wu Yan's ears. At the same time, a pair of wonderful softness pressed against Wu Yan's back, causing Wu Yan's heart to skip a beat. Turning his head, what entered his eyes was Ikaro's naturally dazed face. She was hugging Wu Yan's waist from behind, so if Wu Yan slightly lowered his head, he would be able to see a pair of plump Saintus peaks. Looking at Ikaros's expression, Wu Yan's breathing started to become rough. Just when Wu Yan was about to push Ikaros down, two deep demonic voices that seemed to come from the depths of hell made Wu Yan's thoughts disappear without a trace. Turning his head stiffly like a machine, Wu Yan saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. With white cherry in hand, Hinajiku's face had turned completely black. Her background had also turned completely black. Most importantly, white cherry's crystal-like blade had turned completely black. Mikoto lowered her head, her hair and clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. The electric current flowed through her body at an unprecedented speed. What made Wu Yan even more terrified is that the electric current flowing through Mikoto's body is also black. Black. Wu Yan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Chuju and Mikoto in horror. The 2 completely black women, holding a black hatchet and black electricity, roared at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression. You're a womanizer who's helping others. Accept your death. In an instant, Wu Yan's head was chopped off, his body was also electrolyzed into slag. In a hotel room, Wu Yan abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. The blanket on his body had already been flung away by him. Wearing pajamas so thick that juice could be wrung out of it, his face is covered in sweat. Gasping for air, he looked around and when he found himself in a hotel room, he let out a sigh of relief. So it was a dream. Wiping the sweat off his face, Wu Yan tried his best to adjust his breathing. His heart was filled with joy. It was a dream, it was all a dream. I knew it, Chuju and Mikoto are so kind, how could they kill me with a hatchet? So it was all a dream. Wu Yan sat on the bed and comforted himself, but the more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. This dream won't come true. When he thought of himself being killed by a hatchet, Wu Yan felt like his throat was on fire, he was incomparably thirsty. Won't. It's just a dream? That's right. It's just a dream. Laughing dryly, Wu Yan shook his head violently, he kept repeating this sentence in an attempt to hypnotize himself. Master, wow. A hatchet appeared. A voice made Wu Yan scream in fear, he pulled the blanket over his head and shivered. Hoo, I won't do it again, don't hatchet me please. The weak voice echoed in the blanket, Wu Yan's body trembled more and more. Don't hatchet me, I'm not your master, so please don't hatchet. The begging voice suddenly stopped, Wu Yan was stunned, he finally realized what he heard. It's him? Master. Sticking his head out of the blanket like a turtle, Wu Yan fearfully looked towards the source of the voice, then he froze again. Ikaros. Looking at Ikaros lying on the bed, Wu Yan called out in surprise. Yes, master. Ikaros lifted her body, her full chest jiggling up and down because of her movement. Wu Yan's eyes widened, his thirst increased. Do you have any orders? Master. Ikaros didn't realize how seductive her actions were, she just stared blankly at Wu Yan and said. Evil thoughts surged in his mind. Wu Yan looked at the alluring Ikaros, hearing her words, Wu Yan's blood rushed towards a certain direction. Morning is usually the time when men are the most excited. Wu Yan is also a man? But at this time an incomparably beautiful girl with a great body who will listen to him absolutely said, "Do you have any orders?" How could Wu Yan not have evil thoughts? Feeling a certain part of his body hard to the point of discomfort, Wu Yan looked at Ikaros with shining eyes and was about to give his orders when the dream from earlier suddenly flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Like a tiger shaking off lice, all evil thoughts disappeared in a blink of an eye, his lower body also softened. The excessive request he was about to say was swallowed back down by Wu Yan, almost choking him to death. Cough 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 cough. Even though he didn't choke to death, his chest was still blocked, causing Wu Yan to cough non-stop until he almost coughed to death. Master. Looking at Wu Yan's desperate coughing, Ikaros's ears twitched and her head tilted. She can feel that her master is having a hard time, but she doesn't know what to do to make him happy, so she can only stand there and watch Wu Yan's coughing. Even though Ikaros's expression is still blank, Wu Yan can guess what she's thinking and quickly waved his hand. "It's fine, it's just a cough, it's not a big deal." "Yes, master?" Since Wu Yan said so, Ikaros can only obey. Patting his chest, Wu Yan took a deep breath and looked up at Ikaros, asking weakly, "Ikaros, what's the matter?" Tilting her head again, Ikaros opened her bright indigo eyes and stared at Wu Yan without blinking, as if thinking about how to answer. After a long while she finally squeezed out a word. "Nothing, nothing?" Obviously Wu Yan's brain couldn't wrap itself around the situation, repeating Ikaros's words, speechless. "If there's nothing, then why are you in my room, Ikaros?" Last night, Chuju and Mikoto gave him a good beating. Wu Yan's face was all bruised and swollen. It took a lot of persuasion to convince them to let him go. After that, Chuju and Mikoto gave Wu Yan a beating, which made Ikaros think that they wanted to hurt Wu Yan. She almost pulled out Apollo and shot at them. In a hurry he explained everything again to convince Ikaros that Chuju and Mikoto were playing around with good intentions. Wu Yan almost died from exhaustion. After some deep conversation, Hinajiku and Mikoto also realized Ikaros's naivety. After that, Ikaros was dragged into a room by the two girls. Who knows what they were up to, that's why Wu Yan said that. Too bad, Ikaros was stunned for a while before replying to Wu Yan. "Ikaros came to watch Master sleep. Watch me sleep." Stunned, Wu Yan scratched his face and pulled off his blanket. Sitting in front of Ikaros, he asked curiously, "What do you want to watch me sleep for?" "What do I want to?" Ikaros seemed to be thinking about something, but there's no change in her expression. "Just watch Master sleep." Twitching his mouth, Wu Yan sighed. He understood Ikaros, but sometimes she's really hard to understand. "What's so nice about watching me sleep? If you watch me sleep, don't you need to sleep as well?" "Sleep?" Lowering her head, Ikaros said softly. "Ikaros doesn't need to sleep. Doesn't need to sleep? Doesn't need to sleep." That's right, as a man-made omnipotent angel, Ikaros can't sleep. Glancing at Ikaros who's staring at him blankly, Wu Yan reached out to stroke her head. Gotta think of a way to solve Ikaros's problem of not being able to sleep. Otherwise, Ikaros would be too pitiful if she had to spend the night alone. Chapter 76. In the other room, Chuju and Mikoto woke up as well. They woke up little Liren and she started to wash up and get dressed while yawning. Most girls have to dress up after waking up. After all, they like to look pretty. However, this standard can't be applied to Kaisha-sama and Railgun. Although they are also girls, their personalities are more masculine. The two girls just tidied up their hair and clothes and ended what would be a long personal time for other girls. When they walked out of the room and came to the living room, the scene in front of them made them stunned. "Yo, you're awake." Wu Yan was sitting there. When he saw the three girls come out, he called them over. At the same time, his hands didn't stop moving and he quickly stuffed the food on the table into his mouth. You. Chuju and Mikoto exclaimed exaggeratedly. They pointed at Wu Yan with trembling fingers. Their faces looked like they've seen a ghost. This made Wu Yan's heart twitch a few times. "I say, what's with that look like you've seen a ghost?" The corner of his mouth twitched. Wu Yan was about to flip the table. "You're really Yan? Not someone else in disguise?" Chuju's words made Wu Yan lose his composure. "I say, what are you guys suspecting? Are you that surprised to see me?" Wu Yan felt like he wanted to bite someone. He's really pissed off. Anyone who went through a scene like that would feel a little weird. While they were talking, Chuju and Mikoto pulled little Liren, who was curiously looking at Ikaros, to sit beside Wu Yan. Chuju glanced at the breakfast on the table and said, "Of course we're surprised." Mikoto also snorted and said, "You know you're a lazy person. If it's not past 10 o'clock you'll never wake up." Wu Yen raised his eyebrows and retorted, "How could that be? When I was the housekeeper of Chuju's house, I woke up early every day." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju immediately curled her lips in disdain and said snappily, "You still dare to say that? During that period of time, I was the one who lifted your quilt and woke you up. If I didn't wake you up, I think you even forgot to go to class." Suddenly Wu Yen was speechless. Snickering, Chuju picked up a piece of bread from the table and took a bite. She frowned and Mikoto did the same. Where did this bread come from? After the second bite, Chuju and Mikoto put down the bread in their hands at the same time and said with dissatisfaction, "It seems like the taste of this bread is not to their liking." What happened? Wu Yen picked up the third piece of bread and took big bites. He said strangely, "It's from the hotel. Isn't it delicious? I think it's not bad." "Didn't you make it, Yen?" "Oh please." Wu Yen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "This is a hotel. There's service here. Why do you have to make it yourself?" Hearing this, the two girls became depressed again. Hinajiku even whispered, "But you've always been the one doing it. I'm not a professional chef." Wu Yen raised his hand and said loudly, "It seems like these two ladies are treating him as their personal chef. Sai, what should we do now?" Chuju pointed at the bread on the table and said in distress, "After eating Wu Yan's dishes, ordinary dishes don't taste good anymore." Indeed, Kaishisama was raised by Wu Yen for a month. Don't forget, Wu Yen has the cooking master ability. During that month, Chuju ate Wu Yan's dishes every day. Her appetite has long been spoiled. Now the food made by the hotel is a bit hard to eat. Even Mikoto is the same. Only little Liren, who hasn't eaten Wu Yan's food, is eating with relish. Knowing this, Wu Yen can't help but ridicule in his heart. The breakfast made by the famous noble hotel in this supply town is called Ordinary by You. This makes the hotel owner, who paid a high price to hire a famous chef, feel bad. However, Wu Yen is a bit pleased with himself. "Now you know you can't leave this, brother. It's all your fault, Yen. You made the food so good that now we can't eat other people's food." Mikoto gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yen. Swallowing the last bite of the bread, Wu Yen could only helplessly say, "Just make do with it, aren't you hungry?" To be honest, Kaishisama and Sis Cannon are a bit hungry. At that moment, they could only unwillingly pick up the bread on the table and eat it with wrinkled faces. At this moment, beside Chuju, little Liren, who has been curiously looking at Ikaros since she came out of the room, finally spoke. As she chewed on the bread, she looked at the motionless Ikaros behind Wu Yen and asked in her baby voice, "Who is this beautiful big sister?" Wu Yen, Chuju and Mikoto flinched. Only then did they remember little Liren hasn't seen Ikaros before. "Oh right, Ikaros." Chuju and Mikoto turned to look at Ikaros, feeling a bit embarrassed. Because they had completely ignored Ikaros just now, Ikaros can only blame herself for standing obediently behind Wu Yen and not saying anything. Of course, it's not to say that Ikaros' presence is low. On the contrary, even if Ikaros doesn't speak, it's hard not to notice her. After all, Ikaros is too pretty. If Ikaros is a ripe peach, then Chuju and Mikoto are green apples. After all, Chuju and Mikoto are 14 and 15 respectively. Their bodies haven't fully matured yet. Even if they have good looks, compared to Ikaros, there's still a small gap. Of course, that's only for now. Once these two tsundere half lowly grow up, it'll be hard to say. And this is after Wu Yen told Ikaros to wear a normal girl's clothes to cover up her wings. Otherwise, she'd be even more conspicuous. But since she just joined last night, it's understandable that she didn't notice. "Beautiful big sister, why are you ignoring Liren? Do you hate Liren?" Seeing Ikaros just staring blankly at her without answering her question, little Liren weakly asked. "Haha, little Liren, don't mind her. It's not that Ikaros is ignoring you, it's just that Ikaros isn't good at communicating with others." Wu Yen looked at little Liren's pitiful face and could only say so. He's not going to say that he's just attracted by her cuteness. Mikoto looked at Ikaros and suddenly asked, "Ikaros, did you wake up early? I didn't see you when I woke up, so I thought you'd gone somewhere." Finally realizing that everyone was talking about her, Ikaros slowly turned to look at Wu Yen and whispered, I went to Master's room." As soon as he heard Ikaros' answer, Wu Yan's heart screamed, "Not good." If Chuju and Mikoto knew that Ikaros stayed in his room the whole night, he'd die a horrible death. Absolutely. Just thinking about the dream of being chopped up by a chopper, Wu Yan's heart jumped. Wu Yan quickly interrupted, Oh right, Chuju and Mikoto, we're going to go treasure hunting the day after tomorrow. What's the plan for little Liren? Have to say this topic was changed very well. Chuju looked at Liren and hesitantly said, this? I also? Too bad. Before Chuju could finish, little Liren stood up and shouted, I want to go too. No. Little Liren, the place we're going to this time is very dangerous. Mikoto immediately objected when she heard Liren's words. No matter what, little Liren is just a weak little girl. I don't care. I want to go. Liren hugged Hinajiku tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Chujune-sen, Onii-sen, don't leave Liren behind, I don't want to leave you guys. Yen. Chuju didn't know what to do while hugging little Liren. Wu Yen sighed and pondered, let's bring her along, we don't have any other plans. I think we can still protect her. Mikoto could only nod at Wu Yan's words. Liren's tears turned into laughter and she cheered happily. Looking at all the girls, Wu Yen murmured, now all that's left is to wait. Chapter 77. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Supply Town's Southern Plaza. This is the largest plaza in the southern part of the town. If you continue walking forward, you'll reach the southern exit of the town. Even though this plaza is big, it's not the way to the behemoth forest. Also, it's not the main entrance. That's why there aren't many people here. But today this place is packed with people. It's literally a sea of people. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and little Liren are standing at an inconspicuous corner of the plaza. Looking at the huge crowd in front of them, they're speechless. There's at least 10,000 people here. Looks like the news from the auction house spread like wildfire these days. It's not like there's nothing to gain. Wu Yen looked at the endless stream of people. Looking at the small groups, large groups, and even mercenary groups, he couldn't help but frown. Because if they found the so-called treasure, everyone here might. No, it was certain that they would all become their enemies. Wu Yen doesn't believe that anyone here would be kind enough to share the treasure they found. Looks like a lot of families and mercenary groups sent people here to get involved in this mess. Mikoto's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light as she looked around the plaza. Of course, Mikoto isn't counting the number of people here. She's not that bored. Right now, Mikoto is using the system to detect everyone's strength. Even though Chuju is carrying little Liren, she's doing the same thing. The light in her eyes didn't stop moving. Chuju's face is tense as she said with a dignified face. Strong? So many? Wu Yan's group hasn't been in this spalier world for long. Even Wu Yan, who came here first, only stayed for a few months. He's not familiar with this place. Those clans, mercenary groups, he doesn't know any of their names. Even if he could use the system's perception to detect the names of the people here, he wouldn't bother trying to memorize them. After all, there are tens of thousands of people here. However, probing his strength was absolutely necessary. Because they might become enemies. Those below the 5th stage were almost innumerable, and the number of 5th stage experts was quite large. However, these people were not enough to pose a threat to Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's group did not care about them. What really made Wu Yan concerned were those who could pose a threat to them. Almost 100 stage 6 people. Chuju looked at Wu Yan and said, rank 7, 15 of them. Mikoto pursed her lips and turned to Wu Yan. No one at the 8th level has appeared yet. Wu Yan frowned and glanced at the crowd. Mikoto squinted her eyes and resisted the urge to release electricity. Her lips curled up and she said, so many strong fighters, seriously? You're excited, right? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Mikoto and said in an exasperated tone. Oh, we are trying to estimate how many people can pose a threat to us. Look at you, you're the one getting excited first. You should know that there are more than 100 people here who can deal damage to us. You said there are more than 100 people here, but there's not a single one who can pose a threat to me. Mikoto touched her bangs and smiled. Although there are 15 people above level 60, the highest level here is still me. I'm level 69. They're not a threat to you, but they're a threat to us. Wu Yan shrugged and waved his hand. I'm only level 50. There are more than 100 people here who can deal with me. Not to mention, Mikoto, you're the highest level here. You're not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but what about a group fight? Alright, I'm just saying. Do you think I don't know? Really, why are you being so serious? Mikoto's original hot-bloodedness was crushed by Wu Yan's words. She felt that this guy in front of her was really annoying. Alright, we still have Ikaros here, don't worry. Chuju interrupted the two's conversation and said snappily, if they're worried about this with their level of strength, then wouldn't I be trembling in fear? That's true, we still have Ikaros here. Wu Yen turned to look at the expressionless Ikaros who was staring blankly at him. Wu Yen felt relieved. If Mikoto had to worry about being ganged up on since there are more than a dozen people here who are at the same level as her, then Ikaros has no such worries. Wu Yen can say with certainty that even if everyone here came at her together, they wouldn't be a match for Ikaros. Group battles and whatnot are completely useless against Ikaros, who is a strategic all-purpose angel with a bunch of lethal weapons on her. Ikaros is an existence that can destroy an entire civilization. Not to mention they're not to be trifled with either. Character: Wu Yen abilities: Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV4. Equipment: Shana of the Holy Temple C rank, Dragon Armor C rank, Summons. Misaka Mikoto Gue Chuju Ikaros Equipment Points, 21,000 Item Points, 810000 Ability Points, 101000 Summoning Points, 120000 Level, 50. Character: Misaka Mikoto Ability, Electromaster, LVL5, Strength, C Endurance, C Agility, B Spirit, A Equipment. None Level, 69. Character: Gue Chuju Ability, None Strength, C Endurance, D Agility, C Spirit, C Equipment. White Cherry D Rank, Level, 35. Character: Ikaros Ability, Sky Queen Mode Strength, A Endurance, B Agility, B Spirit, A Equipment. Artemis Permanent Homing Missile, C Rank. Aegis Absolute Defense Circle, C Rank. Apollon Apollo, C Rank. Uranus System, B Rank, Level, 77. Wu Yen silently put away the status list. He glanced at the Tier 7 leaders at the front of the group and he grinned. Even though he's on the same level as Chuju, he's not considered one of the strongest here. There are more than 100 people who are higher level than him, and who knows how many are higher than Chuju. But on Wu Yan's side there's Mikoto. At the very least, Mikoto is the strongest in the group of Tier 8. Of course, Wu Yan's biggest worry is Ikaros. Level 77. Tier 8. Even among Tier 8 she's definitely one of the best. In addition to that, there's a list of equipment that makes Wu Yan's heart tremble. Wu Yan believes that Ikaros is definitely the strongest in the group of Tier 8. Even if a Tier 9 comes, they won't have a good time. Because aside from the 3 C rank equipment, Ikaros still has AB rank equipment. Gold armament. That's something that only Tier 9 elites have the qualifications to use. That's something that even Wu Yan doesn't have. That's something that even a Tier 8 elite doesn't have. With an armament of this level, in this group of people without Tier 9 elites, who's going to be the strongest? Even if it's other equipment, it's still not to be underestimated. There's also a gap between C rank equipment. Just like a person of the same tier, a person of the same tier, a person of the same tier, a person of level 60 and a person of level 69, how big is the gap between them? It's the same for equipment. Even if they're both C rank, there's still a gap between rare armaments. For example, Wu Yan's 2 rare armaments, the Holy Temple Veil is probably in the middle tier, while the Spiritual Dragon Armor is in the upper tier. And Ikaros's Permanent Homing Missile and Absolute Defense Circle are in the upper tier. Apollo is even more exaggerated, it's a C rank. But Wu Yan asked the system Ikaros's Apollo, although it's a C rank, is infinitely close to AB rank. Super high level, super strong equipment, it's what created this heaven-defying girl. That's why there's only 5 people on his side, including a little lowly who can't help it all and can only be a mascot. But Wu Yan isn't afraid of anyone. Even if their numbers can't be compared to those mercenary groups or big clans that have hundreds and thousands of people, their quality is definitely not worse than any of those groups. In addition, Wu Yan used 70,000 item points to exchange for some items last night. Wu Yan doesn't believe that he'll return empty-handed from this treasure hunting trip. Simply put, Wu Yan is starting to burn. Chapter 78. Just as the people in the square were chatting away, the sound of a gust of wind suddenly entered everyone's ears. The whistling wind came down from the sky, blowing the whole square. Some of the lighter ones even had to grab onto their companions to avoid being blown away. A gust of wind is harmless, but for the women they weren't so lucky. Although the wind wasn't strong enough to blow them away, but it did blow their clothes into a mess. The female warriors were fine, after all they're still women, but they're still warriors, so they'll at least wear 1 or 2 pieces of light armor. The rare female magi on the other hand had it bad. Most of the female magi wore light robes, and the gust of wind blew their clothes up, causing their skirts to flutter even more. It was a feast for the eyes of the male companions, and at the same time, the whole square was filled with gasps of surprise. The male crowd was cheering loudly in their hearts, feeling incomparable happiness. They felt that this trip wasn't in vain, and Wu Yan was also a part of this happiness. The 3 girls and 1 loli beside him also had their skirts fluttering up. Chuju and Mikoto held their skirts tightly, not letting themselves be exposed. Even if they were exposed, Wu Yan wouldn't want to look. After all, they're wearing safety pants. The little loli Liren on the other hand is a bit interesting. She's wearing cute little panties, but Wu Yan only caught a glimpse of her before her skirt was covered up by the daisies that are also pressed into her skirt. The one that really made Wu Yan secretly happy is Ikaros. This natural all-rounder angel doesn't have any scruples at all. The wind blew her skirt up high, revealing her white little cutie. But she didn't know how to cover it up. She just stood there looking at Wu Yan, wondering what's so good about Wu Yan. Hinajiku and Mikoto are busy with their own business, so they didn't pay attention to Ikaros. Wu Yan moved his feet and blocked Ikaros so that no one can see her figure. Then he widened his eyes and stared at Ikaros's lower body. While Wu Yan was enjoying himself, Ikaros's eyes only flashed twice before returning her gaze to Wu Yan. She didn't move at all, just like a statue. Soon, the culprit that caused this gust of wind appeared in front of everyone's eyes. To be more precise, it appeared in the air above everyone. A strangely shaped ship slowly descended from the sky above the square. Standing at the bow of the ship was the old man who presided over the auction last time. "A ship can fly," Chuju cried out in surprise. Luckily, the wind was very strong, so other than Wu Yan's group, no one else heard what Chuju said. Otherwise, it would have attracted a lot of attention. After all, this strange flying ship is one of the Spalier world's main means of transportation. There's not many people who haven't seen it before. If Chuju's words were heard by others, they would have looked at her like she's an alien or a country bumpkin. "Wah! It's an airship. It's an airship." Liren raised both her hands and shouted. She seems to have seen this airship before. "Is that an airship from this world? Although I heard Feifei mention it before, it's a bit different from a ship." Wu Yan rubbed his chin, recalling Feifei's words. He suddenly realized. Actually, it's not just the appearance that's different from a ship. It's not like a normal ship just because it can fly. The airship slowly descended, and the people below the airship immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They didn't want to be crushed into a persimmon. Thus, the airship stopped in the open space in front of everyone's eyes. Due to the airship's large size, it's almost a quarter of the square, so when it stopped in the square without any hindrance, the people in the square felt a bit crowded. The old man from the auction house stood at the front of the airship with his hands behind his back. Looking like an immortal, Wu Yan secretly scolded him for being pretentious. The old man looked at the large number of people below, nodded with satisfaction, laughed a few times and then said, "Everyone, since you're here, you must be ready to go treasure hunting with us, right? This old man here would like to say welcome to all of you. Let's have a pleasant cooperation, and I also hope that everyone will have a fruitful journey in the future." Then, next, I will explain some things that we need to explain on this trip. Originally, this old man didn't have the chance to explain it to everyone. After all, there are many people here who are of the same rank as me, or experts from various large families. However, since this trip was initiated by our auction house, then I will be thick-skinned and show off in front of everyone. Listening to the old man's words, Wu Yan only felt speechless. You clearly know that there are many people of the same rank and from large families and mercenary groups here, yet you keep on nagging. Can't you see that these people are already a bit annoyed by your high and mighty attitude? And you don't even cut to the chase. Isn't this showing off? Do you really want to be scolded? Perhaps he heard Wu Yan's ridicule. The old man coughed twice, cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone, this time the treasure location we are heading to is the Small Ring Mountain Range." Small Ring Mountain Range? Wu Yan took out the map book on his body and began to flip through it. Seeing this, Chuju, Mikoto, and little Liren immediately surrounded Wu Yan and looked at the map in his hand. Soon Wu Yan found this so-called Small Ring Mountain Range. It's just an unremarkable mountain range. The terrain isn't high and the area it occupies isn't much. It can be said that it's not famous at all, and has no special features. However, looking at this Small Ring Mountain Range on the map, Wu Yan and Mikoto frowned at the same time. "What's wrong?" Seeing the two frowning, Chuju quickly asked. "Oh, it's nothing." Wu Yan stuffed the map book in his hand to Mikoto and looked up at Chuju. I'm just wondering why a small mountain range with no special features would have such a huge treasure. Maybe they chose this place to hide the treasure because it has no special features. After all, it's not easy to be discovered this way. Chuju pondered for a moment and said to Wu Yan. And you're right. Wu Yan nodded. Chuju looked at Mikoto, who was still looking at the map, and asked, So Mikoto, what do you see? I don't see anything, I just have some thoughts. Mikoto put the map book in front of everyone and said, Look, there's almost no town around this mountain range. Don't even mention a town, there's not even a small village. Indeed. Wu Yan glanced at the area and asked Mikoto. Other than the name of Kohuan Mountain Range, there's nothing there. And then? What do you think when you see this? She put away the map book and tossed it to him. She continued in a serious tone. What I'm thinking is, if something were to happen over there, wouldn't the heavens and earth be at a loss for what to do? Hearing Mikoto's words, everyone fell silent. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Wu Yan suddenly laughed and straightened his back, saying, Well, since the bridge will cross when the boat reaches the bow, if we keep worrying about this and that, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything when the time comes. Did you forget? We want the brave to be invincible. Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other and laughed, saying in unison, That's right. The brave to be invincible. At the same time, the old man standing at the bow of the ship said to everyone, Because the journey is long, our auction house has already prepared an airship. If there's any inconvenience, please forgive us. Originally he just wanted to say some polite words, but what the old man didn't expect was that many female magicians below were glaring at him, making him a little confused. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan almost laughed. Chuju and Mikoto also looked at the old man with displeasure. If looks could kill, he would have died a few hundred times already. Wu Yan was already suspecting whether this old man really didn't know or did he do it on purpose. Saying forgive us like this, it's a group mockery to the girls who just exposed themselves. Even if he didn't understand, the old man still continued. Then, please get on the airship, we're about to depart to the mountain range. Wu Yan looked at Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros and little Liren, turned his head and said, Let's go. Chapter 79. When Wu Yan's group stepped onto the deck, Ikaros, who was following behind Wu Yan, suddenly froze. Her indigo pupils shrank and turned into a deep red. Almost at the same time, her eyes turned back to indigo as if nothing happened. Ikaros froze. Wu Yan's group naturally noticed. Wu Yan turned to Ikaros and asked, What's wrong? Ikaros. Ikaros raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Master, there's a very dangerous life form. A very dangerous life form. Wu Yan's group looked at each other. Mikoto walked to Ikaros's side. Ikaros. Mikoto lightly tugged at Ikaros's clothes and pulled her gaze away from Wu Yan. You mean you sensed a very strong life form on this airship, right? Yes. Ikaros replied softly and turned her gaze back to Wu Yan. It was as if she didn't see Wu Yan for a second, Wu Yan would disappear. Ikaros, how strong is the life form you sensed? Wu Yan also walked to Ikaros's side and asked in a low voice. Ikaros's gaze also changed following Wu Yan's movements. Hearing Wu Yan's question, Ikaros paused for a moment before answering. Number 3, Strength A, Danger Level Unknown. I suggest Master eliminate them. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched and he quickly said. Let's not act rashly. Ikaros, let's just wait and see. Yes, Master. After Ikaros went blank again, Mikoto and Chuju came to Wu Yan's side and asked. Number 3, that's understandable. Ikaros sensed 3 life forms, but what's the standard for strength and danger level? According to Ikaros's settings, Strength A means they're on the same level as her. In other words, there are 3 people on the same level as her. In other words, they're Tier 8. Wu Yan's face turned serious as he explained to Chuju and Mikoto. Tier 8 finally appeared. Mikoto exhaled. Tier 8, that's her current goal. Even with her current strength, she has to look up to them. When I didn't see any Tier 8 people, I thought our guess was wrong. I didn't expect them to hide first. Hinajiku said dejectedly as she scanned the airship with her system perception, but to no avail. Wu Yan smiled. That's understandable. They're Tier 8 after all. The auction house gathered the strongest to explore the treasure trove. How could they let a Tier 8 wait in the plaza with the others? 3 Tier 8 Ikaros. Can you tell us their specific strength? Mikoto groaned in distress and asked Ikaros. Ikaros's pupils shrunk again, but this time it didn't turn dark red. She looked around and said. Their bodies are unknown. Their strength is unknown. Location is being determined. We haven't detected them yet. Ikaros, since you haven't found them, then don't bother looking. When the time comes, they'll naturally appear. Rubbing Ikaros's head, Wu Yen said with a smile. Turning to look at Wu Yen, Ikaros froze for a moment before replying. Yes, master. Humph. Seeing Wu Yan's intimate action towards Ikaros, Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but snort coldly to express their displeasure. Smiling embarrassedly, Wu Yen bitterly retracted his hand. While Wu Yen and the rest were talking, the airship also slowly floated up into the air. It circled in the air for a while as if to determine the direction, then turned and flew towards the south. How magical, this is the first time I've sat on a flying airship. Mikoto weighed her feet and said curiously. Actually, it's also my first time. Wu Yen laughed dryly and said to Mikoto while hugging little Liren, who jumped into his arms. Of course, I've never seen a flying airship in Academy City. Ugh, except for a certain airship that only reports the weather. And you, coming from such a backward place, don't even mention it. Mikoto curled her lips and sneered. Wu Yen is speechless, but Mikoto is right. Even though he came from a world of technology, but compared to Academy City and Mikoto's world where technology is 30 years ahead of the outside world, the technology of the 21st century can only be considered backward. Seeing Wu Yan's silence, Mikoto turned her head away in dissatisfaction and said, Then what do we do next? Should we wait here until we reach our destination, or should we go and look for those 3 guys of the 8th step? Wu Yen pondered for a while and said, Let's not do that, I'm afraid we'll attract their attention. What's there to pay attention to? They should have noticed us a long time ago, right? Mikoto looked at Wu Yen in confusion. Since Ikaros can sense their presence and they're both tier 8, even if they're not as strong as Ikaros, they should still be able to sense our presence, right? You're wrong this time. Wu Yen laughed and waved his hand to refute. Wrong? Mikoto frowned. What's wrong? Wu Yen glanced at Ikaros and continued with a smile. Ikaros can sense the other party because her system has a scanning ability. That's why she can sense the other party's presence. Is that so? This time it was Mikoto's turn to refute. Even if Ikaros's perception is better, how can you be so sure they won't notice us? No, I'm sure they won't notice us. How can you be so sure? Instantly, Sis Cannon was even more annoyed. Wu Yen smiled bitterly and explained. You don't know, the people in this world train in magic and Do-Chi. Both warriors and magicians have Do-Chi and mana in their bodies. As far as I know, the practitioners in this world rely on Do-Chi and mana to detect other practitioners. I understand now. When Wu Yen said that, Mikoto came to a sudden realization. She clenched her fist and tapped her palm. She said in a relieved manner. Because they rely on Do-Chi and mana to detect us, we who don't cultivate Do-Chi and mana won't be detected by the enemy. Smart. Wu Yen praised Mikoto and said with a smile. Although we can't generalize, no one knows if there's any special sensing method in the Spalier world. But one thing is for sure. What? Even if they can detect us, they definitely won't be able to detect our strength. Wu Yen said confidently. Because we don't train in Do-Chi or magic, how can they determine our strength? They're not like us who have the system's ability to detect levels. Well, at least you have a bit of judgment. Damned Sundra. Looking at the scenery outside the floating airship, Wu Yen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Mikoto, don't you feel like something's missing? A strange feeling suddenly surged in Wu Yan's heart. It made Wu Yen feel like he had forgotten something. Wu Yan's question startled Mikoto. She seemed to have thought of something and said, now that you mention it, I really do feel like something's missing compared to usual. Just when the two were thinking hard, Liren, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, pulled on Wu Yan's neck and said, Big brother, are you guys looking for Chuju Jejia? Alright, Chuju. Wu Yen and Mikoto suddenly remembered what they had forgotten. It seems like they haven't heard Chuju's voice since a while ago. Where is she? Mikoto looked around but couldn't find her. There. Liren pointed at a certain pale Chuju who was lying on the deck with her legs bent backwards. Her forehead was filled with black lines and her face was pale. What's going on? Mikoto was stunned when she saw Chuju's miserable state. Ugh. Wu Yen slapped his head and sighed at the sky. I almost forgot. Kaisha-sama has acrophobia. Chapter 80. For the president, a journey that felt like a year was just a matter of chatting with the others. In the time it took to chat, it had already passed. It had to be said that the airship's speed was indeed extraordinary. It was not to say that it was faster than a plane. One had to know that even if it could fly, it was still a ship. If it was faster than a plane, then the group of people standing on the deck would have been blown to God knows where long ago. The reason why it was said to be fast was because it would be enveloped by a magic array every once in a while. As the airship was wrapped in the magic array, the people on the airship would feel their vision blur. Then the scenery outside the airship would completely change. Those magic arrays were actually large-scale teleportation magic arrays. It could be said that no one in the Spalier world knew how big it was. After all, no one had ever reached the end of the Spalier world. Therefore no one knew how big it was. They only knew that it was very big. Wu Yin had only been in the Spalier world for a few months, but Wu Yin knew the size of the Spalier world from the system. It was bigger than 10 Earths. In such a big world, the airship was the fastest means of transportation. It wasn't because of how fast it was, but because of the teleportation magic arrays fixed in the sky. These large-scale teleportation magic arrays fixed in the sky were all built by the huge forces in the Spalier world's long history. They were built with a lot of manpower and money in order to allow the airship to have the ability to travel to all parts of the world. Usually, the teleportation magic arrays were hidden. Even if a person who could fly passed through them, they wouldn't have any reaction. On the airship there was a small activation magic array. As long as the airship came into contact with the teleportation magic array, this activation magic array would be activated. It would summon the teleportation magic array hidden in the sky and provide people with teleportation services. Therefore, only the airship could use these teleportation magic arrays. If they were to use the plane in Wu Yan's world, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to fly from the supply town to the small Ring Mountain range at the fastest speed. But with the help of the airship and these teleportation magic arrays, such a long distance was shortened to 2 to 3 hours. When the airship passed through another teleportation magic array, the old man stood at the bow and told everyone that they had arrived at their destination. What appeared in front of them was just a very ordinary mountain range. The mountain range wasn't high or low. The mountain range wasn't long or short. It was almost ordinary. When they saw this mountain range, everyone on the airship had the same thought at the same time. Could there really be treasures here? Even Wu Yan and the others had the same thought. Everyone, we are about to land. Please get ready. The airship's speed began to slow down. Above one of the mountains, the airship turned around and slowly descended. People disembarked from the airship one after the other. There wasn't any order to speak of, and it was just individual movements between groups. Fortunately, the airship had landed in a fairly spacious area. Otherwise, there was no telling if these people would be willing to squeeze together. There are too many people, so it seems like it will take a while for everyone to get off the airship. However, this has nothing to do with Wu Yan and company. They are the first group to get off the airship. As for the reason why, are you feeling better? After being carried off the airship by Ikaros found an inconspicuous corner and put something in her hand on the ground. Chuju's legs are still a little weak, she can barely stand. When she was put down, she stumbled and sat on the ground. Hugging little Liren, she gasped for air. Mikoto quickly went up to her and patted her back. As for Wu Yan, he watched helplessly and gloatingly from the side. Ikaros stood beside him with an expressionless face. Alright, I'm fine. Don't worry. Seeing little Liren and Mikoto's worried faces, Chuju forced herself to lift her head and forced a laugh. Her face is still a little pale, but compared to when she was on the airship, it's a lot better. After everyone came down from the airship, Kaishisama stood up and recovered some strength. Those who got the map should know our route. Those who didn't, please follow our auction house. Everyone, let's go. Maybe it's because they're about to enter the treasure location. The old man didn't bother with formalities. Seeing that everyone is here, he led the auction house's people and set off. Seeing this, groups of various sizes also began to follow. The group of people began to walk towards the location of the treasure in a grandiose manner. After patting Chuju's back and receiving a nod from Chuju, Wu Yan said to everyone, "Let's go too." This is the treasure location? Mikoto looked at the empty space in front of her. She was depressed to the extreme and confused. Wu Yan's group attended the auction 3 days ago and saw the treasure map. Not to mention Wu Yan, who has perfect memory, even Kaishisama can remember a bit of it. Needless to say, Mikoto's calculation ability is one of the top 7 in Academy City. Mikoto can say with certainty that this is the treasure location indicated on the map. The problem is there's nothing here. Forget treasure, there's not even a tree. Seeing this situation, anyone would be depressed. Those with bad tempers have already gone mad. Suddenly the entire group was filled with angry shouts and questions. Some of them even went to the auction house's people to settle the score. This group of people seemed to have started arguing with the auction house's people. The old man leading the auction house seemed to be explaining something to the crowd and then continued to lead the auction house's group forward. The depressed and doubtful crowd could only follow the people from the auction house with a skeptical attitude. Until a stone tablet appeared in front of them. "This is the treasure location?" It's the same sentence again, but this time Mikoto didn't say it with a depressed tone. Instead, her tone was filled with confusion. "Looks like it." Wu Yen nodded and he gestured at the old man with his lips. "Look, that old man seems to be doing something new." Chuju, Mikoto, and the others looked over and saw the old man leading the auction house's people to the stone tablet. The group then spread out and surrounded the stone tablet. The old man gently placed his hand on the stone tablet. At the same time, a few of his sixth-order companions behind him also placed their hands on him. Following suit, the entire auction house's team put their arms around each other's shoulders. Everyone saw that when the old man placed his hand on the stone tablet, a burst of light emerged from the place where his hand came in contact with the tablet. Then the old man was surrounded by light. At the same time, it also dyed the person who placed his hand on the old man's body. In an instant, the auction house's people were all dyed in light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "They're gone." Hinajiku stared blankly at the place where the old man disappeared. Everyone else had the same expression. Only the group of people who were talking to the old man didn't have any change in expression. They even imitated the old man's actions and touched the stone tablet and disappeared. Looks like the stone tablet's function is to teleport people to the treasure location. Wu Yen and Chuju looked at each other. Their gaze towards the stone tablet became a bit more relaxed. As more and more people were teleported to the treasure location, the place became more spacious. As time passed, except for those who were more timid and suspicious, most of the people left. "Should we go?" "Yeah." Chuju looked at Wu Yen. Mikoto and Liren had the same thought. Ikaros, from start to finish, didn't look away from Wu Yen. Seeing everyone's questioning gaze, Wu Yen thought for a moment and nodded. Then he led them up. Before being teleported, Wu Yen secretly glanced at a certain place. There are the 3 dangerous life forms that Ikaros just told him about. Chapter 81. When they came back to their senses, Wu Yen and the rest found themselves on an empty stone floor. "No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't look like a treasure location." Mikoto wrinkled her nose and snorted as she looked at this place. Wu Yen looked like he already knew this would happen. He calmly scanned the surroundings and sighed. "I knew it, things weren't that simple." Hinajiku walked around the area, her yellow-green eyes constantly turning around. She didn't know what to look at. After all, there was nothing here except for rocks. After walking around with interest for a while, Hinajiku finally spoke. "Where are the others? Why are they all gone?" Wu Yen and Mikoto were shocked. "Yeah, why are we the only ones here? Could it be that if we touch the stone tablet at different times, we'll be transported to different places?" Wu Yen stroked his chin. Looking at the stone floor that couldn't possibly fit 10,000 people, he pondered. "There's no way out here. How are we going to get out?" Chuju frowned. "Could we have been tricked by the people from the auction house?" Mikoto was unusually irritated. Blue and white sparks danced on her forehead. Sis Cannon wasn't a patient person to begin with. Hearing Sis Cannon's guess, Wu Yen waved his hand. "No, it shouldn't be possible. If there were only a few of us, we might have been fooled by them. But this time we aren't the only ones who came. You should know that there are quite a few people in those groups who have great backgrounds. Then what's the situation now? There's no way out. Do we have to open up a path ourselves?" Mikoto narrowed her eyes. The electricity on her body began to flow. "Why don't I blast a path out?" Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Listening to Sis Cannon's dangerous words and looking at the stone floor without an exit, he could only sigh. "There's no other way. Let's give it a try." "You should have done this a long time ago," Wu Yen said, and the blue and white lightning around Mikoto's body surged. With an excited smile on her face, Mikoto waved her hand. Countless bolts of lightning burst out from her body and gathered in her palm, forming a ball of blue and white lightning. She randomly chose a direction and the lightning in her hand turned into a powerful bolt of lightning and shot it out from her hand. Boom! The electric shock hit a stone wall and made a loud noise. Then it was covered by dust. The electric current flickered twice and gradually weakened. Mikoto looked at the dust-covered area of the attack. Her hand brushed her bangs, and the electric current flickered with her movements, looking incomparably cool. Wu Yen looked at Mikoto and was speechless. He could see that Mikoto was very happy after releasing this attack. Sure enough, Sis Cannon was a dangerous person. She could not be Sis Cannon without violence. After a while, the dust settled, and a black hole appeared in front of everyone. Aha! Mikoto snorted proudly. Like I said, the path is paved by oneself. How can you walk on someone else's path? Let alone Wu Yen, even Hinajiku and Liren looked at each other, speechless to the extreme. Shuju suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Looking at the stone wall that was blasted open by Mikoto, she exclaimed. Hearing that, Wu Yen and Mikoto also looked at the stone wall. The scene that appeared in front of them stunned them as well. They saw that the stone wall that was blasted open by Mikoto's electric shock seemed to come alive. The surrounding stone wall wriggled, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the damaged area was repaired. The hole also gradually disappeared. Mikoto looked at the restored stone wall in shock. Could it be this is another wall monster? If only it was. Wu Yen looked at the restored stone wall and smiled bitterly. If it was a wall monster, then we could take it down. But this stone wall in front of us doesn't even have a level display. In other words, this is a normal stone wall. Normal? A stone wall that can grow on its own? How is it normal? Alright, maybe Sis Cannon was shocked by the fact that her attack didn't have any obvious effect. Sis Cannon was speechless. But in a blink of an eye, Sis Cannon became angry again. Beep beep beep, the electric current exploded again. Mikoto held an electric ball in her hand. She looked at the stone wall and said coldly, "I don't believe." Then she threw the electric ball in her hand and it hit the stone wall. It could be seen that the attack this time was stronger than the previous one. Another explosion was heard and dust flew up again. However, to everyone's disappointment this time, there was no need to repair it. The stone wall was completely intact. Wu Yen quickly stopped Mikoto when he saw that she was about to take out a token and fire a railgun. Forget it, Mikoto, no matter how much you attack, it will still grow back. Let's observe carefully before we take action. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto could only retract her electric current. She looked at the stone wall as if she was looking at her nemesis and gritted her teeth. This damned wall is so annoying. Chuju sighed and knocked on her head in frustration. This attack is useless and there's no way out. What should we do? Wu Yan's eyes flashed helplessly. Ikaros, who had been calculating since the beginning, stopped her complicated calculations and pulled Wu Yan's sleeve. She pointed in a direction and said to Wu Yan, "Master, there are some words." Words? Before Wu Yan could react, Mikoto ran over impatiently. Hinajiku quickly brought Liren along with her. Wu Yan yelled out and helplessly pulled Ikaros along as well. What Wu Yan didn't see is that when he pulled Ikaros' hand, Ikaros's eyes flashed a few times. She looked at the two hands holding each other and her free hand touched her chest. What a strange feeling. Destroy the stone wall in an instant and the exit will appear. The group of 5 looked at the words written on the wall and exchanged glances. Destroy this place in an instant. Chuju opened her arms wide like she wanted to hug the entire stone wall. She forced a smile. Destroy it all? It's no wonder she reacted this way. This place isn't very big, but to destroy it in an instant, at least she doesn't think she can do it. Wu Yan was also troubled. If he wanted to destroy the wall, he could do it, but to destroy this place in an instant is no doubt a pipe dream. At least for now he can't do it. Plus, he only has one large area of effect attack and that's not enough. Wu Yan and Chuju felt that they couldn't do it, so they looked at Mikoto. Feeling Wu Yan and Chuju's gaze, Mikoto suddenly felt the pressure and smiled awkwardly. If you want me to destroy a place, I can. But if I destroy everything here? Looking around the stone wall, Mikoto could only smile bitterly. The railgun's advantage is its penetrative power, but it's not good for area of effect attacks. We don't know where this place is, there's no way to summon lightning. In fact, Wu Yan didn't intend to rely on Mikoto Cannon. After all, he knew her from the bottom to the bottom and didn't have much hope in her. Although Sis Cannon was displeased, she didn't have a large area of effect attack. She could have used Thunderstrike, but this place looked like a secret chamber. Who knew if it was under the sky? She didn't even know if it was under the sky. If it's not under the sky, then lightning strike won't come. Plus, this place is so sealed, it's hard to say if they can sense the electromagnetic force in the sky. Thus, Wu Yan turned to Ikaros, who is standing beside him. This is also why he wasn't in a hurry. If Ikaros didn't have a large area of effect attack, then she wouldn't be Ikaros. She's the queen of war? Ikaros, can you do it? Ikaros raised her head. Her eyes were calm, but everyone felt that the atmosphere had changed. They could also feel a sense of pressure from Ikaros' body. Ikaros didn't answer, but Wu Yen already knew what she wanted to say. Please, Ikaros. Yes, Master. Chapter 82. In front of Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren's eyes, Ikaros took a few steps forward. At the same time, her body emitted a dazzling light. Variable wing system restriction, remove. At this moment, Ikaros' voice was no longer soft and soft. Instead, it's mechanical and old-fashioned. As the light flashed, Ikaros' casual dress slowly faded away. A set of white light armor slowly appeared on the surface of Ikaros' body, covering her whole body. Her pink wings spread out, filling everyone's vision with feathers. The pink wings emitted a faint blue light. With a stretch, they turned into a pair of light wings, gently fluttering behind Ikaros' back. Sky Queen mode. Her indigo pupils turned a deep red. A circle of light floated above Ikaros' head. Her hair also expanded a little. This series of changes happened in less than a second. At this time, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren were all stunned. Even Wu Yen was a little dazed. If the usual Ikaros was a pure and beautiful angel sent down by the heavens to appease the world, then at this moment, Ikaros was a god who was angered by mortals and wanted to punish them for their foolishness. This is the true form of Ikaros, the angel of war, the queen of the sky. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto could feel the endless pressure coming from Ikaros. This is the aura of a true powerhouse. Even Mikoto felt like she's nothing but an ant in front of Ikaros. The difference between a tier 8 and a tier 7 can be seen from this. No matter how complicated Wu Yen and the rest felt, Ikaros doesn't have the ability to read people's minds. She only knows that her master told her to destroy this place. The light wings behind Ikaros didn't move at all. Just like that, Ikaros flew to the center of the stone ground. Artemis, permanent homing missile. Like a voice from the heavens, countless missiles appeared out of thin air around Ikaros' wings. Under her control, with a flap of her wings, the missiles were sent flying out. Boom. 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 The missiles flew out from all directions and bombarded the stone ground, creating a series of continuous explosions. The stone walls that were blasted apart were blown to smithereens, not even a speck of dust was left behind. Wah! Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Liren let out a scream. The stone floor was shaking under Ikaros' attack. The three slender girls swayed left and right, their bodies couldn't stabilize for a moment. Wu Yan's expression turned serious, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled the three slender bodies into his chest that is a lot fatter than theirs. His expression is serious. As for his heart, not taking advantage of the situation, bastard. For some reason, Ikaros' indiscriminate attack didn't hit Wu Yan's location. But that didn't stop the stone ground from collapsing. All the stone walls collapsed, they shattered so much that even the glass beads are bigger than them. The ground where Wu Yan and company are standing on was also unavoidably shattered by the tremors. Oh my god. When the ground cracked, Wu Yan missed a step and tilted his body. He couldn't control his body anymore. Taking a look below, Wu Yan was scared out of his wits. Underneath the cracked ground, there's a bottomless hole. Ah! The three girls screamed again. Even Wu Yan screamed in pain as they all fell down. Master. Ikaros' light wings turned and shot downwards. In an instant she was behind Wu Yan and hugged him. Only then did Wu Yan's group avoid the tragic fate of falling to their deaths. F***ck me. Wu Yan cursed as he stared at the ground that he couldn't see. He cursed in his mind. I was wondering why there would be such a kind reminder in this treasure trove. Turns out it's a trap. And such a big one at that. If it wasn't for Ikaros, we would have fallen to our deaths. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Chuju and Mikoto so he wouldn't accidentally let go of them. He couldn't help but gulp in relief. That's right, no matter what, this is a treasure trove. They wouldn't have put the treasure here with the intention of letting others take advantage of it. So there must be a trap. This is too high. Even the brave sis Cannon felt a chill down her spine. She hugged little Liren tightly and stuttered. Liren, on the other hand, wasn't afraid after the initial scream. She widened her little eyes and looked down. Tsk. As for Chuju, well, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and faint. Let me say this again, President is afraid of heights, President is afraid of heights. Because it's important, I have to say it twice. Thank you, Ikaros. Adjusting his thumping heart, Wu Yen thanked Ikaros gratefully. Thank you, Ikaros, Sister Ikaros. Ikaros didn't seem to react to everyone's thanks. She just stood there stunned. But Wu Yen knew she didn't know how to deal with such a situation. As a life form created as a weapon, it's obvious to normal people. But for Ikaros, it's definitely a first. This made Wu Yen secretly decide to protect this angelic girl well. Well, for now, it's not certain who's going to protect who. Even in the future, Wu Yen might not be able to compete with her. After all, even if Wu Yen is the main character, self-proclaimed, Ikaros is also the female lead in her world. That's why when Wu Yen and Mikoto thanked her, Ikaros couldn't act like she didn't know what to do. But her eyes flickered a little and she said, yes, in a small voice. Is Chuju okay? Mikoto blushed a little at being hugged by Wu Yen. But when she looked at Chuju and saw her rolling her eyes, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She should be fine, probably. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, a little speechless. What do we do now? Mikoto looked at the darkness below and asked Wu Yen. What else can we do? We can't go up, there's no reason to give up just because of a little trick. So we can only go down. Thinking about the consequences of following that hint, Wu Yan's teeth itched. He's itching to skin the bastard who set this up. Here again it's clear that Wu Yen is a very stingy person. That's all we can do. Helplessly sighing, Mikoto looked at little Liren who's still looking down with great interest. She secretly admired her courage looking down from such a high place, it's very disturbing. Then let's go down quickly. Otherwise when Chuju wakes up she might faint again. Wu Yen ridiculed. Mikoto could only laugh dryly and little Liren giggled. Go down, Ikaros. Yes, Master. Ikaros's pupils have returned to their original indigo color, her light wings have turned back into a beautiful light pink color, the halo on her head disappeared and her hair became smooth again. However, she's still wearing that revealing white light armor. Those two large mounds pressed against Wu Yan's back, making him feel good inside. After all, there's no need to use force. If it's just flying, she can do it in normal mode. Using Sky Queen mode to fly is a bit of a waste. Under Ikaros's lead, they flew down. Looking at Mikoto who's secretly swallowing her saliva and little Liren who doesn't seem to care, then looking at Chuju whose eyes are still spinning, Wu Yen suddenly had an idea. Should he take advantage of Kaishisama's unconscious state to take advantage of her? This is a very serious question. Chapter 83. Wu Yen felt that after jumping into so many traps in his life, he should be good at dealing with traps. But today Wu Yen felt that his previous thoughts were too sweet. Even though he didn't know how much time has passed, but from the way Wu Yan's arms are weak from carrying girls around, it's clear that it hasn't been a short period of time. But still, there's no end in sight, it's like a bottomless pit. Not only is it big, it's deep enough to send chills down one's spine. Even after flying for so long, there's still no end in sight. Just as Mikoto was about to complain, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Ikaros, stop. Spreading her wings, Ikaros braked and came to a steady stop. What are you doing so sudden? Mikoto rubbed her head and gave Wu Yen a dissatisfied look. That sudden braking caused her to hit Wu Yan's chin. She didn't think about who would be more hurt from the collision. Take a look at the walls. The stone walls that didn't change in the slightest are now filled with countless holes. They're densely packed like a hornet's nest and they're all the same size. A weak wind blew from the tens of thousands of holes and gathered at the center of the giant pit. Who knows how the wind changed direction, but the wind all strangely flowed away. You can see the wind with your naked eye, but it didn't touch your body at all. This scene surprised Wu Yen and company. Mikoto turned to look at the countless holes until she felt dizzy. She retracted her gaze, speechless. So many holes and they're all the same, which one should we enter? Wu Yen frowned when he heard Mikoto and he turned to ask Ikaros. Ikaros, can you see if there's any hole that's special, different from the others? Ikaros immediately activated her Sky Queen mode's crimson-red pupils. One could see a lot of light flowing through her crimson-red pupils and swirling around the holes. Calculation results, similarity 99%, 0 error. In other words, all of them are the same? Wu Yen couldn't help but have a headache. Even Ikaros couldn't find anything in these holes, let alone him. He believed Mikoto was the same. At this moment Chuju, who was in Wu Yan's arms, moaned. Hearing this moan, how could Wu Yan not know that the president was about to wake up? If he woke up at this time he would definitely faint again. At that moment Wu Yan hurriedly said, "Forget it, just go in and take a look." This idea was immediately approved by Mikoto and Liren. After being carried for so long, they were starting to feel a little uncomfortable. If they continued to fly, they didn't know how long it would take. Waiting any longer wasn't a solution. Ikaros blankly glanced at the numerous holes and randomly chose the nearest one and flew in. When they landed, Wu Yan and Mikoto sighed in relief. At the same time Chuju woke up. Looking blankly at Wu Yan and Ko surrounding her, Chuju slowly sat up. "Yan, Mikoto, why are you guys looking at me like that?" Being stared at by so many people, even the domineering president felt a little unnatural. "Oh right, just now. There was nothing just now. Chuju, it's better if you don't think about it." Wu Yan felt helpless against the president's fear of heights. That's why he patted Chuju's shoulder and said with deep meaning. Ignoring the question marks on Kaishisama's head, Mikoto and Liren, who were trying not to laugh, Wu Yan stood up and looked into the hole. Other than the stone wall surrounding the cave, there's nothing else special about the cave. He scratched his palm. "Let's go in deeper, maybe we can find a way out." "Since you made a treasure map, why didn't you mark out the location of the treasure?" Mikoto complained. Wu Yan could only bitterly smile. Barging into someone's treasure trove, can't find the way out, and now she's complaining about the owner of the treasure. Sis Cannon sure is in the mood. The group of 5 once again set off. Fortunately, this hole wasn't as cratered as the previous one. At least it wasn't endless. After a while Wu Yan's group walked out of the hole. Well, it's not that they walked out, but they found a way out. The 3 teleportation circles in front of them. Exchanging glances, Wu Yan led Mikoto and Ko to the 3 teleportation circles. "Which one should we take?" Chuju played with her hair and asked directly. "These 3 teleportation circles are exactly the same, how should we choose?" Mikoto sighed. She couldn't see any difference between the 3 circles. Sizing up the 3 circles again, Wu Yan was helpless. He had no choice but to use the same method he used before. "That's true, they're exactly the same. Why don't we just pick one like before?" "That's the only way." Everyone sighed in unison. They were already pondering in their hearts. Was it a mistake to choose to interfere this time? The moment they stepped on the circle, it activated. With a flash of light, Wu Yan's group was teleported away. The scene that appeared in front of Wu Yan's group shocked them. This. Mikoto couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face paled. Hinajiku immediately pulled Liren into her arms and covered her eyes. She closed her eyes too, she couldn't bear to watch anymore. Wu Yan's face was also green. Corpses. There are corpses everywhere. And all of them are the corpses of the people who came to search for treasure. These corpses were densely packed on the ground, their bodies were pierced by numerous stone spikes. Blood flowed all over the ground. Some were even nailed to the wall by the spikes. Some were unlucky enough to have their heads pierced by the spikes. Looking at the corpses in front of them, other than Ikaros and Liren, who was obediently lying in Chuju's arms, Wu Yan's group couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Even the air smelled of blood. After all, the people who died here were almost 70% of the people who came to search for treasure. What the hell is going on here? Why did they become like this? Even though it wasn't the first time they saw corpses, Mikoto and Chuju still couldn't react. They came together not long ago, rode on the same airship, entered the treasure trove together. But now these people are all dead. So the 2 kind girls couldn't accept it. They bit their lips tightly. If they used any more force, their lips would be bitten open. Why did so many people die? What happened to them? Wu Yan clenched his fists and his face turned green. It's not that he's a coward, it's because the unknown is the scariest. Before he can figure out the cause of death of these people, even if it's Wu Yan, he's still a bit scared. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly a series of ka-ka sounds rang out as if something had cracked open. It was originally very weak, but as time passed the ka-ka sounds became louder and more frequent. In the end it became a continuous series of ka-ka sounds. What is that sound? In front of them are countless corpses, on the ground is a river of blood. In such an environment, to suddenly hear a strange sound would make anyone's heart beat faster, let alone a girl. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but move closer to Wu Yan. Their bodies began to lean against him. They kept looking around trying to find the source of the sound. Wu Yan was a bit embarrassed, but he's a man who's been through a lot. If he can't be relied on by women at this time, then he really doesn't deserve to be called a man. Blocking in front of the two girls, Wu Yan's sword and scabbard appeared in his hand. Wu Yan held the hilt with one hand and sheathed the sword at his waist. Chuju, Mikoto, don't get too far away from me. Let's observe the situation and take care of the little girl. Ikaros, take care of Chuju and Mikoto. Got it? Yes, master. At this time, the source of the sound finally appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Chapter 84. Next to the pile of corpses, the rocks that Wu Yan and the rest thought were normal rocks started to vibrate. At this time, Wu Yan and the rest noticed that the strange ka-ka sound was coming from the rocks. More and more stones began to tremble, and after a series of ka-ka sounds, the surface of the seemingly ordinary stones actually began to crack open. Wu Yan hugged the girls and took a few steps back, staring at the rocks on the ground. The Nietono Shana in his hand had already been pulled out by a small section. At some point, the ka-ka sound on the rocks suddenly stopped, and the rocks behind them also calmed down. But Wu Yan and the rest didn't think that nothing had happened. The sounds on the rocks did stop, but the rocks were still vibrating. Mikoto, who was standing behind Wu Yan, had a bad feeling, but as soon as it appeared, she calmed down and immediately spoke. Something's coming. Just as she spoke, a muffled sound rang out and Wu Yan and the rest saw a spider. A spider made of rocks and bigger than a child. After a muffled sound, the trembling stones on the ground exploded, and such a stone spider crawled out from the exploded stones, trembling in fear. When it raised its hideous face, Hinajiku and Mikoto both gulped. If it wasn't for the fact that they've seen demons 10 times more hideous than this in the demon cave, they would have screamed out loud. A series of muffled sounds began to ring out, as if someone was setting off firecrackers. Every time a muffled sound rang out, it would be accompanied by the explosion of a rock. Then, similar spiders would crawl out of the rock. Small stone spider, level 30, stone spider, level 35, large stone spider, level 40, an army of stone spiders lined up on the ground in a disorderly manner. Some of them were relatively small, but they were still a dozen times larger than normal spiders. These were the small stone spiders that crawled out from small rocks. Some were several times larger than the small stone spiders that crawled out from larger rocks. However, there were a few that were even larger than a child. They were the large stone spiders that crawled out from the largest rocks. These are the cause of those people's deaths. Seeing the appearance of these spiders, Chuju and Mikoto were no longer afraid. Of course, the unknown is the scariest, and when the unknown appears, the fear in one's heart lessens. As for Chuju and Mikoto, who have seen the monster army, they wouldn't be scared by mere spiders. Even though there are girls who are afraid of these insects, and Mikoto and Chuju are one of them, if they really had to face them, they would only feel a little disgusted. Before Wu Yan could reply, Ikaros, who was standing behind Wu Yan, took the lead and walked out. Deep red pupils appeared in Ikaros's eyes. She looked at all the spiders and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll kill you." Unknown life form detected, hostility confirmed, strength D, danger C, determined to cause damage to master, eliminating it. Variable wings restriction lifted. Sky Queen mode. The powerful Sky Queen Ikaros once again appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Her blue wings of light unfurled, and Ikaros faced the spiders with her back facing Wu Yan's group. Her calm voice rang in Wu Yan's ears. "Master, Ikaros is about to attack. Please retreat to a safe area." Hearing Ikaros's words, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled, but it was a strange smile. Wu Yan didn't listen to Ikaros and retreat. Instead, he stood beside Ikaros, and under Ikaros' puzzled gaze, he rubbed Ikaros's fluffy hair after entering Sky Empress mode. "Ikaros, your master, I'm not just your master." Ignoring the stunned Ikaros, Wu Yan walked in front of Ikaros and he lifted the Nietono Shana. He chuckled. "I'm not some weakling I can fight. Ikaros, I hope you remember that I'm not just your master. I'm also your comrade who will share life and death with you. Since we're comrade in life and death, how can I be left out of the battle? How can I let a girl like you charge into battle alone?" Her eyes flashed. Ikaros looked at her master's back and lowered her head. "I understand, I can't." "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, Ikaros. Just remember what I said today, one day you'll understand." Repeating Wu Yan's words twice in her mind, Ikaros replied in a soft voice. "Yes, sir, master." "Don't forget about me." Chuju and Mikoto, who were reduced to background since the beginning, couldn't help but shout. Making their presence known, Mikoto took a big stride to Wu Yan's side, her face showing some dissatisfaction. You said comrade in life and death should fight together, in the end you still forgot about us. Wu Yan's face started to turn awkward, he half-heartedly said. Well, don't mind the details, so our existence is just a detail. While saying this, Mikoto's body started to glow with electricity. Stop fooling around, they're coming over. Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto fooling around like there's no one else around, Chuju rolled her eyes at them and quickly reminded them. While they were talking, the spiders were already closing in on Wu Yan's group with their long, thin legs. But they seemed to have sensed that Wu Yan's group wasn't as easy to bully as the ones they killed before, so their speed was very slow. Mikoto, Chuju, remember to protect the little girl. Seeing this, Wu Yan put away his playful smile and turned serious. The stone spiders in front of him are no different from the monster army from before in terms of both quantity and quality. Of course he wouldn't dare to be careless. But he wasn't as cautious as before, after all, the quality and quantity were the same. But Wu Yan's group was different. Not to mention that Wu Yan was only level 30 at that time, even Chuju was level 35 now. Although they had to take care of little Liren at the same time, it didn't affect them at all. After all, they had the goddess of war on their side. Chuju, don't go too far away, take care of the little girl. And Mikoto, don't charge, stay beside Chuju and the others so that you can take care of them. Chuju and Mikoto nodded silently, indicating that they understood. After a long time without seeing Wu Yan's group move, the spiders who weren't very intelligent started to get impatient. And so, the spiders opened their mouths and spat towards Wu Yan's group. Stone spikes shot out from their mouths, attacking Wu Yan's group. Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Ikaros appeared in front of Wu Yan's group in an instant. Facing the stone spikes that blotted out the sky, Ikaros spoke softly and a blue transparent barrier formed in front of her. All the stone spikes landed on Ikaros' absolute defense, but they didn't even cause the slightest ripple, let alone break it. After a series of cracking noises, all the stone spikes were blocked by the absolute defense. Just from this scene alone, Wu Yan could see that Ikaros' absolute defense circle was also AC-grade equipment, but in terms of defense, it was above his mental dragon armor. But the real advantage of the mental dragon armor was that it was a completely automatic defense. It didn't need Wu Yan to control it. Even if Wu Yan himself couldn't react in time, the mental dragon armor would automatically open up, unlike the absolute defense circle which required Ikaros to use it. Artemis, permanent rear-end missile. The barrier was retracted by Ikaros in a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, the rear-end missile was fired, blowing up the front line of spiders. Chapter 85. What destructive power! What an AoE attack! This wasn't the first time Wu Yan saw Ikaros' homing missiles, but seeing it again he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. As expected of the Angel of War, the strongest Sky Queen. Under Ikaros' homing missiles, the stone spiders were smashed to pieces, leaving behind a pile of rocks. Wu Yan wondered if these spiders were actually spiders. Or stone. As soon as the spiders in the front line were killed, the spiders in the back rushed forward like a swarm of bees. They stepped on the bodies of their companions as well as the bodies of the treasure hunters, and rushed towards Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed and with a lift of his feet, he charged towards the spiders. The distance between Wu Yan and the spiders was just a short while before they encountered each other. Facing a giant stone spider charging at him, Wu Yan raised his hand and smashed it into the spider's disgusting face, sending it flying. As soon as the large stone spider was sent flying, a few spiders and smaller ones brushed past the body of the large stone spider. With a leap, they opened their mouths and shot several stone spikes at Wu Yan. With a flash of silver light, Wu Yan pulled out the Neotono Shana and with a horizontal swing, he smashed all the stone spikes into pieces. The stone spiders and smaller ones that jumped over were cut in half by Wu Yan with a few swings of his blade. The sound of wind came from behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan had just killed a few spiders and he didn't have time to pull back his sword. Several spiders attacked Wu Yan from behind. At the critical moment, Wu Yan turned around, and a black sword minced all the incoming spiders, leaving no trace behind. In Wu Yan's left hand, which should have been empty, a black katana appeared out of thin air. The blade was pitch black, and if one looked closely, they could see that the blade was vibrating at an extremely high frequency. Hefting the black blade in his left hand, Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. This iron sand sword created with superpower coupled with high vibration speed, in terms of sharpness, compared to the armaments of the masses, it's not inferior in any way. With 2 swords in hand, Wu Yan swung them twice, and another 2 spiders were cut in half. He then charged into the group of spiders and with each swing he killed a spider. In an instant, a large number of spiders died under Wu Yan's sword. With the Kendo mastery ability, using 2 swords was a piece of cake. If it wasn't for the fact that the iron sand sword was as sharp as a common armament and it could be made at any time, Wu Yan wouldn't have put the Kusanagi sword up in the auction house. Tisich using someone else's ability and using it so happily, Mikoto was still standing in the same spot protecting Liren. As long as there were spiders that attacked, they would all be electrocuted by Mikoto. At first, Mikoto was worried that these spiders were made of stone, and that her electrocution wouldn't work. Reality proved that the spiders were somewhat immune to Mikoto's electrocution. It wasn't until Mikoto increased her electrocution to LV5 that the spiders were electrocuted. She took the time to glance at Wu Yan, and saw him holding the iron sand sword in one hand and the iron sand sword in the other, and was happily killing the spiders. Mikoto's mouth twitched. Of course, Mikoto was just jealous of someone's luck. After all, it took her a few years to level up her superpower to LV4. Unlike Wu Yan, with just a card he was able to steal the fruit of someone's hard work for several years. Not only that, he used it so skillfully the iron sand sword is more useful in his hands than in her own. Luckily this person is Wu Yan. If it was anyone else, Mikoto would definitely challenge him to a duel. Yan's swordsmanship is really good. Chuju was standing not far from Mikoto, and the white cherry in her hand danced as she cut down a level 30 spider. Just from this one move, it was clear that Chuju's strength was much stronger than when she was in the demon cave. She was even stronger than Wu Yan at that time. Of course, Chuju didn't think that her swordsmanship was as good as Wu Yan's. After all, Wu Yan directly received the Kendo mastery ability, and his swordsmanship was comparable to those Kendo masters who spent their entire lives practicing their swordsmanship. Chuju, on the other hand, had only been learning swordsmanship for a few years. I need to get stronger quickly, otherwise when the day comes, I won't even have the right to stand next to him, let alone. Hinajiku's face turned red as she thought of something, making her look very cute. A strong electric current suddenly flashed by Chuju's side, and turned a large spider that was about to ambush Chuju into dust. It also gave Kaisha-sama a fright. What are you doing, Chuju? Spacing out at a time like this? Not far away, Mikoto retracted her lightning arm and shouted at Hinajiku, her voice full of ridicule. It's rare to see Kaisha-sama spacing out like this. Chuju's face turned red again, and she quickly put on a serious face to deal with the incoming spiders. Compared to Wu Yan and Hinajiku or even Mikoto, Ikaros is a lot sharper in her attacks. Floating in the air, Ikaros's crimson eyes lit up with 2 circles of light, and like a sniper rifle scope, she scanned the spiders below. Every time Ikaros chose a position, a large number of missiles would appear behind her. With a thought, the missiles would rapidly bombard the numerous stone spiders. Every shot would kill a group of stone spiders. It could be said to be extremely sharp. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about Wu Yan's group, Ikaros, who only cares about her master's safety, might have pulled out Apollo. Under the forced slaughter, the number of spiders kept decreasing and decreasing. By the time the last spider died under Wu Yan's blade, only 10 minutes had passed. Realizing this result, other than Ikaros and Liren, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were a little dazed. The number of spiders is terrifying, even compared to the time when they fought against the demon army in the demon cave. This number isn't any weaker, and their strength is even scarier than the time they fought against the demon army. Such a terrifying group of monsters, in the end, could not even last 10 minutes under the attack of their side. Last time the battle went on for several hours. Even Resplendent Breath couldn't last until the end of the battle. Wu Yan and the other 2 had to take the brunt of the attack head-on. But this time they finished it within 10 minutes. Although without Ikaros's combat power, they wouldn't be able to win so easily. Still, Wu Yan and Ko couldn't help but feel excited. Because this means they've become stronger. Last time Wu Yan was level 30, tier 4, wielding a common armament, sword mastery and chaotic return to Horizon Dance. This time Wu Yan was level 50, tier 6, wielding 2 rare armaments, sword mastery, chaotic return to Horizon Dance and Electromaster, LV4. Wu Yan's strength has indeed become a lot stronger. Last time Chuju was level 18, tier 3, wielding a common armament. This time even though she's wielding her own Chuju, but this time she's level as 35 tier 4. Her strength has improved, there's no doubt about it. As for Mikoto, even though the difference between the two battles is only one level, her improvement isn't as big as Wu Yan and Chuju's, but it's not small either. After all, the difference between two high tiers, even though it's not that big, it can't be that small, right? This set of data plus this incisive battle is telling Wu Yan's group, you've become stronger. In his excitement, Wu Yan let out a long laugh towards the sky, revealing the joy in his heart. As for Mikoto and Chuju, of course they're not as relaxed as Wu Yan, they're girls after all. Both of them just looked at each other and smiled, expressing their happiness. Little Liren's eyes were covered by a handkerchief so she couldn't see the corpses on the ground, but Wu Yan's sudden laughter gave her a fright. She's patting her chest cutely. Ikaros tilted her head, there's a few question marks on it, looking at her master going crazy. Chapter 86. After a while Wu Yan finally stopped laughing. He rubbed the corner of his mouth that was hurting from all the laughing. The joy in his eyes was still there, but it was more or less gone. Because Wu Yan knows that even though they've gotten stronger, there's still a long way to go before they're truly strong. His path to becoming strong can only be considered to have just started recently. Chuju and Mikoto also understand this logic. Not to mention Chuju, even Mikoto felt that she's still far behind. Whether it's Ikaros in front of them or Accelerator in Academy City, they're all much stronger than her. If she wants to save her sisters, she'll have to at least reach rank 8 level 70 before she's qualified. Of course that's only qualified. After all, even if she can defeat Accelerator in the future, in order to save her sisters, she'll have to be prepared to become enemies with the entire Academy City. Wu Yan did say that the sisters are an important part of Alistair's plan. If he wants to save them, he will have to make an enemy out of Alistair, the angel that Wu Yan said is Alistair's ally, and he will have to make an enemy out of the entire Academy City. He had to become even stronger. As for Chuju, her reason for wanting to get stronger is much simpler. She wants to catch up to Wu Yan and be qualified to stand by Wu Yan's side. That's all, she wants to get stronger. Chuju looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned. She hugged the well-behaved little Liren and said, Yan, let's leave this place quickly. I don't like this place. Mikoto also frowned. She glanced at the corpses on the ground and immediately looked away. She looked at Wu Yan and waited for Wu Yan to make a decision. Okay, let's move on. Knowing that Chuju and Mikoto still can't face this kind of scene, Wu Yan decisively said, since the cause of death of these corpses is clear, there's no need to keep them here. Wu Yan's group was very careful as they walked on the stone path. The corpses on the ground could be said to be scattered all over. Even if Wu Yan's group had walked a long way, there were still many corpses on the ground. It could be said that the entire stone path was filled with corpses. Although the number of corpses decreased significantly as they walked, Wu Yan's group's heart was raised even higher. Because as Wu Yan's group went deeper, the number of corpses on the ground decreased, but the strength of the corpses increased. In the beginning, the corpses they saw were those below rank 5. As Wu Yan's group went deeper, the corpses on the ground became stronger. So much so that even the rank 6 that Wu Yan's group thought to have the strength to harm them were dead. Rank 6, that's the same level as Wu Yan. There were only about 100 of them in this treasure hunting party. What's more frightening is that Wu Yan's group saw more than 30 rank 6 corpses along the way. That's almost a third of the rank 6 corpses. How can Wu Yan's group not be vigilant when so many rank 6 corpses died in this party? So, along the way Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were constantly using system perception. Ikaros even alternated between using system perception and her own perception, constantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anything from happening to Wu Yan's group. Perhaps only little Liren was the most relaxed. Previously, in order to not leave Wu Yan's group, she forced Wu Yan's group to bring her along. Now that she's here, in order to not cause trouble for her brothers and sisters, she was unusually obedient. She didn't say a word and just quietly stayed in Chuju's embrace. Because of this, Wu Yan agreed to bring her along. Of course, just being obedient was enough to keep Wu Yan from bringing along a powerless little Liren. If it wasn't for the items he exchanged from the system yesterday that could guarantee that nothing would happen to little Liren, no matter what, Wu Yan wouldn't have brought her along. The stone path isn't a straight path either. Instead, it twists and turns. Wu Yan and Co are getting dizzy from all the twists and turns. Just as Wu Yan and Co made another turn, more stones appeared in front of them. This time Wu Yan's group wasn't naive enough to think that they were ordinary stones. Stopping the party's pace, Wu Yan's group immediately took a few steps back. Even their nerves were stretched taut. There was no way they wouldn't be. Their previous experience had taught them that the bigger the stone spiders that came out from them. And now, the stones that appeared in front of Wu Yan's group were even bigger than the ones they had encountered before. At the same time, the stones once again made ka-ka sounds. After a series of muffled explosions, more stone spiders appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Looking at the stone spiders in front of them, Wu Yan's group couldn't help but take another step back. All of them were giant stone spiders. All of them were level 40 stone spiders. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and rubbed his shoulders. With so many level 5 stone spiders, it was no wonder that even level 6 stone spiders had died. They must have been unlucky level 6 stone spiders that were surrounded. For the treasure hunting party to be able to reach this point, they must have killed a lot of stone spiders. They had the advantage in numbers, so the number of stone spiders they had killed was definitely more than what they had killed. Even so, there were still so many stone spiders coming out of the stones. How did they get through this stone path? But there was an 80 to 90% chance that they had forced their way through. After all, they had a dozen level 7 stone spiders and a few level 6 stone spiders. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Wu Yan's group would still encounter stone spiders. They must have not killed all of them, so they broke through and escaped. At this time, Wu Yan was extremely glad that he still had Ikaros with him. Without Ikaros, Wu Yan's group would have to use the items they had exchanged for to leave this place safely. In a flash, the giant stone spiders, perhaps relying on their large size, charged towards Wu Yan's group with their long and thin stone legs. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than Ikaros. Sky Queen mode activated, and Ikaros appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Absolute Defense Circle was activated, and all of the giant stone spiders were sent flying back at a speed faster than the speed of their charge. Mikoto. Now let's take care of them together. Wu Yan raised his hands and electricity appeared in his palms. Under Wu Yan's control, electricity flowed into the ground, ignoring the hard stone ground and drilling directly into the ground. Seeing Wu Yan's actions, Mikoto understood what he wanted to do. She raised her hands as well and blue-white electricity crackled. It was much stronger than the electricity in Wu Yan's hands. In a flash, Mikoto's electricity flowed into the ground as well. Under the guidance of Wu Yan and Mikoto's electricity, small particles rose from the ground and floated around Wu Yan and Mikoto, forming a huge wave that rolled up like the wind. Countless black iron greatswords formed in the air, floating above Wu Yan's group. The swords were pointed at the flying giant stone spiders. Before they hit the ground, Wu Yan and Mikoto threw out the iron sand swords. Ikaros's eyes flashed, and missiles as many as the iron sand swords appeared in the air. When Wu Yan's group threw out their iron sand swords, Ikaros also fired her missiles. Go! Iron sand swords, Artemis! Instantly the iron sand swords flew back, and the missiles came flying. The giant stone spiders that were sent flying didn't even have time to hit the ground. They were either pierced full of holes by the iron sand swords or destroyed by the missiles. Seeing their companions die, the remaining giant stone spiders didn't retreat. Instead, they rushed forward as if they'd eaten Jinkala. Of course, these spiders didn't even get close before they were blown away by Ikaros' permanent homing missile. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. Ikaros dealt with the Stonehenge army that was enough to cause a lot of trouble for him and the treasure hunters. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ikaros really is the best fighter in a group battle. Chapter 87. Along the way, Wu Yan's group of 5 encountered no less than 10 waves of stone spiders. These stone spiders were all great stone spiders above level 40. Wu Yan couldn't help but curse the treasure hunting team in front of him. Why didn't they finish off all the spiders before leaving? Wu Yan's group didn't waste any time when they encountered these great stone spiders. They used their iron sand swords and permanent homing missiles to destroy them before they could even get close. If it weren't for the fact that the spiders had only emerged from the rock for a short period of time, Wu Yan would have finished them off before they came out of the rock. Of course, it wasn't without benefits. The chairman alone had risen to level 49, the pinnacle of stage 5. This was to be expected. The number of stone spiders they encountered this time was simply endless. Wu Yan didn't know how many had been killed by the treasure hunting team, but the number of spiders they had killed was definitely uncountable. Among them there were a bunch of level 40 great stone spiders. With so many of them, if it wasn't for the fact that the gap between stage 5 and stage 6 was too thick, Chuju might have broken through long ago. Thinking back, Wu Yan had relied on his ability feedback to reach level 50, stage 6. Since Chuju had risen to the pinnacle of stage 5, Wu Yan naturally leveled up as well. Although none of the stone spiders were of a higher level than him, the sheer number of spiders had pushed him to level 55. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. They were all humans. While others had leveled up more than 10 times, he had leveled up 5 times. It seemed that the difference in experience between stage 5 and stage 6 was really huge. Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. If Wu Yan wanted to cry, then Sis Cannon should find a higher place and jump off a building. He hadn't even leveled up once. After moving forward for a while, Wu Yan's group discovered another phenomenon. There were no more corpses on the ground. There are no more corpses on the ground. Chuju let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. Even though she was no longer the same as before and had seen a lot of things, Chuju still felt uncomfortable when there were corpses around. If there are no more corpses, then that means no one died. If no one died, then that means there are no more spiders in front of us, right? Mikoto brushed her bangs aside and said with a smile. Seeing that the two girls were happy that no one died, Wu Yan smiled inwardly. They were still so kind, Chuju and Mikoto. Just as Wu Yan was about to say something, he felt someone tugging at his shirt. When Wu Yan turned around, he saw Ikaros tugging at his shirt and pointing to the front. Master, we've discovered a large number of life forms in front of us. Based on our preliminary calculations, it's the same team that set off together. Hearing this, Wu Yan and the others were stunned. We finally caught up to the previous team. Chuju said. Ikaros spoke again. Master, a large number of life forms have encountered this group. Another large number of life forms? Is it the stone spiders? Ikaros. Wu Yan looked at Ikaros and said. Ikaros's eyes moved in the direction she was pointing at, then she shook her head and nodded. The life forms have the same reaction but the energy levels are different. It's stronger than the previous ones. Hearing this, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and said. The life forms have the same reaction, which means it's definitely the stone spiders but stronger. Looks like the previous team has encountered something even more troublesome than the giant stone spiders. Yen, should we go help? Chuju said immediately. Since they've encountered something even stronger than the giant stone spiders, then it should be easier to fight it together with the rest of the team. She doesn't want to fight the spiders that were already killed by others. Plus, she hasn't done anything since the start. It's no wonder the spiders were wiped out by Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Ikaros before they could even attack. Kaisha-sama doesn't have any long-range attacks, she only has swordsmanship. So, she's been lurking around, a classic example of leeching experience. But even if it's a good thing to leech experience, Kaisha-sama doesn't feel good about it. It feels like she's unnecessary. Mikoto was also itching for action. The stronger the spiders, the more experience they'll get. Along the way, Wu Yan and Chuju both leveled up quite a bit. She's the only one who hasn't shown any signs of leveling up yet. So, when she saw Wu Yan and Chuju leveling up, she was eager to level up as well. Wu Yan looked ahead, glanced at Ikaros, then at Chuju and Mikoto. After some thought he said, let's not be too hasty. Let's go check out the situation first. Check out the situation? Aren't we going to help? Mikoto sighed in disappointment at Wu Yan's words. Isn't that a little inappropriate? We came together after all. Chuju walked up to Wu Yan's side and said hesitantly. If they went up and didn't help, the team wouldn't agree. With the mindset that one more person is one more cannon fodder, they'll force them to go up and kill the enemies. Wu Yan's group wasn't afraid. After all, they have a peak rank 7 Mikoto and a high rank 8 Ikaros. But even if there's no big trouble, there's bound to be a lot of small troubles. Who knows if they'll use their numbers advantage to trip them up. Of course, Wu Yan knew what Chuju was trying to say. But personally, Wu Yan didn't support blindly going up to help. The team ahead is made up of countless smaller teams. There's no way they're united. They're bound to be suspicious of each other and try to trip each other up. Some of them even want everyone to die so they can take the treasure for themselves. Under such circumstances, if Wu Yan's group went up like this, it'll make the already murky water even dirtier. They might even get splashed on themselves. Let's wait and see. Wu Yan clapped his hands. He still thinks it's better for them to wait and see. But what if they force us to go up? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest, lowered her head and thought for a while. Wu Yin laughed at Mikoto's words. About that, as long as they don't discover us, won't that be fine? Don't discover us. Chuju and Mikoto were surprised. But this is a stone path. I believe the situation ahead is the same. There's no place to hide. How are we going to hide? Even if there's a place for us to hide, they have dozens of rank 7. Can we hide and not be discovered? Looking at Hinajiku and Mikoto who are talking, he laughed and puffed out his chest. The hermit has his own plans. With the system, nothing is impossible. I've prepared a lot of items before coming here. Now there's one item that can be put to good use. Oh. The two girls' eyes lit up. Of course they know how magical the system is. Especially the items section. There's all kinds of strange items. The list of items has dazzled them before. Wu Yin didn't keep them in suspense. He took out a large cloak from his interspatial ring and held it in front of the two girls. What's this? Chuju and Mikoto reached out their delicate hands and touched the cloak. They asked Wu Yin curiously. Can't you use the system's perception? Why don't you see for yourself? Waving the cloak in his hand, Wu Yin felt that rather than saying it himself, it's better for them to see it for themselves. The two girls looked at Wu Yin and doubtfully opened the system's perception. Cloak removal has the ability to conceal the existence and aura of everything within the cloak. 3,000 item points. In other words, it can make us invisible? Mikoto looked at the cloak with interest. She wanted to see if it was really that magical. Well, you can say it like that. Although the specifics are a bit lacking, it's not impossible to understand it this way. Wu Yin was too lazy to explain. How interesting, Chuju said with a smile. Wu Yin was speechless. So Takaishi-sama, this is only at the level of interesting? You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.